this meeting of November 15th San Jose Charter Commission to order. And we're going to ask that the roll be called.
Barbara Marshman.
Here.
Christina Johnson.
Here.
Elizabeth Monley.
Here.
Ellie Motsumura. Enrico Calendar.
Here.
Frank Maitsky.
Here.
Eric Percival.
Here.
George Sanchez.
Here.
Lee Tran.
Sorry, is that Hui Tran or T Tran?
Hui Tran, sorry.
Commissioner Hui Tran here.
Thank you. Jeremy Bruce.
Here.
Jose Posadas.
Here.
Len Diaz. Linda Lazat. Luis Barrocio. Hope I see Luis there.
Here.
Thank you. Magnolia Siegel.
Present.
Maria Fuentes.
Here.
Sammy Robledo.
Here.
Sherry Segura.
Here.
T. Tran.
Present.
Tobin Gilman.
Here.
Veronica Amador. Yong Zhao. Frederick Ferrer.
Here, and I see that Commissioner Lazat is in the other side, needs to get moved over.
I see also Commissioner Matsumura. Can I call your name? Thank you. Okay, you have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll move Commissioner Lazat over, we can get started. There she is. And Commissioner Lazat is now joining us as well. In the orders of the day today, I want to move item 8, which is the open forum. I want to move that to the beginning of the meeting. We received a notice that's not on agenda. I want to just move it to that point. And so I'm going to ask the public for the open comments of item 8, which is talking about anything the public wants to address, an item that does not appear on the agenda tonight. And so the clerk will be able to call speakers. I'm going to call on first speaker to be Commissioner Hui Tran, who has a statement to read into the record. Commissioner Tran.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to defer my time to Commissioners T. Tran and Elizabeth Monley to read a statement on behalf of the Voting and Elections Subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start. The voting and elections.
But before we begin, and to as well, Chair, I just want to note that as time is needed, members of the Voting and Elections Subcommittee are giving their 2 minutes to our 2 speakers to speak on our behalf.
The Voting and Elections Subcommittee releases this statement to the Charter Review Commission in response to allegations that its recommendation relating to the elevation of the Board for Fair Campaign and Political Practices was intentionally used as an obstacle to the work of the Police Municipal Law, Accountability, and Inclusion Subcommittee. The allegation was made on November 11th in the San Jose Spotlight, and the title was San Jose Commissioners Blindsided by Procedural Attacks. This allegation is unwarranted and insensitive to the commitment that we all, as volunteer commissioners, have given to the process of reviewing our city charter. The proposal to elevate the Board for Fair Campaign Political Practices was originally presented by our subcommittee in July and successfully moved forward by the full commission in August. We emphasize that the ideas and broad provisions surrounding that proposal, including the recommendation to expand the board's scope to include study of historical voter disenfranchisement were included in the draft moved forward by the commission this past summer. During the October 18th meeting, when discussion and final votes were scheduled for recommendations from the Voting and Elections Subcommittee, the commission voted to elevate the board to the charter level, but deferred the remaining provisions in that proposal, including the study of historical voter disenfranchisement. Our subcommittee met on October 22nd to clarify and refine the study of campaign finance and disenfranchisement as a policy recommendation. On Wednesday, October 27th, the subcommittee received an email from Lawrence Grodeska asking for an update on our deliberations, noting that the chair, quote, would like to hear the final policy recommendations again on Monday, if possible, and have final voting so we can close out this recommendation, unquote. He asked that the subcommittee have a, quote, written motion prepared ahead of time which succinctly presents the specific policy recommendations being put forth, unquote. Our instructions were that the motion would then be read Monday, November 1st, with the commission discussing, amending, and voting as necessary. Commissioner T. Tran submitted the final recommendations on October 29th.
We have been accused of using this proposal to, quote, allocate time and feedback away from discussion about police oversight or climate change, unquote. We strongly object to this accusation. There is nothing to support this claim, and it questions our work, our efforts, and our intentions. The commission has made numerous changes to its work plan to allow for robust discussion of these topics. We have been active participants in discussions related to both police oversight and climate change. This mischaracterization of the work of our subcommittee is detrimental to what has otherwise been a supportive, collegial relationship amongst fellow commissioners. This should not be tolerated. For the betterment of our community, in the interest of all our charter proposals receiving serious, thoughtful consideration from the City Council, we cannot devolve into baseless accusations. The Voting and Elections Subcommittee, comprising of myself, Commissioner Monley, Commissioner George Sanchez, Commissioner Hui Tran, Commissioner Garrett Percival, Commissioner Samuel Robledo, and Commissioner Jose Posadas, unanimously adopts the statement. And that concludes what we have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Tran. The clerk can call the members of the public who wish to speak on items outside of the agenda for tonight.
Yes, this is for items not on the agenda, and this is not to respond to any items that are further on the agenda. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say Tessa Woodmansky.
Okay, thank you very much, Tessa Woodmansky. Okay, so not on the agenda, right, is that, I guess the issue is how our agendas were established in regards to giving fair shrift. Like, I do appreciate that the city, that the Charter Review Commission really took on the issues of accountability, inclusion, and representation. That they really grabbed that issue, those issues, and they really addressed so many of the issues that are facing us, the people's issues. But we weren't given enough time to really, I guess, have much more deep discussion about these issues that are so critical. And even even as the City Council addressed that they were going to allow us to go forward and not, put an end to this discussion. Okay, we'll let them do it, but we'll just ignore it regardless, because we have the issues that we have to face, which is, development and economic growth and things like that, and political wrangling. That's what's important, which it isn't. And so, this is where, that we've had trouble to really put priority to the people's agendas and the climate issue and our policing issue. And so, and it's, it's sad that that's the way it's going to go forward. Hopefully they'll see the light and change it. We can hope for that. But in addition, the subcommittees also need to be, to take the curtain away. We need to be more involved in our subcommittees and have that, like Berkeley has that, so that we know more about the process as the community. So that's something we really need to work on.
Paul Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horse. That statement that the dude gave in defense of this letter, this committee can't openly say, well, we don't want these policing issues, or there are politics involved in the city council that is trying to prevent this from happening. So what you do is you circumvent the conversations and the transparency through the process. And that's how you legitimize it, so that you can walk away with moral authority and say, well, you know what, the process was legitimate, so thus ergo what the results are legitimate. And that's a lie. That is false. You think that we're fools and that we don't understand or see what you're doing. I can point directly to the meeting where it happened and where it continued to happen. Ferreira kept shutting down one of the commissioners. He kept shutting her down. He kept circumventing her ability to say, hey, man, we need some more robust discussion. You're squeezing our time. We don't have enough time to not only talk about this, but to process it and to analyze it, to give a comprehensive view of what our position is on that topic. You kept preventing it and squeezing the time and then acting like you're doing us a favor. You ain't doing me no favor. I'm owed this. Considering what it is that we experienced, the Chicano experience has never been talked about. Where in these documents does it talk about the Chicanos? A Chicano, I'm not a person of color. I'm not in those documents. I'm not a person of color. I'm not a BIPOC. I'm not a freaking Latinx. I'm a Chicano from San Jose. That's who I am. And if you don't think that there is legitimacy in asserting that position, then say it out loud here. Say it out loud in this meeting, that a Chicano doesn't have any legitimacy in these meetings, considering the legacy of police brutality that he's experienced in this.
Call-in user 1.
Equity, police reform, transparency. It's all buzzwords. It's all feel-good stuff as you guys do the dirtiest politics you can ever imagine. San Jose PD is a poorly run department, $500 million. They got a lot of people making $500,000 salary that sit at a desk all day. Are they out patrolling? No. But what do they do when times are bad, or they don't know, they got to show that they're doing something? They start giving citations to everybody. And that includes people who look European like me. Because, by the way, I hate the term white. And the way you guys say it, too, white. Talk about microaggression. I want the city council and anybody in the government to refer to me as a European or a Caucasian person, just like Paul Soto should be referred to as a Chicano. This black and brown thing. You know what? That sounds racist. There's no country called brown. There's no country called black. Do they speak English in black? What do they speak in brown? I don't know. You don't want to say yellow because that's really bad. So why don't you start doing African American, Mexican, Chicano, European? You guys sound like you're not very educated, I can tell you right now. And the police department needs a lot of reform. They need a lot of people in the Southern Division at night when the real crime happens. But man, 8 to 5, they're there on their stupid motorcycles, hiding behind a tree or a porta potty, trying to give a citation for $1,000. And what do they say? We don't set the fines. We don't know where even the money goes. I mean, the stupidest people. They can't even write. You ever seen a citation? You can't even read it because the guy writing it is illiterate.
Alina?
Evening, commissioners. So from my observations, I feel like this seems largely a procedural issue and a misunderstanding of intent versus impact. And that evening, we spoke for 6.5 hours. That was our longest meeting. And I feel like the PMLAI, the Police and Municipal Law and Accountability and Inclusion Committee, had the least amount of time for their topics. And that evening was supposed to be dedicated so that they could have these discussions. And I do remember the conversations and the voting for the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practice, which I also fully support. It just was left out of the work plan, and so it was unexpected. It seemed like it was more of a typo, and then we were all trying to make the best of the situation of that evening. But again, I feel that it could have been better managed because out of respect for the subcommittee that has done a lot of
Alina,
from what I yes.
we lost you for a second. Keep going. We got you back.
Okay, thank you. That evening discussions, we had a lot of topics to cover, very important topics, and it felt very discombobulated having something that, even though it was supposed to be on there, somehow I got left out and people weren't expecting it, and maybe it could have been arranged and done in a better way that was sensitive to the concerns brought up by the subcommittee that was presenting that evening, because it's already a rush process as it is, and part of inclusion and accountability is dealing with these tough logistics and trying to work out what is best for everybody. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. I'm going to move the agenda now to reports and information, and we have a report from the clerk tonight.
Hey, I wanted to talk about our process. I just need to pull it up in front of me.
Sorry, Chair, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
We had open forum. Were you wanting to speak to open forum?
Yes,
An
please.
item not on the agenda.
Yes, please.
Okay.
But it,
to the clerk?
well, typically we don't respond to things in open forum.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, this is open forum. The other commissioners got to speak, so I'd like to speak as a commissioner as well.
Go ahead. Magnolia, you're muted.
My sincere apologies to the subcommittee that you even had to spend a minute on this. You are wonderful commissioners. You've been wonderful this entire time. I've already contacted Lloyd from Spotlight and just confirmed with him that I never said that you guys sidelined us in any way whatsoever. It's really, you don't have the authority to control this agenda or the work plan, right? So you guys are just a subcommittee, just like we are. The problem had to do with those that are in charge of the agenda, not consulting us. And the backstory that you wonderful commissioners don't know is the many, many times we have tried to get things on the agenda. Maria, we've always been told absolutely not. You have to get a vote from the entire commission, and you have to change the work plan with a whole vote, and then you can. And so that is what we've always been told. So that's why we were so surprised when it was our day on the work plan. And we weren't consulted. We were never informed of this. It just got changed on us. And we really expected it to be our day. We truly didn't know. We never said it was your fault. Sincere apologies to you. We think that it has to do with those in charge of the agenda. And again, right now we are feeling sidelined. This was our day to present to you the changes we made for you based on your comments. And instead, this isn't even at the end. It's the very first thing meant to rattle us. And by the way, it worked. We're quite rattled. We had no idea this was coming. So this is another example, just putting this as the very first thing of us feeling this way when this was our day and our time. Sincere apologies. I've spoken with Lloyd of Spotlight just now, informed him it's not anything to do with you. So thank you and sorry.
All right, we'll return now to the report from the clerk.
Yes, so we met with the attorney's office to make sure that we've got everything for the final report process where we don't have Brown Act violations. So to avoid serial meetings and therefore a Brown Act violation, commissioners may meet in the subcommittees and provide one redlined document for each subcommittee to the consultant by Wednesday, November 24th. That's the day before Thanksgiving. The redline document must be provided with all edits in track changes. That means don't just highlight the sentence to show there's a change here. Actually show, with strike throughs. And if you have Microsoft Word, you track changes. If you don't know how to do that, print a copy, handwrite the changes, line through things right on top. We want to be able to see the changes because we have a turnover, has to be very quick on this. The subcommittees are requested to focus their edits on their subcommittees' recommendations. So focus on that, but you can also provide feedback on other recommendations. The consultant will aggregate the feedback and share a full draft report with the revised recommendations and the minority report with commissioners by 9 a.m. on Monday, November 29th. Whenever possible, commissioners are encouraged to book some time that day to read the report before the meeting. We know that can be really difficult. That's what we're kind of letting you know now. During the commission's final meeting at 5:30 on Monday, November 29th, the consultant will review, in light of the edit suggestions, the report. The chair will take a final vote on approving the full draft report. A final vote tally on the full report will be included in the final report, along with the vote tallies for each of the recommendations that were voted on by the commission. After the final commission meeting, the consultant and city clerk staff will prepare the final report for electronic signature by Friday, December 3rd, after which the final approved report will be posted publicly as part of the council's December 14th meeting agenda. The chair reserves the right to make technical revisions to the final report as the city staff deem necessary. Once the report is posted, the Charter Review Commission will be considered disbanded and therefore no longer bound by the Brown Act. If requested by the City Council through staff, the chair may be asked to present the final report to council on December 14th. So this is an amended process based on how we normally do commission reports. Commission reports are generally written by city staff, final approval by the chair. We have added in the extra step with this commission to allow the subcommittees to do a review. Do we have any questions on that process?
I see Commissioner Fuentes and then Commissioner Matsumura. Commissioner Fuentes.
Thank you. So, okay, in looking at, thank you, Tony, so much for sharing the outline and the process of what we're doing. I have had this question on my mind for several weeks in terms of how the final report would be prepared. And I would really like to have a process where the commission is more involved in the writing of the report. I know that, as you have said, Tony, this is a normal way that the city handles reports from commission. But let me just make a recommendation. I would like to know if the chairs of the 3 subcommittees and actually the vice chair is also the chair of a subcommittee, so she would be included, Christina. But I would like to know if we can amend this process and include the chairs of the subcommittees. As has been said, all of us, and I join Magnolia in the apologies for the misunderstanding that was just discussed a few minutes ago. I have full confidence that the 3 chairs, I had the opportunity to work with 2 of the chairs, are extremely knowledgeable and very committed to the work that we have done. And it really takes the people involved in it, our words and our ideas and our intent and all of that to make a difference in the quality of the report. I think if the 3 chairs could be involved on the writing team, then our report would be a lot more real and more accurate to what we are trying to do and what all of these recommendations are. I mean, the city staff, you know, I highly respect, as a former county employee, I respect the work that city staff do, but this is different. This is more or less our commission's report, not a staff report. And so anyway, that's what I would like to request, to change the plan and do it so that the 3 subcommittee chairs are involved on the writing team, because I most definitely would like to see them write a introduction and a summary to each of the section that fits our subcommittee. So that's my request and recommendation. And I think also, just to make another point, for the commission to only be able to see a final draft in such a quick timeline and at the end of the process, it doesn't really do justice to our intentions and the quality and our work, really. So
I'd like to respond to a couple of things.
Yes. Thank
Most
you.
of the language is taken from you guys. You've written most of it. We are pretty much copying and pasting your recommendations as you approved them. You've written them, you voted on them, you've approved them. We're taking that exact language and putting it in there. You are writing. We're assembling what you've already. We're not going in and rewriting the whole essay. I was an English major and I was an English teacher, so I automatically thinking essay there. We're not rewriting the whole report. We're not taking your words out of your mouth and replacing them. You are writing the report. We are assembling the report. We're adding in some bridges. I'll have a cover that's very, very basic, that translates the whole thing. That's going to be super basic. They'll be just like, here's the report as written by the commission and as approved by the commission. So you are writing the report. I want you guys to know that. Your words are directly going to be in there. We don't have anyway to rewrite all of your report. And it obviously, I know it is a tight turnaround for you guys, but we do have to have this done by November 29th. So you'll have already read all of the recommendations. You've just done them individually. The whole report is being written as we go. Lawrence and his staff has been fantastic. They're assembling it. They're trying to get it going. I mean, even to have that basically 12-hour turnaround for the time you approve on the 18th to getting your report on the 19th is an incredible work that they're doing for you. And then that gives you 5 days to meet and read and talk about it for the Thanksgiving holidays. And then Lawrence and his team over the Thanksgiving holidays will be taking your edits and making them into a final report that you can see first thing on Monday morning. So I mean, we're doing it as fast as we can for you guys, and we're not rewriting your words. So I keep repeating that, but I just want to be clear that your words are going to be in that report.
I'm sorry, I lost track of who the second person was.
Christina?
Vice Chair Johnson, then Commissioner Callender, Commissioner Borosio. Vice Chair Johnson. you're on
Thank
mute.
you.
Yes, go ahead.
I had a question about who was going to write the executive summary, and I wanted to get more details of what technical revisions mean.
Technical revisions tend to be like grammar, sentence structure. Oh, that sentence is confusing. So we need to fix it. So we're looking at things like that, not things to change meaning, just to make sure it's clear. Maybe we've run on sentences. I have to admit, looking at that kind of stuff. That's what technical changes mean. It doesn't mean changing a lot of the words. It's little things like, oh, I think you guys recorded the vote wrong here. I didn't vote on that item because I was the chair. You put my name in there, that kind of thing. And the executive summary is being written by civic makers.
Okay, and then we won't get a chance to review it after technical revisions are done, right? So we'll only get a chance to.
You'll be able, well, you will be able to, if you can read the report, you know, we're going to post on the 3rd. If you think that we have, from the 29th to the 3rd, that we have thrown it away and changed things in ways you guys don't like, you can write a letter to the city council. You can go to speak to the city council. You could say, this is what we approved on Monday. This is what was submitted to you. The city staff and the consultants and the chair hijacked the system. If that's what you think has happened. Your voice is not silenced as of December 3rd. It does not behoove, not good for me to take your report that you've approved and then to completely rewrite it in the next few days for some ulterior motive, because that would make me look bad to my bosses. So, but you have that opportunity. If you think that we've really done something wrong, you guys can individually or together, because Brown Act won't apply to you after December 3rd, individually or together, go and say, here's what we approved, here's what they submitted, look how different it is. We need to submit this to council. We need to write a letter to council.
Thank you, Tony. I just want to be very clear about this process because we are heading out to the final stretch to make sure that we all know what we're going into here.
Right.
Thank you.
And Vice Chair Johnson, I would answer your question just slightly differently. What I look at when the technical piece at the end is, let's say on the 29th, we find a typo. We find a date that's inadvertent. It says 2022 instead of 21. Those kinds of things are the things that I'm thinking are technical changes. There's no substantive changes. There's no content changes, but we can pass a document on the 29th with these edits or these corrections, so that we aren't saying that there's nothing that could be changed, but there would be no substantive content changes at all, because the subcommittees would have already gone through it and rewritten any of their memos, any of the pieces that they want, and all of those documents will be taken verbatim, because all the memos will be part of the report. So the subcommittees are actually writing those pieces. Commissioner Kellner and then Commissioner Borosio.
Yeah, I want to thank Vice Chair Johnson for actually asking the very first question that was on my agenda, or on my list here, is what are technical amendments. It's good to hear from both the chair as well as from the clerk that there won't be anything that's substantive in nature. I think that I probably share in the same concerns that everyone has, is, that you can lose the tone, the tenor, the meaning, if you're making technical changes that folks don't get a chance to address, and being able to address it just in terms of a joint letter to council, that doesn't, after all this time that we put in, definitely doesn't make me feel like, oh wait, our voice is being heard. I think that would be probably on all different sides. So I'll just look to trust the process in terms of moving forward. Now, this is to Ms. Tabor. Now, the process that you described, as you called it, a normal process that the commissions use when sending something forward, where they go to the chair for any technical changes, et cetera, after the final vote. Is that a process that's defined by council, or is that just a normal process?
No, the norm, and I have to say, I only manage a couple of commissions. When we have a report from that commission to usually the Rules and Open Government Committee or council, from those commissions, usually the general content is approved by the commission, and then they authorize the chair to work with city staff to provide a report. And it's us and the chair working together, just like one-on-one, to write the letter. It's usually very short. It's not a huge report like this. It's usually something much smaller. And then just the two of us work on it and transmit it. So that's what I meant by the normal, but that's not defined anywhere. That might be different for other commissions. That is how we have been doing it with the commissions that my department manages.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate that response. So that being said, I really do appreciate Commissioner Fuentes' suggestion, and not that I want to promise or suggest that the three subcommittee chairs spend their Thanksgiving with addressing this, but I would think that they would definitely care about their subcommittee's product. So if Commissioner Fuentes does want to make a motion that the other three subcommittee chairs should be involved with the finalization of the report, I'd be more than willing to support that, but I definitely would like to hear from the other commissioners as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Brosio and then Commissioner Segal.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm also thinking along those same lines. I'm thinking a lot of the work has gone on in the subcommittee level in terms of the recommendations. And aside from me recommending that on the 14th, that not only our chair for the whole commission is present at the council meeting and available to be brought up to the panelist level to answer any questions, but also our subcommittee chairs. So yes, I would love to hear from the subcommittee chairs if they're interested in this process in terms of being invited to the drafting table, if you will, to answer some of those questions that may not be seen on paper, but you know the backstory. And then also in terms of the redlining process, the paragraph ends with subcommittees are requested to focus on their edits, on their subcommittee's recommendations, but also may provide feedback on other recommendations. Can you say a little bit more about that? I wonder, how would that be controlled where a couple of recommendations on another recommendation from a subcommittee member or a commissioner wants to maybe rewrite a recommendation? Can you kind of go over the power of the redlining so then that way we kind of know what that entails? Thank you.
Okay, Lawrence may want to jump in on this, but the idea is that you focus on your subcommittee stuff first, because that's what you know the best. But if you read through the other ones, especially if you think this isn't clear, this tone sounds negative to me, or this tone sounds positive to me, where, you know, we try to strive for a fairly neutral tone when we're writing reports. I did the minimum wage report for council years ago, and I tried to keep it super neutral no matter what my personal feelings were. So if you look through it and say, you guys didn't capture this tone correctly, you know, to let us know in those other sections. But it doesn't automatically mean this is why Lawrence is a professional, because he'll have to look at your different comments, and if they conflict, those are the kind of things that I think we would bring back to you, that, you know, 3 different subcommittees rewrote something in 3 vastly different ways. So I don't know if, Lawrence, you want to speak on how you handle that kind of conflicting edits.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I'll say first that, you know, my commitment is to bring forward the conversations and deliberations that you've been having and that you've captured in your recommendation memos faithfully to this final report. And I hope that I have your trust. I suspect that I don't have everyone's trust, but I'm saying it lest it be questioned that this is why I was hired, this is why I do the work that I do, and this is what I'm committing to the very end of this process with you all. I also want to say that to the point of this being a fair and accountable and transparent process, we did discuss that, you know, as far as the notion of having subcommittee leads doing an edit before a final vote, and then having final edit approval after a final vote. And it gets into a situation where some commissioners would have more power to potentially influence a tone than others. And that, as we've been talking about throughout this entire process, the Brown Act dictates that when significant discussions are being had, they need to be had, you know, in the full sight of the public, you know, and under a Brown Act meeting. So what we've tried to design is a way for subcommittees and subcommittee leads to have influence over what is probably the most important, arguably, part of the report, which is the recommendations themselves. And again, if there's sort of areas where they feel could be improved in other parts of the recommendations, that will be shared by the end of the day this Friday. Certainly welcome to have those, and we'd like to see those. I don't see this as a time to be adding a lot of new arguments or new research. I think that we've gotten to the point where it's been a compressed timeline, but there has been research, presentations, discussions, study sessions, public comment, and now is the time to capture that instead of trying to insert additional elements or arguments that have not had the airtime. So I would probably hold that line as far as the addition of new, what I would call potentially new elements. Now, if there's a disagreement as far as or different perspectives on how to capture a tone, I would defer to the subcommittee that brought the recommendation forward, because they know the work better than anyone, and they're the ones that wrote the recommendations in the beginning. And just want to re-emphasize and reiterate what Tony said, is that we have copy and pasted directly from your recommendation memos, and they make up the bulk of the report. We're not making a narrative. Most of this is going to be public record already. The bylaws will comprise essentially the introduction to the commission's purpose for being, the work plan, and all of the that was captured there will be a big chunk of the overview of the report. So this is not something that's going to be new, created, drafted. It really is an editing and assembly task. And, I look forward to receiving those edits, because I do think it's important that you all have a chance to really substantially weigh in, especially on the specific recommendations that you all worked on, because, we want to make sure that we get it right as much as we can within this compressed time frame. And again, I'm committed to doing that within the limits that we have over a holiday weekend. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner Segal.
Thank you. I don't see a Brown Act issue at all with Commissioner Fuentes's recommendations. The three subcommittee chairs would not at all be talking to each other, so that wouldn't be an issue. The executive summary is really important. We learned that tonight, right? So for example, if the body says something like, how come my subcommittee was the only one that had to make presentations into the early morning hours of the next day, no one else had to, and that in the executive summary gets translated into, oh, the governance structure subcommittee has blindsided us. I, of course, would want to, in that executive summary, make that correction that says I have not said anything like that whatsoever. I've said the scheduling is wrong, and they deserve their own day to make their own, final vote. And we certainly didn't deserve to have to talk into the early morning hours of the next day. So, I mean, there are such nuances that could happen in an executive summary. This is just an example of what happened tonight, and how words in something like an executive summary could come out totally wrong, totally different than the conversation that happened. So again, my apologies to the other commissioners on that subcommittee. I'm sorry you had to spend time doing that. I'm sorry it came out that way. But it is the point of why the executive summary is going to be really important. We do want to have some control over what it says, in case the tone of it or what's picked out to be in an executive summary ends up being totally different than the point we're trying to make. So I think
Commissioner Segal, I have a question. I'm confused. Why do you think you're not going to read the executive summary? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that we would like to be able to change it if it's completely different.
And why would you not be able to do that? You're getting it on the 24th, right? We're giving it to you on Friday the 19th. You receive the final draft, and then you have until the next Wednesday and your subcommittees to comment, and then the turnaround comes back on the 29th, which you'll see again. So I'm confused as to what part of this process you're saying you're not going to be able to read the executive summaries.
So if we comment and we do the red line, is there a guarantee that that's accepted?
Or you're going to see what's in it if your own, you're going to see what's in it on the 29th.
Yes, and if we do make those changes, those red line changes, are you saying they're absolutely going to be accepted?
No, that's just, I'm not saying, I don't know what they're going to be, so I can't say that. But I'm just trying to be really clear about, I'm not clear on what's this confusion about the timeline in terms of this one piece of the executive summaries or the introductions to the sections that Commissioner Fuentes talked about. You're going to see the draft of the report.
Yes, the issue is once we make any corrections to how it's written, there's no guarantee that that's going to be accepted. right? So
That's
what's
true.
the remedy?
That's true. And you'll
not.
have the 29th to be able to argue that.
And so what's the process then? Would we ask for a vote to say, hey, this is not at all what we said? And
You're gonna, well, the final vote's gonna be taken on the 29th of the entire report. I thought that's what Tony was trying to describe. So I'm not following the
would follow.
challenge.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Fuentes, would you please explain?
Hopefully this will be the explanation that we're looking for. Okay, so can I speak? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So first of all, I'm going to try and repeat myself, but first of all, I'm really glad we're having this really important discussion. And I want to say how amazing this whole experience has been to be on this commission with all of you. And the report, the final report, is extremely important. And all of us, I'm sure, have seen reports for different types. And what is written is what's left after all this work is completed. And yes, and by the way, Lawrence, I want to say that this is not about trust, and we have full trust in you and your intentions and your work. And it's not about you personally. It's not about Chair Ferrer's personally, Tony personally. This is not intended to be a personal point. But the point is that I want to make is that the document is there. Our report is going to capture everything that we've done and our recommendations, which is ultimately what we're doing. You know, recommending certain things. But I also think that it's important that the voice of our commissioner be brought into the report. When we see the report at the end of the month, it'll be done. And it's very hard. I think everyone knows that at the end, it's hard to make any changes, to revise, et cetera, things like that, or to have other input. And I again want, well, and I'm going to make a motion in a second, but I again believe that by having a team that includes our chairs, and I've been, like I said, I've been in 2 subcommittees, and I can say that both chairs that I've worked with, and I'm sure Commissioner Tran as well, really represents our leadership. In other words, these 3 individuals were really our leaders as we work through all of this work for many months, and I admire what they have accomplished on the behalf of our city. And so for that reason, I propose, and I'm going to make the motion right now.
Wait, Maria, can you hold on a second? This is not an action item, so we need to check with the city attorney's office if a motion can even be made right now.
I can make a recommendation if you want. Well, go ahead, Mr. Vanny. Please tell me what I can do.
Yeah, it's good. Tony, the clerk is correct that this particular item is not an action item. It's just a report. So all that can be done at this point is direction to the city clerk to take additional steps in the future meeting.
Okay.
So Commissioner Fuentes, could I try to see if I can resolve, I think, the questions you're asking. So on the 19th.
Well, wait a second. Hang on 1 second. Just let me finish, and that's fine. Okay, so what I want to not motion, but recommend again that the 3 chairs, subcommittee chairs, be part of the writing team along with Chair Ferrer, Consultant Lawrence, and City Clerk Tony Tepper, that you work together on putting this report, the executive summary, and then also I would like to request that or recommend that each section for each of our subcommittees contain an overview, however we want to do it, and that could be the team, the 6 of you thinking about what would it look like, but that each section have an introduction, an explanation of what this is, what we did. And it's different than the actual recommendations, is to give the context and the meaning behind what we provide. And remember, this is, it's been over 30 years that something like this has been done. And these, our work, our recommendations combined, our commission, are very strong, very important, very meaningful for our city. And we want to, I think we should want to make sure that how it's put together and those introduction by those three chairs be part of the report to give it more meaning, and for all the, for a number of reasons. So that's what I recommend. And I would like to, I guess, have it put on the agenda for a future meeting as an action item so that we could actually take action on this.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be able to keep moving us forward.
Yeah, that's
in
fine.
terms of the process. So on the 19th, you'll get a draft. That draft then goes to the subcommittees. So not just the chairs, but all members of the subcommittees, so everybody can be included in that feedback. They will then go over their subcommittee area with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that Lawrence has captured everything they want in that document. If they say, we want to rewrite we want revisions to the introduction or to the conclusions of the summary document that they have, that they're responding to, the whole subcommittee can do that. And if they can bring the redlining back to Lawrence on that date, then he can incorporate those items. And as Tony described, if there's a real big conflict, he could bring that onto the 29th of saying, we have this conflict, how do we want to resolve it? Or he can just say, and I've incorporated the changes that have been suggested by the subcommittees into the document. That to me is a more inclusive process than asking the chairs. And the reason why our thinking originally was to not do that, because Vice Chair Johnson had suggested is, and Attorney Bandy remind me, but it was, I believe was your position that we didn't want to create a serial meeting because the chairs would have had discussions on these issues with everyone. And therefore we'd have had a serial meeting if we put the chairs together. So that was my suggestion, is it goes to the whole subcommittees, everybody weighs in on their area, and they can then, when we see it the 29th, we're like, hey, and this is what X subcommittee has recommended.
Okay, what I'm recommending, and I just for the lack of another word, I'm recommending that each of the chairs write, and lack of a better word, an executive summary or a summary of their section.
Of their section. Okay.
In addition, it's it's adding to the table of contents. That's all I'm asking for.
Got it. Okay, that's different than what I'm suggesting. So I appreciate the clarity.
And that would need to be, I want to just remind you, that needs to be done by Friday. Because the final report is being submitted to all of you on Friday. So we would need anything written by subcommittee chairs by like noon Friday, so we could get it compiled into the big document and get it distributed out to everybody.
Okay, well, that would be, this is my suggestion.
Right, and it's just a suggestion at this point.
And this document is, by the way, this draft report is already 108 pages long. And so there's a significant amount of work that's gone into this. And I do want to give that to you to review. I think it actually is going to help your process by having us handle just the logistical difficulty of assembling all of this information in one place. And there is time for you to look at this. There's not a lot of time. There's also not a lot of time for us to compile this after you make final votes on Thursday. So I think we do need to come to some kind of sort of middle point here, some kind of consensus around collaborating to get this done as a team. And I love the idea of subcommittee leads or subcommittee in general drafting a contextual introduction to their section. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's not something I could write because I'm assembling and editing. I am not creating new content.
So as Tony said, if a subcommittee says we really want to write our introductory comments or we really want to write the summary, you can do that as long as it's in by Friday at noon. So that is the timeline, and there may be a subcommittee that's like, that's just not possible for us. We'll let Lawrence do that, and then we'll look at the editing in the following week when we see what he's drafted. We can then submit back feedback to him at that point. So you have another option. So you could have the subcommittees could come together this week and present something on Friday to Lawrence by noon on Friday. You could also say, we're going to wait, see what he does, and then the next week, we're going to meet as a subcommittee and go through our section of what he's done. way he's written it and do our redlining feedback to him then. We'll come back on the 29th and you'll see those pieces engaged, incorporated into it.
My
If you're-
strong preference would be to have everything by end of Friday so everyone can see everything in the final draft.
Right, and that's
Because that's the fairest, most transparent, most open way to do this.
And
But
that's
this is the very first time we've had a discussion on this report.
Well,
and-
it's not. We brought this up months ago, but no one was ready to
No,
talk about it. So.
I'm sorry, this is the first time we've seen the outline of the report. That's what I meant. That's how I said it. And so now that we see this, and we may come to an agreement that these sections written by the chairs are valuable, I think that, I mean, it would be up to the chairs to decide if Friday, last minute is enough time to really do this work and give it justice. I mean, I think they should have more than 3 days or 4 days to do this.
The challenge is, though, that we're all in a tight timeline. So if we're going to let everyone see the document, that's why it has to be by Friday. Commissioner Tran.
Which
Tran?
Thank you. So to be blunt, it actually doesn't sound like everybody's saying anything that much different. So if I may just recount what I'm hearing here, because I believe we're all in agreement, except for Commissioner Fuentes' last point about whether or not there's enough time for us to draft executive summaries. What I'm hearing is we all can draft executive summaries if we want to, as long as we get it in by Friday with final consideration to come up before the 29th. And absent an executive summary from one of the subcommittees, that would be something that Lawrence drafted, which can then be reviewed anyway in advance of November 29th, and can be edited that way. So what I'm also hearing is that 3.5, 4 days is a short amount of time, but it sounds like even if we aren't able to submit in time by Friday, we can review and edit whatever is proposed by Lawrence in advance of November 29th. Is that correct?
That is accurate, yes. So
Okay.
the first option is the subcommittees, they could assign their chair or they could do it as a committee by Friday. One option. They aren't able to do that. Second option is they're going to see the whole document, all of the summaries, all of the execs, everything in one place. That's what they're going to be doing. Again, as a subcommittee, they can meet again and review and send their edits and in red lines one time, so that then Lawrence will then work and turn that around again. On the 29th, then you'll see the final document and you'll be able to see. And if he has any questions around, there's really different ways that this is being presented, we'll bring those back for the 29th. And I would love to see a real unanimous vote on the report, so that everyone's saying, yes, this does represent the things that we have. Whether I agree or not on the position is secondary to. It's an accurate portrayal of the discussion that was had by the commission.
Right.
The 29th, and from then on, is only the technical cleanups of, okay, yes, we decided to go with option A, not B. That needs to get put into the document. There was a typo here, there's a date wrong here. This actually doesn't read right. Those are the only technical things that would happen after the 29th, so that the final report on December 3rd would be that, what I'm hoping is a very inclusive process for the report.
Okay.
So,
then
Mr. Tran, thank you. You did re-summarize it accurately in my mind.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So then, just to be clear, then, because I think I forgot one date here. If any of the leads are going to submit an executive summary, it would be by this Friday at noon. I think that's a standard deadline. Okay.
Yes.
Any review by the subcommittees, the one-time redlining would have to be complete by is it 12 o'clock the day before Thanksgiving?
Correct.
The 24th. Okay. And the final vote would happen on the 29th.
And you'll only get that report on the 29th.
The day
get it that morning, and that's why I said I really want people to get fair warning, that they could say, okay, I've read the whole document. Now I want to see the changes that are being made. Did they incorporate everything the way I think it should be? So that, if you can, book some time on the 29th so that you can go through. You've already seen it. Your subcommittee's already talked about it. You've written the summary yourself. You've written the executive summary piece. And now you're just looking at that final document to say, yeah, it's pretty close to where we all thought it was going to be. It's everything's there. And that's the, oops, this date's wrong or whatever. That's the only thing that I'm hoping on the 29th comes up. There may be some like this tone is wrong, or there's two different ways to look at it, perhaps. I'm hoping that for the majority of the report, it will be already completed.
Okay, so then it sounds like the leads or the subcommittees themselves actually have an opportunity to propose edits all the way to the 24th, and then on the 29th, the hope and the goal is that on the 29th, all we're doing is just grammatical or
right. On the 29th, my hope is that we're only congratulating ourselves on a great job. Okay. That we've already said we've got all these things done, and now we're just being able to think if there are any issues left that we can resolve them in terms of if there is a disagreement on a subcommittee's portrayal or a different subcommittees' way of looking at it. But again, it's not new information. It's not, we're not changing history here. We're going back and just reporting everything that we've had. All of our appendices, all of the study sessions, all the materials, all of that will be incorporated into the major final report. What we're really talking about is the recommendation section, but that's the section that's over 100 pages already. So it's like really trying to understand, as Commissioner Fuentes has mentioned, I believe this is a very historical document. And so in those outlines that we went through with you before, as you recall, with the majority positions, the voting, all of those things, making a real accurate historical record of the amazing amount of work that everyone's done over the last 10 months. Commissioner Siegel.
Thank you. So why wouldn't we have until Monday? Why wouldn't we get the weekend to draft our executive summaries? I mean, I don't understand that. And second,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just lost you. Say that again. Why wouldn't you have till
Monday? Why wouldn't the leaders of the subcommittee have the weekend to actually work on their executive summary? Why would it be due at noon at Friday rather than Monday? And can we vote to have the weekend and not be rushed like this?
Because the 19th, you're going to get the rest of the draft report. That's when you're going to get the report. That's the first.
If we do that, then the earliest the full commission would get the full draft report is Monday. So the more time we give to submit content to the report, the less time there is for commissioners to review it. So believe me, we've gone over this timeline quite a bit. We're not trying to sort of enforce deadlines just to enforce them. We're trying to get this thing done and provide as much possible input to get there. And I would totally agree we're on a time crunch, and that's unfortunate. But I am optimistic that this report can capture what you want it to capture, what needs to be captured for the historical record, and to pass forward something faithfully to council.
What's happening on Thursday then? I mean, the work plan keeps changing, and without us voting on it, what's currently
work plan hasn't changed. Nope, we're doing final voting on the subcommittee for policing, municipal law, accountability, inclusion, just like we've been talking about for last month or two.
Okay, so on Thursday, we're still
correct.
Doing. Okay, and then somehow on Friday we're supposed to be able to get everything in by noon.
Yeah, I'm going to be working very hard to make sure that everything is compiled and ready for you because by end of day on Friday.
I think that maximizes the amount of time that the subcommittees are going to have to be able to meet, because the next week is Thanksgiving. So if you don't meet during this coming weekend because you don't have a draft of the report, then you're going to say, well, we only have 3 days to do this. And that's where we're trying to maximize the amount of time. So that's why the 19th was when you would get the report.
Okay.
If that's your choice, is to have some additional writing.
I understand. So then we can submit what we have by noon on Friday as you're requesting. And if there's something we want to change, we could do that in the red line format.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And again, I'll just say, in the spirit of full transparency, openness, and accountability, I really do want the full commission to see as much of this final draft in what we submit on Friday by end of day. So, I realize it's a tight timeline, but appreciate your best faith efforts to get something in that represents at least a first draft of what you'd like to include, what you'd like to address as far as the introductions to each of the subcommittee sections. So thank you. I really appreciate the feedback. I do want everyone to feel like this process is good and you can feel comfortable voting to approve the full commission report on the 29th, so that this feels like, and I think it would behoove the whole commission to actually have a unanimous vote to approve this report on the 29th. So that's what I'm holding in mind. That's what I want us to come out of this with. And this is all a helpful way, part of the process to get us there. So thank you all.
Commissioner Landia.
Yes, following the conversation of all this, how does the minority report work? So we have consensus on what we agreed on, and then,
Yes.
Some people voted yes, some people voted no. And then there's going to be just a viewpoint of, oh, we didn't agree with this for whatever reason. Is that also done through committee, or is that just whoever says, oh, I didn't agree with this and here's why, you add it onto the report? And then of course the final report has to get vetted through the full commission.
Yeah, there will be the two primary sections of the final report will be recommendations, and that will include charter recommendations and policy recommendations broken out by subcommittee or focus area. And then there will be a minority report section, which will capture any of the recommendations, charter changes, policy recommendations, or otherwise that were not approved by majority by this commission. And it will include arguments for as well as arguments against best that both the recommendation language and also the public record shows as far as the discussion at meetings. So you'll be able to review that.
So is the minority report then just a collection of memos or proposals that did not get the commission support, or is it also, I guess, dissenting viewpoints from, things that we did approve as a commission?
I'm going to try to capture like the dissenting viewpoints, actually of both. I mean, there are the recommendation memo, even for those recommendations that were passed, includes arguments against, which, may be helpful as part of the historical record, certainly for the arguments, the minority report recommendations, try to capture the discussion that of that recommendation and the dissenting viewpoints, why there was support for this particular recommendation, and what the arguments against this recommendation were that ultimately passed. So we're trying to reflect the conversation as much as we can, and really for those that had found themselves in a sort of the dissenting viewpoint, welcome review and feedback on minority report as well, because I think it's also important.
So I guess that's my question. Like, how does that get submitted? Is it also done through our subcommittee, or is it like, because maybe it was I forget, like 30 people on this commission, 28 person vote and 2 dissenting votes, right? Something like that.
What I would recommend is that when you see the report end of day this Friday and you read through it, either subcommittees schedule time together to surface their feedback, and or individuals share their comments, their red line suggestions with the subcommittee lead to incorporate into the final subcommittee's redlined feedback. So in particular, if there's an item of a dissenting point or an argument that was discussed that you feel like it's not highlighted enough, that you want to be part of this record, please make sure that that is shared with the subcommittee lead and that it's included in that red line district. Now, if anybody is feeling like their voice is not being heard as far as this process of gathering all of commissioners' feedback on this report, aggregating it through the subcommittee leads and sending it through a red line document, I would like to hear about that, because the intention here is not to necessarily have a full block vote by a subcommittee. We recognize that there are dissenting opinions within a subcommittee. So I do look to the subcommittee leads to honor the dissension on given topics within a subcommittee, so that those dissenting points or opinions or arguments are included and are faithful to the conversation and the historical record.
All right, thanks, Lawrence.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to move us on. Commissioner Siegel?
Oh, I feel in terms of the minority report, are we, okay, so it's Lawrence that's going to be writing the minority report. And if there's someone, did I hear correctly that if there's someone in our subcommittee that feels that Lawrence didn't properly include their voice, that the
No, I'm saying if there's someone in a subcommittee that feels like the subcommittee lead has not captured or is not willing to capture their particular dissenting opinion, then I would like to know about that. I'm relying on subcommittees to work together to aggregate their feedback, both majority and minority feedback, into a final document. The minority feedback on a recommendation that didn't pass should be feedback on the redlined edits on that particular section, which is separate from the approved recommendations.
So what about minority feedback on things that didn't pass in other subcommittees? How is that handled?
You're welcome. As we've mentioned, we would like for your subcommittee to focus on your recommendations, but if you have other areas you'd like to provide suggested edits, additions, redline, you're welcome to do that. Again, this is a group effort. We're trying to accurately capture what was talked about and reflect the conversations and deliberations of this body. So yes, the invitation is open to outside of your subcommittee's sections and recommendations to provide additional feedback.
But how is the question?
Via a red line document that you would send to me.
A red line document on someone else's recommendation? We wouldn't have that document. So I mean, I guess.
So did you see the outline?
I did.
Okay, so the outline is going to be, there's going to be charter recommendations. There's going to be a recommendation section. It's going to say charter recommendations, and there's going to be governance structure, voting and elections, police, municipal accountability. You're going to see all the recommendations. And so if you have an item to make suggestions to, you'll have that. You go to that section of the document and you make the edits there in track changes. So you will have, this is the whole point. We want everyone to have all of the recommendations to review together. Is that clear? Or is that?
I think that's clear. So then if there's a commissioner who has a recommendation that's a minority recommendation on a different subcommittee's report, that commissioner doesn't have to go through the lead to make a red line change. That commissioner could go straight into that document.
That commissioner should talk to their subcommittee lead and say, I would like to add this suggested edit to another subcommittee's section. It could be a recommendation or it could be a minority report. But again, we are looking for only 3 documents, only 3 documents, one for each subcommittee. Otherwise, logistically, there's just no way we're going to be able to get this done. So you're helping us aggregate this feedback, which is why, commissioners should funnel their feedback to subcommittee leads into an aggregated final red line document sent to me so that we can aggregate those into the revised draft.
Okay, so then the subcommittee leads would actually take those emails and those comments and literally redline the documents of a different subcommittee.
What I would highly recommend, if at all possible, is for you to use a Google Doc so that you can edit this collaboratively, so that there's not one person that has to go into a desktop Word document or otherwise. I'll let you all figure it out. If you need technical support, see what I can do. But in the end, it doesn't really matter to me the process you followed. I just want one red line document from each of the subcommittee leads that aggregates all the feedback from your subcommittee.
Okay, so we actually would like that support. If you could send us a Google document for everything, all the recommendations, then
okay. So how about I do this? How about I send a Google Doc version to each of the subcommittees to use, and we can go from there.
And it would need to be 3 different ones, Lawrence.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
got it.
Commissioner Fuentes.
I might as well ask this now. I would like to receive, and I don't know if others feel the same way. I would like to receive a paper copy of the draft.
I'm going to ask the clerk if she has capacity to do that.
Yeah, we do. If the timing is difficult, if we put it in the mail, like even overnight mail, you won't get it until Saturday. If we have it ready until 5, you can't come pick it up on Friday. You wouldn't be able to get it until Monday.
So we wouldn't be able to pick it up if we wanted to on Friday?
I don't know. It depends on what time we get it. It would be, you'd have to be there at like, 4:45 probably.
Okay, so right then. Okay, because I would like, it's easier to look at the actual document for me. Okay. I'll follow up. Thank you.
Yeah, follow up.
Thank you. All right, thanks everyone. Let's move to our agenda now. I want to move us to the discussion recommendations in light of the public feedback on the items. There are 11 items. Tonight, what we're going to do is just read through the changes. I'll ask the commissioner to read any changes they've made to the recommendation that they've already made that went to the public hearing. We'll have discussion from the commission. Then I'll take a motion to continue to move this item forward. A motion in a second. We'll go to the public for their comment on each item, and then we'll come back for the vote. This is a provisional vote. Our first item tonight is Article 10, which is Boards and Commissions Reform, Commissioner Amador. And this is recommendation for language to change the charter. Commissioner Amador is going to give us just a summary of what the recommendation is and what changes she's made, if any, from the feedback that we've gotten from the community and from other commissioners. We'll open that up for a discussion by commissioners. I'll then accept a motion to move it forward, go to the public, and then we'll come back for a provisional vote. Commissioner Amador.
Great, thank you. And for Charter 10, the changes that were made based on some feedback from commissioners and the public, membership requirements. Originally, we have focused on citizenship required from the Planning Commission. Now that has been applied across all boards and commission, Planning, Civil, and Salary Setting Commission. The training and education, originally we had included gender, racial, and social equity training, like the ones we received from the Office of Racial Equity and the Santa Clara County Department of LGBTQ Department, and the civic education, such as the Brown Act, Rosenberg Rules of Order. And in the now revised proposal of 1112, we are adding training of code of ethics and conflicts of interest. This is important because it adds accountability and transparency to the process, and it is already a standard best practice for the majority of boards and commissions. For example, all commissions require code of ethic, but 4 do not: charter review, Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, Station Area Advisory Group, Work to Future Board. And the last one is social equity analysis. It includes racial and gender. It is the same, but we have moved it from Planning Commission to apply to all boards and commissions in section 1002. And that is a summary.
Thank you, Commissioner Amador. Thanks for all your work on this item. I'll now open it up for discussion or any comments or any other feedback from additional feedback from commissioners. We heard from you on this item already, but any other thoughts, feedback, questions on this item? Seeing none, Commissioner Amador, I'll go to you for a motion to move your recommendations forward.
Yes, I motion to move my recommendation forward.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruce. And any discussion will come right after we go to the public. And the clerk can call the first public speaker.
Pollen user 1.
This is how you guys spend your time about gender inclusive and racial language. You guys are already using it. You're already doing it. You're making up things like Latinx. There's I don't know how many different types of sexualities. You guys are trying to make sure that they're all going to fit, in this report, or how you're going to say the right thing. You're not going to be able to say manhole cover. I don't know what you're going to replace that with, but please don't use the word white, black, or brown. It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds really like lowbrow, right? It's easy, right? Say Mexicano, Latino, Caucasian, European, African American. We could go down the list, right? But you guys like to say white. Look at what the white people did. Look what the white officer did. You guys are the microaggression kings. You guys, talk about me yelling or my tone or whatever. I get these lectures from you people. You're the ones who do it. You're the ones who raise your voice. You're the ones who use micro, and then as far as I'm concerned, macroaggressions. What are you guys going to do about, I'm sorry, you people. What are you people, because I got to make sure I'm inclusive for everyone, going to do about this? Because I'm sick and tired of being called white. Call me what I really am, European, actually Southern European, okay? And every city council person does it, including the white people, right? And the people who are not white, man, do they really emphasize white? So I think it's race.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I appreciate your work, Commissioner Amador. It's thorough, it's well intended, and you're working with a moral compass in the way that you approach your work. So I appreciate that. What I'm trying to say is that they call it the Chicano commencement for a reason. When you listen to any speeches that were given here in this city from the 1940s, 50s, 60s, all the civil rights movements, the word Chicano has meaning. It is a people, and they are here. And when they fought in all these speeches, listen to them. They are referencing themselves as Chicanos, because one of the main elements of that was self-determination, that we determine for ourselves, not the city. When the future looks at this time period, and they're going to do it, where am I? When I look at these documents, I don't see a Chicano reflected back to me. And when you're using color is based on the white supremacist system, because they built the entire system on color. Okay, so when you call me a person of color, what you're doing is you're reinforcing subconsciously a classification based on race, not culture. Chicano isn't a color. Chicano is a culture. It is a people. And these kinds of issues where people think that they're being polite and progressive, what they're actually doing is engaging in a process that dehumanizes. I'm sick and tired of that, man. If we're going to try to assert our humanity within a context that constantly erodes it, then the systems have to be changed. The very system itself has to be changed, because it's just not going to stop. This whole system was based on racism.
Luke Naiman?
Hi, thank you. I do want to say thank you to the commission. And I'm asking all of you, ahead of this vote on the Citizens Review of Police Commission, to please understand that this is something that people have been asking for in this community for over a year now. Pretty much every other major city in the United States seems to have something along these lines. Silicon Valley, we're supposed to be at the forefront of innovation and progressiveness, and we're pretty far behind on something like this. It's absolutely necessary that you vote yes on this, and it's absolutely necessary that City Council then goes on to vote yes on it. If not, that's part of why the protests that broke out last year could continue to break out. If people's needs aren't being met under the system that's set up, and when we do things the way you tell us that we're supposed to do them, and then you don't allow us to do the things or get the things that the community asks for in entirety, that's how you end up with protests in the street and buildings on fire and major arrests and riots and all that sort of stuff. So please don't do what's easy, do what's right. I don't need the rest of my time. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Tessa Woodmansee, and this draft recommendation 1 that's dealing with our language and different issues about our sexual orientation or how we're addressing each other and things like that. And like I've said before, this issue in terms of even our race and all these things, now we are dealing with the issues of our species and these type of issues that are so much greater in terms of our survival and the issues of protecting the people. And it's the people of all color and all sexual orientation. So my concern about this recommendation is the distraction of our resources as a community to really deal with the accountability of our fossil fuel use, because that is what is going to put an end to all of us. And, no matter what, rich and poor, white and black, and gay or straight, these issues are the ones that we're facing. And, really the fact is that, even this commission, even though they've tried to get the voices of the people, but they really haven't incorporated what we've said. That really aggravates me because, I keep saying and writing to you all that we need more information about more issues, that the issue is a 3-pronged issue in terms of our climate crisis. And that has not been integrated into the document. And so I don't know where the people's voice really comes into these documents. And that's where even the subcommittee, not having the people involved, it's sort of catapulted that the document is just reflecting what the subcommittee and really not document.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the meeting tonight. I've been pretty busy the past hour, so I've been only in and out in being able to hear and listen. I understand that I wanted to offer 2 quick thoughts that item 3 within the Rules in Open Government memo from Chappie Jones and Sergio Jimenez back in late October about the future of the Rules in Open Government procedural process. It did allow, item 3 did allow that if city charter persons want to, have a vote of a majority to continue the charter process past its due date in mid-December, they can take that vote and they can decide among themselves if they feel there's something worth moving forward past the December date. And I'm thank you for your patience with my 3 letters this past weekend that described legal language issues, not so much the issues of the language issues of this item, but legal language issues for the future of the charter itself that I felt may be a consideration of how an extension process may actually be needed. I'm not sure of that, but it gives you choices, I hope, in how to consider issues. And sorry for speaking at this time about it, but thanks for your patience and hearing me out. And good luck how we talk about these issues. Thank you.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. So we've heard from the public. We have a recommendation from the committee, and they have their motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion, or can we call the question? So this is a provisional vote to move this item forward. Commissioner Matsumura. Commissioner Matsumura, you're on mute.
Thank you. Apologies as always for being off camera due to the quality of my internet connection. And thank you so much to the committee again for all of the work. We'll be thanking you several times tonight, including your work on revisions to this recommendation. I did have one question following up on the question that I had raised at our last discussion of this, which is this recommendation includes the incorporation of racial and social equity analysis, which I'm very supportive of in concept. That also appears in 2 other recommendations that your committee is bringing forward, both the one about the budget and then the one sort of defining equity in the charter and applying an analysis. And I just wanted to understand how you see the slightly different approaches to equity analysis in 3 different memos working with each other.
Yeah, thank you. That is a great question. I think this specifically for Article 10, this equity analysis comes from the planning board in Baltimore City. That's where it was actually obtained from. Now, the way that we see, I think I need to take this back to my to the subcommittee and talking more about it and bringing you a more concrete answer, or if anybody from my subcommittee would like to jump in. But specifically for Article 10 boards and commissions, the equity analysis that was picked or that we are using, it comes specifically from the Baltimore City on the planning commissions. So we've seen it that has been working, and that's something that has been being used already. Anybody else wants to jump in?
My suggestion is just that you have a rationale for either using the same one, or if you're using different ones, it's because the item actually makes sense to do it differently. But I think Commissioner Metzler's a great question around just having a strategy around they're all the same and we agree that this is the best one to use, or they're not the same because for this one's better, and for that some other one's better. It could be just as you have a rationale, be really helpful. Any other comments, questions? Great, let's call the question. All those in favor are going to say aye, which continues this provisional item moves forward. The clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman.
Aye.
Tina Johnson.
Aye.
Elizabeth Monley.
Aye. Aye. Sorry.
Ellie Mosamura.
Aye.
Enrico Calendar.
Aye.
Frank Kaminsky.
Yes.
Garrick Percival.
Yes.
George Sanchez.
Yes.
Hui Tran.
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce.
Aye.
Jose Posadas.
Yes.
Lund Dia.
Aye.
Linda Lazat.
Yes.
Luis Barrocio.
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel.
Yes.
Maria Fuentes.
Yes.
Sammy Robledo.
Aye.
Sherry Segura.
Aye.
T. Tran.
Yes.
Tobin Gilman.
Yes.
Veronica Amador.
Aye.
Yang Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you to Commissioner Amador and the subcommittee that worked on this item. Our next item is item number 3 on the agenda, which is Native Land Acknowledgement Commissioner. Segura is going to present this. Again, any changes from the feedback that you got? Otherwise, we can have a discussion or further discussion on this item. Commissioner.
Just a quick clarification for the public. This is the recommendation labeled number 3 on the public agenda and on the commission website.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you. So the only change that was made to the recommendation was the actual formatting. So, the red section at the beginning that sort of lays out the steps, that was removed. And then also Commissioner Wheatran had pointed out one edit that needed to be made in the actual document, the short version that was submitted by the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. They did make the edit. It's in the first sentence where it says the city of San Jose would like to, it said recognizes plural. They removed the S, so it says recognize. It was a very minor edit, and that has been submitted. And other than those two, it sorry about that. Everything else is the same. So the recommendation, hold on just a second, I'm sorry. So we are proposing that the land rights acknowledgement be formally included in the charter.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Segura. Commissioner Quatran.
Thank you for the recommendation, Commissioner Segura. One quick question to clarify: are you recommending that we adopt both the short and the long land acknowledgement statement, or is it one or the other?
So our recommendation was the longer version. They submitted both just in case for some reason the larger commission did not want the longer version, that there is another option, which is a truncated version of that. But our recommendation is the full version, which is 2 pages.
Okay. The length doesn't necessarily bother me. I think the same concern that was brought up at the last meeting was just the way secularization was kind of described in the longer version. So at least for where we stand now, my preference is for the shorter version, because I do want to make sure, I do believe that with the history that we have, it is important to have this acknowledgement, with the mindset, of course, about any implications that it may have for obligations on the city. But just specifically around the language around secularization, that leads me to prefer the shorter version.
Thank you. Commissioner Matsumura.
Thank you. I also wanted to follow up on the language around secularization. I don't actually see that in the recommended language to add to the charter itself, though. I only see that in the memo. And I know that you all did some research and sent an email to clarify the meaning of secularization in this context, which I really appreciate and found very helpful. And I wonder whether the committee would be open to just providing that same information, adding it into the memo, so that that's in the record in the final report, an explanation of what secularization means in this context, so that it can't have other connotations that could imply some opposition to, separation of church and state, those kinds of things that I think might not be consistent with what we want to do as a commission.
And can I just briefly remind the full commission that in this context, it is used when religion loses social and cultural significance. So that's how it's used here.
Commissioner Marshman and then Commissioner Barroso. Commissioner Marshman.
I'm still mulling over the clarification. That's interesting. I didn't pick that up. I would prefer the shorter version, just because in what's going to be a huge document, and the charter is a huge document, it will encourage people to actually read it when they go looking. And I think the shorter version reads very well, and I'd prefer it, but either way, I'm okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Barroso.
Thank you. I'm looking at memo number 3, and I'm looking at the long version, like the full version on page 2, and it goes through page 2, 3, 4. I don't see, unless my Command F isn't working right, I don't see the word secularization in there. So I wonder what the confusion is. I do see it up at the top, right? Like what problems are trying to be addressed, but aside from that, I don't see it in the full version. Would someone be able to help me with that?
Sorry, actually, I think I caught that. I may have misassigned the section that it was under. So yeah, I don't see the term secularization in the full version either. That was my mistake.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So in terms of this being a historical document and it being looked upon for its piece in terms of its meaning and to capture everything that our local tribes would like us to keep in mind moving forward, I will be in support of the full version. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matsky.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think that the city charter should be fairly succinct. And so I actually would prefer the shorter version. I just want to go on record and say that. Thanks.
Thank you. No other comments from the commissioners? Then Commissioner Segura, I'll take a motion from you.
Sorry about that. I'd like to make a motion to move my recommendation, our recommendation forward.
And a second to that?
Second.
Thank you. And so now we will go to the public.
Paul Soto?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Yeah, we're trying to like legislate morality. Like we're saying that we acknowledge that this has happened, and this is just the fact that people that are not Ohlone are debating this is kind of a problem for me. But this is the best process that we have set right now, and it's necessary. But it also has to be followed up with the concrete reflection of this acknowledgement, and that means land. So this is, you could go ahead and do this all day long, but the land itself must reflect what this document says. And if you're saying that you acknowledge all this, well, then let's see it reflected in reality, concretely. That's number one. Number two is that it's factually the document of the city produced. In section 1, it says that exterminated native languages, culture, religion, but it doesn't say extermination of people. So it is factually inaccurate. There was decapitations at $5 per head, 25 cents per scalp. You're trying to pass off a document that is not even factually accurate, historically accurate. There was heads cut off, okay? And they profited from that. In January 6th of 1851, Burnett stated explicitly that the war of extermination of the Indian didn't say his language, didn't say his culture, he said himself. And so what they started doing is they started decapitating natives and they decapitated Mexicans because we had black hair. And so this affected Mexicans as well, you know, and so section number 1 is factually incorrect. And to pass that off as a legitimate document, it's not legitimate.
Calling user 1.
Yeah, you need to recognize the Ohlone people and not the Keys and Kodal statue. Right? You need to recognize, you got to get rid of the Keys and Kodal and put up things that the Ohlone did, maybe a famous chief, or, you know, I'd like to see one big basket in bronze that the Ohlone people made. They made wonderful baskets out of tules that could hold up to 100 gallons of water without leaking a drop. They could build boats, structures. We need to showcase what they did, right? They also maybe need to give some of those buckets that they made out of tules and give them to the fire department here so they can put out a fire. That's another thing the Ohlone people knew very well how to do. They knew how to control burn. They knew how to clear the creeks and the rivers and the streams so they wouldn't flood. They knew where the flood zones were and still are. Matter of fact, because of them, we know where the flood zones are. We still want to build things there because, well, you know, the European colonizers were smarter. Not always, especially for something like that. So there is a great statue outside of Almaden Valley Library, Native American Ohlone in a tule boat. We need to. I'd like to see more of what their accomplishments were, and not some statue that looks like a pile of dung. I'm sorry, but it does. That's what the kids say. Hey, mom, look, I'm dancing on a pile of crap when the kid climbs up there. It's quite funny to watch these kids do that. But yeah, we need to recognize what they did. They also found the mercury mines that we were able to process gold with, cinnabar mines. But yeah, I'd like to see more things to acknowledge their existence here.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. For this item, for the previous item, I guess for all items we'll be talking about tonight. You know, for what doesn't quite make it into the charter, I hope that, you know, the things we're talking about are really setting an important course, like for our future, and that these things will be more and more relevant to our day-to-day lives in our future. And so thank you for these efforts in doing this, so it can be. I think with the previous item and with this item, you know, there are issues that if it is decided upon that it needs a place within the charter, that I just feel that there might be a chance that there may need an extension of the city charter process to work out legal language issues for what can be approved tonight and in the following weeks for the future of the charter. I don't know how accurate that is, but again, just to give yourselves some clarity, I guess, just so you can make decisions and openness so you can make those decisions. It may be needed, it may not, but hopefully it can help. So thank you. And yeah, I'm really interested in this item and how it can relate to ideas of neighborhood equity and green sustainability and reimagine. And I think it's learning a combination of these things. This has been a good experience for myself, and thank you for that. And I will be heading off trying to understand Ohlone issues better in my future now. And good luck with the mine issues that Ohlonies are dealing with in South County at this time. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you, Tessa Woodmansee. Well, thank you, Paul Soto, for bringing up what he said, which is very critical, that the land and the people, you know, it's like recognizing the Ohlonies is all well and good, but we need transformational change and we need reparations for the damage we've done. And that those things need to go together. And it's not enough to just put up a plaque thanking them. It's really a matter of the transformational change about the land use, the land and what we've done. We've taken away the land from them. We took away their lands. And we said that, you know, basically that's what we did. We know that's what happened. And we've even, you know, we've learned that in our Native American history, even me on the East Coast of New York and what happened. And so, you know, it's the same thing across our whole country. And, you know, what I realized last night, it goes back to the Romans in 400 BC, before Christ, that was the, you know, it was the same capitalists. They were the capitalists. They were the first capitalists who started the process of abusing, you know, to take land, people, and nature for profit. That's capitalism. To exploit people and nature. So to exhaustion, and that's what where we are at right now. And George Monbiot from the UK says we need to rewild our lands. We need a vision to change, you know, not only what we shouldn't be doing, but what we need to be doing. And that vision, it does include going back to our native ways and using our land to create the food that we need and going back to our Native American ways. That is what we need to do. Not only a plaque. We need to change our whole lifestyle and to have them lead us back to the way.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Marshman, you have your hand up.
Yes, I did have a question. I should have brought it up earlier. For Mark Vanny, is there anything in this being in the city charter rather than just being read at meetings and so on, which people are doing now? Is there anything actionable in it? Is there anything we should worry about in that?
Well, no, looking at the shorter version, I think from the legal perspective, that's the more preferable version, since it's concise and acknowledges kind of just the history to the extent that it's agreed upon. The longer version does have some language in there that arguably could require the city to take action with respect to honoring veterans and so on and so forth. So our recommendation, if this were to go forward, would be to adopt the shorter version. But otherwise, doesn't appear, in my opinion, to have any binding nature or anything that would be actionable. And that's specific to the shorter version.
Thank you. Commissioner Quaytran.
Thank you. To Commissioner Segura, I'm sorry, could we get clarity on which of these you are moving forward as the recommendation?
Yes, after listening to public comment and just, I want my fellow commissioners to know that the Muwekma Ohlone tribe did produce a lot of documents, around some of the questions that had come up previously. I did forward those all to Mark Vanny. So we had been in communication. If the lawyer, if he's suggesting that the shorter version is the version that we should move forward with, then I am comfortable with moving forward with the short version as well. Do my fellow subcommittee members have anything that they would like to add? Okay, it doesn't sound like there's any opposition to moving forward with the shorter version. So I am going to motion to move forward the recommendation and the short version.
Okay. And the second to that was Commissioner Bruce. And you're okay with that as well, just to make sure we're clear?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I don't see any other hands. So I'm going to call the question. The clerk can take the roll. So a yes vote or an aye vote is to support the recommendation of the subcommittee to include a land acknowledgement in the city charter. Clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman.
Aye.
Christina Johnson.
Aye.
Elizabeth Monley.
Aye.
Ellie Matsumura.
Aye.
Enrico Calendar.
Aye.
Frank Maidsky.
Yes.
Yarrick Percival.
Yes.
George Sanchez.
Yes.
Hui Tran.
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce.
Yes.
Jose Posadas.
Yes.
Lund Diep.
Aye.
Linda Lazat.
Yes.
Luis Barrocio.
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel.
Yes.
Maria Fuentes.
Yes.
Sammy Robledo.
Yes.
Carrie Segura.
Aye.
T. Tran.
Yes.
Tobin Gilman.
Yes.
Veronica Amador.
Yes.
Yang Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you to Commissioner Segura and the subcommittee for their recommendation, and to our local experts who really were very supportive and really sent all the information we asked about. I hope everyone got a chance to look at all the great materials that they sent us. Really was helpful. Our next item is item labeled, it's the third item, but it's labeled under change number 2, which is the use of gender inclusive language on all City of San Jose documents. This is Commissioner Amador. Commissioner Amador?
Yes, there was no changes made to the original.
Great. Are there questions, discussion? Any commissioners want to speak to the issue? Seeing none, can we get a motion, Commissioner Amador, then?
I motioned to move the gender inclusivity on all, sorry, I had it up here. Let me just call it out the right way. I motion to move the gender inclusive language in all San Jose documents.
And this is a change to the charter. In a second?
Correct.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Commissioner Calendar.
Thank you. And now we will go to the public.
Paul Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Why can't Chicanos be referenced? We're Mexicans. Okay, this happens. There was a war against Mexico. I happen to be Mexican. Okay, this land my people have been in for thousands of years. I'm also a California registered Native Mission Indian, San Diego. Registered, I got receipts, paperwork, all my birth certificate, all BIA certifications. And I was from San Cifuentes. But yet we see gender inclusive, okay, well, they get to be classified because this is what they want, because this is the way that they self-identify. Why is it that we affirm that? Why is it that we don't deprive them of that? We affirm their humanity by affirming how they self-determine. But the Mexicans self-determine, or the Chicanos self-determine in a specific way. And I think we have that right, considering it was here in San Jose that the three most powerful movements originated: the Chicano movement, the lowrider movement, and the farm workers movement, right here. This is where Cesar Chavez got all of his schooling. McDonald Hall is where he strategized to take that strategy to Delano. But yet we're being erased in the documents. And yet you sit there and you talk about morality, you talk about inclusion, you talk about respect of the person's humanity, and we're being erased from these documents. When the future 50 years from now looks at this area, the Chicano is gone. The Mexican is gone. It doesn't even exist. You know what he is? He's a person of color. That's who he is. That's how you're referencing the Chicano. You're disrespecting my elders. You're disrespecting my family. You're disrespecting every single ancestor that suffered under the weight of these kinds of policies that you think you're in a position now that you're going to legislate the morality of that. How? On what basis do you have the right to legislate that kind of morality when you ain't even...
Tessa Woodmansey?
Thank you very much, Tessa Woodmansey. Okay, so this is the one for the gender inclusive language. I'm sorry if I misspoke about it, or, I guess we were dealing with racial things or different equity things on the last one, but this gender inclusive language, I guess we can go ahead with it. I don't see a real problem in regards to changing the language to reflect that issue. But the issue is our attention and where we're at in regards to our resources and ability to move forward on critical issues that are dealing with our whole species. And so this, again, is where I think that we need to include everyone as we go forward, because that's the real issue that we're facing, is our climate crisis and how it will affect the people, how it's going to affect all people. And so when we're having to spend our time to itemize, the language of gender inclusive language, when we need to be really dealing with our accountability of our fossil fuel use and having it really be looked at, because that is the thing that is threatening us. And so we have to start looking at that, and we're not doing that. And so how we're going to move the needle to do that is going to take a lot of resources and energy, and not the distractions. There's been so many distractions, and it's very easy to not look at this because there's no face on climate change. But we need to be dealing with that and putting all of our resources towards accountability and really looking at how much fossil fuel uses, and letting the people know how we're going to go to zero and how we're going to protect them from all the people. So that's where I say.
Calling user 1.
Yeah, I think I commented on this before, but it seems as if you guys have the same type of things going on here all night long about this gender and racial inclusion and everything. And like I said, if you're gonna do it with gender, you got to do it with race too. Like Paul says, like I say, I'm a European, or I'm a Caucasian. I'm not white, right? So you guys got to get that straight first. And how are you supposed to keep track of 153 genders or sexual identities, whatever they call it? And what's going to be are you guys going to get fined if you accidentally use the wrong word? Who's going to regulate all this? Who's going to pay for all this? How far back are you going to go back into paperwork and in documents and everything. How far back are you going to go to change all this stuff? And do you really have the money and time to do it? You people can't even keep the fountain at the Rose Garden running, and you're going to get every gender identity correct and all your paperwork. You guys can't even do paperwork correctly. You guys don't know how to do anything. You guys are C students in your sophomore year trying to figure out some weird term paper. I don't know where you guys get off on all this crazy stuff, but let me tell you something. You need to at least racially identify people correctly first before you do anything. And I'm sick and tired of white, black, and brown. It needs to be Caucasian, European, Latino, or African American or Native American. And people, I heard people dropping saying the word Indian. Not supposed to say that. So except if you're from India. So if you can't get the races right.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. So now we will, seeing no hands, we'll take a vote on this. This is a provisional vote to move this forward, which is the use of gender inclusive language in all city documents. The clerk can take the roll. So a yes vote is to move this forward.
Barbara Marshman,
Yes.
Christina Johnson,
Aye.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar,
Aye.
Frank Maitsky,
Yes.
Garrick Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Luzat,
Yes.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Jerry Segura,
Aye.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
Yes.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again to Commissioner Amador and the subcommittee. Our next item is item number 4, and it's labeled item number 4. And this is to the Police Commission with an addition of Police Inspector General and a conversion of our IPA to the Independent Investigator Department. Commissioners Segal, Segura, and Amador. I'm not sure who's going to, Commissioner Segal, are you gonna?
Yes,
respond?
so it's
Thank
for
you.
the creation of a police commission, as well as the Independent Investigations Department, which would be the conversion, as the chair said, of our current IPA, and also for the Inspector General. I think Commissioner Calendar is going to share his screen. Commissioner Calendar, are you able to share your screen? Thank you. And can you go down, please, to the yellow highlights? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So we really did make changes based on commissioner comments. So specifically, Commissioner Hui Tran made the, if somebody could mute their phone, please, whoever's muting their phone, could please mute your phone. Thank you. So Commissioner Hui Tran really wanted to know about how City Council, now does the hiring and the sharing of the firing, responsibilities. And so part of that, we listened, we went through, we replayed the video of your questions, we took note, we paid attention. And so we are changing that per Commissioner Tran's, request or questioning. So now the Police Commission has the role of recommending candidates to the mayor in terms of hiring, the mayor and city council for the hiring of a police chief, but the hiring of the police chief, okay, so it will involve interview panels with the community as it does now, as it does for other cities, and selecting finalists to send to the city, right? So the police commission will be involved in that aspect. And as you can see, a representative from the police commission will be on the community panel. That's also normal, as the commission is expected to engage with the public during the selection process. However, the mayor and individual city council members, they can add candidate names for a vote so long as the community panel has had an opportunity to weigh in on the candidate. So what we've said was the mayor and council shall select the police chief. The thing is, we haven't put in by which percentage, and I really wanted to hear Commissioner Trans and all of your perspectives on that. Or is it okay that we just today make that change to leave it up to the mayor and city council? We'll just put the mayor and city council can select the police chief by majority vote or any vote of their choice, just leaving that silent. So that's a question, but then moving on, the city, so that's hiring. In terms of firing, these are the changes we've made. We've changed the recommendation that, so the city council actually does the hiring, and only the city council can fire the police chief without cause. The police commission cannot do that. Only city council can do that, just if they don't like him. But city council can, of course, also fire with cause. But in terms of the police commission, they can only fire for cause, and cause has to be defined by ordinance. And in other cities, it's defined by ordinance. What is cause? The city council, they may block the firing of the police chief by the commission with a 2/3 vote within 15 days of the commission's vote. So we've really eased up on this. So that is our recommendation, that they can actually block that vote by a 2/3 vote. The city council may fire the police chief without cause if they want to, but we did that with a supermajority of a 2/3 vote. And they can do it with cause by a majority vote. I mean, it's an at-will employee. The commission may fire the police chief. Okay, so I think we've already just gone through this right now. Okay, so that is one change. The next is Commissioner Marshman wanted a process for commissioners to be removed, and we didn't do that. We just figured city council will do that, but now we did change that. We've said that each council member and the mayor shall, they can select one applicant. And I want to say that we changed it also for Commissioner Matsumura's request. She wanted a 4-year term, so we've changed that to a 4-year term for a maximum of two terms, and that half the initial applicant pool shall serve the 2-year term, so that at any given time, only half the commission can be replaced. So the other changes, I mean, I'm sure you can read along here. But we did put in a process for commissioners to be removed. They can be removed for cause as defined by ordinance, by the city council by a majority vote, and commissioners cannot be removed for political reasons. That's why the element of cause should actually be defined by ordinance, and we're suggesting it exclude politics to the extent it can. And then Commissioner Marshman also asked us on November 1st, who the chief reports to. So we've made that clear. The commission has the role of appraising the police chief's performance in the form of regular performance evaluations, and the police chief reports to the police commission. Commissioner Posadas asked us to take out the word county. And so we did that. So now it's basically just saying if you work for the city, then you can't be on this commission, but you can work for the county. And Commissioner Posadas also asks if they have policy-making authority, the police commission. And so yes, no, I mean, they suggest policy, but it's the mayor and city council that decides that. I think it was Commissioner Posadas that asked us does the police commission discipline individual officers? And so the answer is no, they suggest discipline for officers, but that's it. If the chief does not agree and doesn't want to do the disciplining or the firing, then the remedy would be to fire the chief or to ask city council to do that. It wouldn't be to to discipline the individual police officers. But I do want to say, Commissioner Posadas, that's very different than San Francisco. In San Francisco, the police commission, point blank, the mission of the police commission is to set policy for the police department and to conduct disciplinary hearings on charges of police misconduct. So that's just what they do. And, but that is, you know, that's just, I just wanted to make that contrast for you. But I don't want to go into too many details about what San Francisco does, because they never actually, we've asked for them to come, they didn't come. But I also wanted to tell Commissioner Matsumura we did make that change. So it is now a 4-year term with a maximum of 2 terms. And let's see, we had Roland, who had, he had made, he said Oakland had some problems we want to avoid. And that also was a question that the city attorney, Mark Fanny, had asked. And I researched Oakland's issue, and it's really not an issue. Basically, Oakland passed Measure LL in 2016, and some parts of it were unclear. And now they're voting on Measure S1 to clear things up. And what was unclear was the Inspector General. That office had to be added to the charter, because they in Oakland have a charter provision that says that things that cannot be done, there are things that can't be done with an ordinance. And so the IG was created by ordinance, and somebody pointed that out. And so it's being cleared up with Measure S1 by putting that into the charter. So I researched that for Roland and also for City Attorney Vanny. And the last kind of question that has come up, let's see, I'm reading off of a paper. Commissioner Calendar, will you scroll down till where you see green? Do you see green anywhere? Nope. Can you scroll back up a little? Tell me if you see any.
The green is up here. This is the only green that I've seen.
Okay, so then that would be, that's a question that I have for you guys, because I could, otherwise the way I've just written it is city council may hire the police chief by a vote, and leaving that up to them. I do want to say Commissioner Matsky and Percival had a, they had a criticism, which I have wanted to bring up. And that is that Commissioner Maskey specifically said that, why didn't we bring the police chief? And we should have done that. And in retrospect, if we had more time, he's right. I would have brought the police chief as our next person to speak to you. So I just wanted to tell him that I would do that if we had more time, but I want to tell him why we didn't and what our understanding was. And that's that this commission is advisory to city council. And so we thought that the stated purpose of this commission was to give city council and the mayor input from the community members in the form of volunteer commissioners, who then get input from the community, study, discuss, formulate recommendations, sending that to our top officials. So we understood the police chief as someone who works for the mayor, city council, city manager already. And since they already have access to his opinions and input, they're not going to want that from us. And that the CRC process, our process, is not the place where they're looking to get input of this type about a city employee, because that person works for them. So that was our first thinking. The other thing was we did invite the city manager to attend our subcommittee meetings to ask her a bunch of questions. And the city manager on Monday, September 13th, did respond that given the Charter Review Commission's purpose and direction to report back to the mayor and city council, that the city manager does not intend to address the commission directly, and that it is crucial that the commissioner's deliberations and recommendations be independent and sent directly to mayor and city council. So we understood this to mean that mayor and city council want views of the community, not city employees. And that's what independent means. And that's in fact why when we all signed up, we were asked the question on the application, do you work for the city of San Jose? And if so, which department? So that was part of our process. And would our recommendations have changed if we brought the chief? I don't think so. I think because we're looking at oversight models, we're not looking at policies on a policy level. And so would the chief have actually had opinions about differing oversight models that he could speak freely about? I don't know. I can also say that the police chief has in fact attended reimagining meetings where this specific recommendation was discussed. I'm told at least 2 meetings, and he chose not to comment at all on these recommendations, and he had the opportunity to do that. I also want to discuss Commissioner Percival, his comment that we should have gotten buy-in from the police chief and the police union. And I just want to discuss this concept of buy-in. Okay. So new policies. So I have, as you guys, some of you might know, but I'm an attorney, but I'm not an attorney in this area. But in the back of my mind, in terms of buy-in, I thought of immediately collective bargaining and the prohibition for us as commissioners on boards and commissions to do anything like that. So any of the conversations we would be having with the police chief that would be meaningful to me would, in fact, be about new policies that trigger police union collective bargaining. And that is covered, and I talked to Mark about this. It's covered by the Brown Act. It's section 3500, specifically 3505. And Mark Vanny said it's true that you're an advisory body. Individual commissioners and ad hoc committees are not authorized to negotiate on any topics that are related to, collective bargaining, and pretty much new policies like what we are suggesting do trigger that. So that was something that came up in my mind as well. And so I just want to say to both Commissioners Matzke and Percival, if I had an additional day, I've heard your request. I would invite the police chief to comment. I don't know if he would come, or that if he could speak freely at all, or if, or even at all, because his opinion might be triggering the collective bargaining, but I would invite him for you. But I also think this is why he's silent during reimagining meetings when they're talking about this recommendation. So to that end, I just want to open it up for questions if anyone has any, but those are the changes we made. We truly did listen. We replayed your questions, and we've tried our best to make those changes without actually gutting this and turning it into something that isn't oversight.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel, and thanks for being such good listeners from your subcommittee. Commissioner Quatran.
Yeah, I absolutely want to thank you for being so attentive to the feedback that you received. And I'm sure there'll be other questions from other commissioners. So I just want to focus my question on one aspect, and that is the power to hire and fire the chief of police. I actually thought the beauty in your original recommendation was its simplicity, right? That the commission itself has the power to hire and fire, and that decision had to be reviewed by the council within 120 days. Or excuse me, that aspect of it applied to any policy or practice changes in the department. And I thought that kind of making it consistent across the board, right, and making sure that action is taken by the council would apply in a situation where where the commission may recommend termination or hiring or whatnot of the chief of police. Just in terms of consistency and simplicity, I actually I would suggest that we're going to go back to that, where the commission can still recommend hiring or firing, but the council has to act on it within 120 days.
The 120 days is still there. It's still there.
Right, but I mean consistently though for the hiring and the firing, right? And rather than creating a separate process for the two, because again, it's for me, it's simplicity, right? If the process for hiring and firing is the same throughout, meaning that the chief has to be accountable to the commission for a hiring and firing, and also, and then as a follow-up, as a secondary step, accountable to the council as well, right? Then it's clear cut. We don't have to change the flows up where the chief may want to please the city council to see if they get hired, but then all of a sudden turn things around and realize that they only have to try to please the commission. And I'm not saying that there might be a difference. I'm sorry, that there will be a difference, but there might be. And where there is, I think if we had a clear-cut, consistent process for hiring and firing, but make sure that a decision gets made based on the recommendations of the commission within a timely basis. That consistency, I would say, is preferable, right? Let's make it consistent. Like if the commission makes a decision, the council should try to act on it or have to act on it within 120 days.
I would say that Commissioner Marshman was not very happy with that original recommendation. I don't know. I mean, I think I misunderstood your question. We tried to do what we thought you wanted, but it turns out we didn't do that. So my apologies to you on that. But I am now a little confused about what the commission wants. And I would like, I wish there was a way to get consensus from everybody on what you want for the hiring. I think we
Yeah.
have consensus.
So let's hear from the other commissioners, and then we'll circle back to that question, because let's see if there's a few hands up. Commissioner Matsumura, then Commissioner Matsky, then Commissioner Marshman. Commissioner, no, I just moved around.
Thank you very much. On this front of the hiring and firing, I'll only comment that I think where we have, or I hope we'll have consensus as a commission, is on this recommendation purpose as a tool to increase accountability for police and policing in San Jose. And my concern is that that the current proposal around the approach to firing the police chief may actually make it more difficult to fire the police chief than it currently is, and thereby reduce accountability if you have to have a 2/3 vote of the city council. I did want to ask a couple of questions.
Are you aware that it's the police commission could fire the police chief, but the city council can block that with a 2/3 vote? They do get final say. Are you saying you don't like that remedy that city council has if the police commission wants to fire a police chief?
I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification, because I will definitely confess that I'm getting lost in the details, and just sort of simply make the point that procedurally the status quo of having the police chief able to be fired by the city manager, that's procedurally does not present barriers there, right? That allows for accountability. There may be political challenges. So I just want to make sure that we aren't actually reducing, in order to address the political challenges, we aren't actually creating greater procedural challenges. Just going to state that general principle, acknowledging that others are deeper into the details of it than I am. I did want to ask about
city manager no longer does hiring and firing. It all goes. It's under our proposal. That doesn't happen anymore. So hiring under the current proposal is done with city council and the mayor, and with input from the police commission through panels. And the firing is done either by city council or the police commission, but the police commission can only do it for cause, not because they don't like somebody. And they can fire for cause. They give somebody a warning, the appraisal, and they can do it for cause. But then city council, our elected representatives, do have the right to say, sorry, we don't agree. And I thought I heard from this commission that they wanted that. That's why we made that change. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Matsumura?
It does, thank you. The other question that I wanted to ask was about the process for selection of the commissioners. I think you'll remember that I had expressed a concern. I appreciate the simplicity of the current process, but that I appreciated, for example, in the process that the city of Oakland has, that there is actually a greater degree of community involvement and a slightly larger degree of remove of the appointment of commissioners from elected officials themselves, just given that we have a dynamic in our local politics that makes it harder for those who are suffering direct impact of problems with police accountability to be represented in the political process. So I think that having a greater degree of remove from elected officials actually benefits representation and accountability in this case. I expressed that view and also deferred to your committee in what you brought back about how to how to appoint the proposed police commission. And I just love to hear more of your thinking in preserving that process.
So our thinking had to do with the folks that Commissioner Gilman represents and other people who, or that you represent or that I represent. If there's another way to do it, so we completely took to heart your recommendation, and we wish there was a process that we could remove politics out of it. The only one we found was like lottery, just putting somebody's name in and picking by lottery. But really, the issue is if a community panel, for example, folks associated with reimagining, were the ones making the recommendation as to who gets to be commissioners in the first place, somebody could say, well, why does that person represent me? I don't belong to to anything that's associated with reimagining. Why would they represent? So we agree with you, but we were not able to come up with something that would answer the question, why would this commission represent Tobin Gilman, for example? Why would it represent him? So we created a way that we think would be, we chose the egalitarian aspect of everybody getting represented over the political, the safety feature of having community go forward and do that. And we also thought that city council would go for it more. And we really would like to present city council with something that's easy for them to vote on and to pass, because the community has waited so long for this. And if later in the process it's not working, then the community can try to ask for that, to have a different process. So that was the best that we could do. We realize it doesn't really answer your question, but we couldn't really come up with something that was both egalitarian and fair, and at the same time, it took more of the politics out of it.
Okay, thank you. And then last question is, I know that you all have been working very closely with the Reimagine Committee all along, and did you have the opportunity to also work with them on this process of editing since our last meeting? Anything that we should know from the conversations you've had with them?
They watched the retake of all of your questions. And so the changes that we did were in consultation with them.
Thank you, Commissioner Metzmer. Commissioner Matzke.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the work that you've all done. And I just want to say before I start too, that I do believe that we need some police reform. And I think proper oversight is important for the police. Having said all that, my position still really hasn't changed. I do think you can't do effective police reform without including the police. And I understand that the issues, thank you, Commissioner Siegel, for how you described that. But if we recall, when we discussed the mayor-council form of government versus the council-manager form of government, we didn't ask Mayor LaCarter to come in here. We didn't ask the city manager to come. What we did is we had an ex-city manager and we had an ex-mayor come and talk to us. I think that's the approach that I think should have been used, that we had people who were not involved in the day-to-day operations today, but who did know how policing is done in San Jose. They could have talked to us effectively. They could have looked at all the good work you did in terms of all the various options there are for police oversight. I think they would have been very valuable to hear those opinions, to say the police have a problem with this, the police have a problem with that, and I think would have been a much more effective use of our time. Not effective use of time, just an effective product coming out of this. So I don't think we have the proper foundation to recommend, unfortunately, anything in the charter at this point. So I will be voting no. I just want to remind everybody that the police are here to protect us. They do put their lives on the line to protect us. They do have to make split-second decisions on use of force that affect their lives. They should have been included in this process because of that. And again, I just want to say, I don't think you can have effective oversight without them. And I'm concerned that the trust issue will get worse because from their position, not from the community's position, because they weren't involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Matzke. We had a very similar line of thinking that you did, but we approached it from a police oversight perspective, not a police policy perspective. Because we're not recommending individual policies, we did not think to bring the police chief who is working with those policies. Because we're recommending police oversight, we thought to bring the City of San Jose's oversight person, Siobhan Nuri. So we did bring the City of San Jose's oversight person, and we also brought the prior oversight person, Aaron Zisser. So we did bring you two people from the City of San Jose who do police oversight. And again, we are looking at police oversight, not police policies. So that is a difference. But I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Matzke, but my understanding again is because bringing city employees here is not part of our process, as I described before. That was not my understanding. I fully expect the police chief and the police union to be giving input to City Council. In fact, they will be. In fact, they're required to under the Brown Act with collective bargaining. So I think that that is really the appropriate place for it. And we didn't think that this was the appropriate place for it. And that's our reasoning. But I fully understand that you don't agree with that. And we respect your opinion, Commissioner Matzke.
Thank you. Commissioner Marshman.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. We did take some time to talk things through since the last meeting, and I do appreciate the changes that were made with regard to hiring and firing, because I was concerned that if the commission hired the chief, had jurisdiction over firing the chief and supervised the chief, then you really needed somebody else to be the watchdog, because you'd have all of the power in the commission and it would be their guy or their gal who was the chief. I still have a little concern, and maybe you can alleviate it, about having the commission supervise the chief. And maybe it's not in the way I'm thinking. I'm thinking the police have to work carefully with a lot of other departments, most departments really, on issues and on strategies and on what they're going to do at various times. And to have them reporting for folks who are out of that system on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, does not seem right to me. Now, maybe you can tell me that it's done in other cities and it works fine. But my thinking was get the council involved in hiring and firing, get supervision, day-to-day supervision under the city manager, whomever, but someone who's going to be dealing with other people as well. And then have the police commission be the police of the police, have them oversee conduct and how they're carrying out orders, and calling attention if it's the orders that are a problem, if the mayor or city manager is aiming the chief in the wrong way. I'll stop there. I think this is all going to go to serious negotiation before it goes on the ballot, if the council wants to put it on the ballot. Am I right on that, Mark, Attorney Manny?
Yes, that's correct. If the council were to move forward with this proposal, we would need to meet and confer before we could put it on the ballot.
Yeah. So that's my thinking. I don't know if anybody else agrees or disagrees. I'm going to support this because I think we need serious oversight, and I will just hope that any concerns I have might be worked out in negotiation, if negotiation doesn't kill it, which of course it could. Thank you. That's all.
Sure. Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Marshman. That was really like to have your reporters mind and questioning. It's always really, really helpful. I do want to say that is what police commissions do. That is their power. That is how you police the police. And we've set it up not super strong like San Francisco or some, I mean, the way we've set it up, the commission is not really going it's not at all hiring, firing individual officers or disciplining them. It's really doing that through the chief. So in order for it to have any teeth whatsoever, it has to have some ability to effectuate change in the police department. And we've set it up in an absolute weakest format, which is that it would do that through the remedy of firing the police chief. And so and giving appraisals. You shouldn't just be firing somebody without letting them know how they're doing or not doing, right? So if you don't like what they're doing, if you're going to give this police commission the power to fire, you have to give them the power to appraise, because if the chief does something wrong, he needs to know that, and he needs the opportunity to fix it and do a better job, or ask, for, how, I don't think it's a problem. Tell me why you do. So there has to be the appraisal. They have to be the person that he reports to if they're going to be doing, hiring, if they're going to be doing the firing and nominating. So that was the thing. And then the other thing you've triggered that I really want to tell you is we had our Measure G. So we had the George Floyd protest, then we had Measure G. The voters unanimously put it on, giving our IPA access to documents, which you really didn't have before. Then a side letter happened, a collective bargaining negotiation between the city attorney and the police union, and that resulted in something called a side letter. And as a result of that side letter, guess what? Measure G has never been used. Our independent police auditor has never used gotten documents as a result of Measure G, because it's just been that hard to do, and she hasn't had the staffing. So that is, the staffing part is something she told me, and I can see Mark's confused look, but Mark told me, yes, his office has never gotten, go ahead, Mark, your hand is up.
Sure, I just wanted to clarify, I can't speak to the implementation of Measure G and whether or not it's been used. I can confirm that I'm not aware of anybody in my office, and I haven't had to opine on Measure G, but I want to clarify the process for putting Measure G on the ballot and how the meet and confer process works under, it's the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. So it's the other Brown Act, but it's referred to as the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. Measure G was negotiated and bargained for with the police union. The side letter agreement was agreed to before Measure G was put on the ballot. In fact, it's the reason that Measure G was put on the ballot. So I just want to clarify that the council didn't put Measure G on the ballot and then agreed to the side letter. The side letter was the impetus for what became Measure G.
Thank you. And so it hasn't been used so far to date. So
I just want to add that one of the aspects of Measure G was expanding the independent police auditor's ability to audit department-initiated investigations, which is occurring, as far as I understand. I think the issue that you're referring to is the request for records related to recommendations that are not affiliated or associated with an underlying complaint. Like I said, I can't speak to that. I don't know. That would be something that the independent police auditor would be able to speak to better about what challenges may arise, or if it's something that the office has even had to use at this point.
Okay, so at this point, Commissioner Segal, would you like to make a motion?
Would anyone like me to tell you what Siobhan Nuri's input was on this topic, or is there a commissioner that wants that? Do you want me to read that to you? Anyone interested? I don't see any hands. Oh, I see Commissioner Hui Tran. Okay. So since January 2021, this is from her about Measure G, we have been involved in DII cases to the same extent we were involved in citizen-initiated cases, i.e. notice of cases, ability to attend officer interviews, review of investigations to ensure the investigation was fair, thorough, and complete. That's all she looks at. Was it fair, thorough, and complete? So it's been to the same extent. And then in terms of reviewing the records, like Mark Vanny said, we have not done any work on this aspect since Measure G was enacted due to workload issues. So, you know, workload issues, and I would just add my own commentary. It makes it really hard to get a document, so hard that is it really worth it to go through all that? So I would just put it to you, since George Floyd protests, has anything really substantial been done in terms of police oversight? So this is what we're putting before you. And my question is, Mark, I forgot how you asked me to phrase it. Are the, well, can I, Mark, what did you say I should say? I'm sorry. Question.
I'm sorry. That escapes me what I had recommended. What?
Okay. Shall the recommendations contained in the memo before you, including with a couple of changes. Let's not forget the couple of changes. I'm trying to pull it up. The couple of changes were, I added a sentence, and this was the Inspector General shall review patterns of practice. Here, I should be sharing my screen right now. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Okay, right here. Can you see my screen with this green highlight? Okay, so I added this sentence because somebody had asked, somebody said you didn't put in what the Inspector General does. So, I mean, I figured everybody would know. It's the same thing every Inspector General does. But I just stuck a line in there, shall review patterns of practice, use of force, and other department-wide practices rather than individual cases. So you don't have this if you've looked at this. So this is new. It's just a sentence that really, really broad stroke defines it. And then of course this, which nobody commented on, that they want a particular vote. So we're just gonna leave it up to the City Council. City Council may hire and fire a police chief by a vote of their choice, majority or super majority. So I just wanna highlight those two things. And how do I ask the question again? Shall, Mark, can you help me out?
You could say something to the effect of shall the recommendation be approved. I'd have to search for it in my records, but
all the recommendations that you have in your inbox or that have been uploaded to the city website, the most recent one with the addition of the two items in green, do you want that? Shall you vote?
Mr. Chairman, if that's a motion, I will second.
Thank you. So the motion is to accept the latest document with the proposals with those additional two lines that Commissioner Siegel just pointed out. So tonight's, the latest version is what you're proposing to move forward, and Commissioner Callender is seconding. All right, let's go to the public, and then we'll come back for our provisional vote.
Paul Soto? Paul Soto? Okay, we'll come back to Paul. Roland?
Thank you. So I heard my name mentioned, and there were many references to Oakland. So I'd like to give you an update on what's going on in Oakland since I last addressed the commission. I believe it was back in September when I addressed the commission. The homicide tally at the time was 102. They're now at 131. That's another 29, and I'll get back to the 29, what's important. But including in the 29 was a toddler who was killed by 3 bullets while he was sitting right behind his mother as she was driving on southbound 880 right by the Oakland police station. And why is 29 important? Well, 29, that's the total number of homicides in the city of San Jose if you exclude the VTA mass murder. So I'm going to wrap up here and put it to you that anybody who is considering modeling our San Jose Police Commission and our San Jose police force after Oakland has got a serious credibility problem. Thank you.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you, Tessa Woodmansee. Well, I appreciate the commission for looking at police oversight. And one of the issues with the other part of our city looking at police oversight or reimagining police has been totally unavailable to us. You can't even find them on the city's website, and even though I complained about it many times, I still can't find it. And, and I'm not a dummy. So, I'm saying that whole thing that there's redundancy and we shouldn't do that is not true. And they've done a lot of really good research about this and brought a lot of issues to our community to understand. So I really appreciate this Charter Review Commission for looking at the police oversight. That's very critical. And though, it's really a very minor oversight to say it, because really there's a lot of push towards revamping the whole system, because the system was built on, white supremacy of putting down the black man, in terms of slavery. And that's why we had to have, guns. And that's where the start of it is. And with that type of foundation, and it still goes on to today, it's really about protecting a lot of the white and wealthy privilege as we protect the property rights and different things of that, and that we need guns. That's the whole reimagining, that we really have to really rethink the whole thing about the guns, and how this is what started the whole thing, is the shooting of the the citizenry that are without guns. And so, this is where we really need to rethink it, and how we can care for each other. And the police could be not even to, I don't even like the word police. We shouldn't be using the word police. We need to have community.
Sandra Asher. Sandra Asher.
Sorry, I was muted. Good evening. My name is Sandra Asher, and I'm a co-lead of the Accountability and Reform Subcommittee of the Reimagining Committee. I was nominated by Parents Helping Parents, our local family engagement and resource center for parents of special needs children in Santa Clara County, where I'm a board member, to advocate the voice of the disability community. I'm also a member of a disability justice advocacy group and a San Jose citizen voter in District 10. I'm here today only in my personal capacity, and the opinions expressed here are entirely my own. I wanted to state that clearly as advised by the city manager. Police oversight sits in the city charter, so you are the body that needs to affect this change. San Jose's structure is significantly behind compared to other large cities, such as LA and San Francisco. I support the subcommittee's recommendations and believe we need strong community oversight to be part of the city's charter. As a disabled person and mom of a special needs son, it scares me to routinely hear of disabled people being mistreated by law enforcement. According to the Bureau of Justice, between 1/3 and 1/2 of all people shot and killed by US police have a disability. Parents Helping Parents, in collaboration with the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center and several other partners, held a listening session where participants shared their experiences with and perspectives on policing. The community shared that they have an overriding fear of law enforcement, that they'll exacerbate a situation or pose a danger to people with disabilities during a crisis. In a separate meeting with the use of force trainer for San Jose PD, we were told they consider anyone not maintaining eye contact or responding verbally to be a criminal planning an escape. When I educated the trainer on how many disabilities and mental health conditions may cause a person to react this way, his response was, "That's unfortunate." I believe the proposed change in oversight model is important in helping restore the disability community's trust in San Jose.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. This has been quite a journey with this item and this issue. I came from more of a place starting of how we can take possibly a bit of power away from the city manager and put it in either the mayor or city council for the hiring, firing purposes of the future of a police chief. And I've learned really good lessons about how we're trying to learn that it can be a city council process that can really help in the decision making of the future of a city manager's, what was initially assigned as city manager's work. I've learned important lessons in that way. Thank you. This oversight commission sounds really good and really helpful and important and meaningful. Thank you that in what you'll be working towards and trying to accomplish. The words of Roland from earlier, just reminded myself, we're not trying to build a future in a paradigm between cops and violent criminals. We're trying to build a future to invite violent criminals to like our really good ideals and really good practices. And I think this is what the Oversight Commission is trying to work towards. I hope that they can be considering the ideas of a surveillance and technology oversight in the future of this Oversight Commission. I think that's an important Oversight Commission concept that needs to be considered for our future, along with disability, along with homeless issues in San Jose for a commission process. But the point is, it's our idealistic best. And this is how we teach violent criminals what we're doing and what is good about ourselves. This gets them out of the paradigm of cops and robbers. And therefore, we need less cops in the future.
Lavere Foster.
Hi, my name is Lavere Foster, and I'm going to read aloud a letter from Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee to City Council and San Jose Mayor, copying the City Manager Office and the Charter Review Commission. This is an updated letter as of November 10th. The purpose of this memorandum is to convey to the Council and Committee our support for Community Oversight Committee to be added to the city's charter through the work of the Charter Review Commission. For too long, the San Jose Police Department has been allowed to police itself without the benefit of accountability from the community. At this point, much of the community believes police are not accountable to anyone, which is destroying trust between the community and the public safety apparatus. We believe that a committee, such as the one that is being proposed, should not only advise, but have authority to investigate individual incidences of misconduct, have the power to issue disciplinary measures, and speak meaningfully to the policies and procedures that exist within the current policing structures. We support the Charter Commission recommending a police commission, which oversees an inspector general, an independent investigations department, and the police chief, as detailed in the Charter Review Commission's recommendation memorandum entitled Proposal to Create a Police Commission to convert the Office of the Independent Police Auditor to the Office of the Independent Investigations Department and to create the Office of Inspector General. Recommend that their responsibilities and powers include patterns of practice, use of force, training, policies and practices, promotions, demotions, firing, hiring, investigation function, subpoena power, and ability to review unredacted records and review police arbitration. In order to ensure this committee garners the public's trust, the community should have direct input on who serves on such a committee, given special consideration to communities most impacted by police violence. This will avoid government officials, elected and staff from injecting politics contrary to the public's interest. Thank you.
Alina.
Thank you. Thank you to the subcommittee for all of your hard work. I fully support this proposal. To Commissioner Marshman's comment, I feel like in the same way that we provide oversight and feedback to council and the mayor, it only makes we should provide that same feedback and oversight that has such tremendous impact on our health and public safety of our community. I would also like to take a moment to note this excellent example of how we listen and collaborate with each other and with other across committees. Many hands make for light work, and the reasons we're all here today are nothing short of tragic injustice. And the people's resistance and pursuit of justice to this very moment did not just address public safety, but it really opened the door and allowed for the first time discussions on deeply systemic issues in decision-making, how we spend our money, how we create more accountability across the entire city and its departments, about land acknowledgement, about climate, and so much more. In the form there is a question about benefit and burden. And this is an illustration of the burden that has been placed on your shoulders, but also the people who have been most impacted for many, many decades, hundreds of years. And now we're addressing it. And the benefit is true community care and harm reduction practices. And this has been quite the legislative journey. And sincerely, thank you for all of your hard work, and thank you, Magnolia, for tonight, for your thoughtful and concise presentation. I really appreciated the way you approached every single answer and all of your due diligence and in collaborating with the Reimagining Public Safety Committee. So thank you. I yield my time.
Call in user 1.
Yeah, they need an oversight committee. They're not a bunch of little emperors and empresses running around, are they? They get paid a lot of money. A chief makes a lot of money and has a really fat retirement for the rest of his or her life. So not only do they make a lot of money, wield a lot of power, they get to really do whatever they want. No, they, and especially in a town like this run by Democrats, they deserve to have an oversight committee, because not only that, they preach all these liberal values now, these police departments. Well, you know what? Then they need to be disciplined by liberals, right? And rightfully so, because that's the majority of this town. And I mean, you can't even call the police department for non-emergency. Like, you call any number down at the police department, they're too good to pick up the telephone down there. Chief Mata told everybody that he wanted to have great customer service. This guy should be fired, because you cannot call them and have a live body pick up the phone. You cannot. You can call 311. Not only that, I mean, this is a police department that can't even turn their headlights on when it's dark outside. Where do you start? Right? This is a police department that took orders from Eddie Garcia and Sam Liccardo to stand down during a riot in 2016 when there was a group of Antifa type people assaulting Trump supporters. They did nothing. They wouldn't even help them up off the ground. That's the kind of humanity and soullessness this department has. So where do you start? Right? It starts with the commission.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Let's move to then the vote. A yes vote is to move forward to our final vote, just as a provisional vote for the public. The recommendations being made by the subcommittee, with the inclusion of the changes that Commissioner Segal outlined tonight. Clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman,
Yes.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar,
Aye.
Frank Maitsky,
No.
Garrick Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Barus,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lazat,
Yes.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Jerry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the number of commissioners who have been working very hard on this issue. Let's move to our next item, which is equity values, equity standards, equity assessments. It's listed as item number 5. Commissioner Calendar, I believe you are up.
Indeed, I am. This will be really short. As we talked about before, equity and equality assessments are best conducted during the decision-making process and prior to enacting a new proposal. They're used to inform decisions, much like environmental impact statements, fiscal impact reports, or workplace risk reports. You can look to communities like Detroit as well as the United Kingdom. They've been using them for success over years. And again, I know folks are going to probably ask, is this like CEQA? And the answer is no. The language includes in this statement that nothing in this section is intended to nor shall be construed to create a binding funding obligation for the city or cause of action against the city. There's been no changes since the last presentation. I believe now it was 2 weeks ago, but we're meeting so much, I'm losing track of time. So, Mr. Chairman, shall I make a motion now?
Not quite yet. I'll come right back to you. Any discussion or questions for Commissioner Calendar? There's been no changes to this proposal. Seeing no hands, Commissioner Calendar, would you like to make a motion?
I will move the proposal as proposed.
Thank you. In a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And let's go to the public on this item.
Chair Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I wish I had more to say on this item, but I don't. This is some of the ideas of equity that I think there's budgeting equity. There's different uses that that this item is talking about that can be used that are important and meaningful. And some of our, to talk about our better ideals. It is our better thinking. And good luck how we move forward on this. I really had more to say about this item, but it's not quite coming to me right now. But just thank you for its existence. And I think we all are comforted by how we can, we're at a time to maybe be considering how to, consider some of the early beginnings of what equity was meant to be as, and that we can use it in those terms. And yeah, we're trying to define the term equity in San Jose, redefine the term at this time. And I just hope a good luck to ourselves in making those efforts. What could be good terminology? And I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible and, find good definitions for it. It takes work and effort to do that. Good luck to ourselves in how we can do that. And thanks again for this item.
Calling user 1.
Equity. There's no such thing. Not everybody is exactly the same. We have equality under the law, but equity. That's all you guys talk about. I should say you people talk about. Right? There's one thing that I guess you could say that San Jose does with equity is it's equitable in how they treat people in this city. Everyone's treated like complete garbage. It's a bunch of phoniness. I guess you guys have equity in all your fakeness, your fake smiles, and everything else. Equity, yeah. Is a police officer better than me? No. Is he equal to me? No. So right there. Yeah, it's equitable how the city council treats me in city council meetings, walking me out of meetings. That equity, when I ask a question, other people get to ask questions. Other people get to say and do things I'm not able to. So where's the equity? There is no such thing. You guys are a bunch of liars. I should say you people are a bunch of liars. Equity. The only equity, are the taxes equitable? I don't think so. The city council the city council and San Jose PD thinks they're above everybody else. There's no equity. The way they talk down to people, the way they do things, the way they legislate, the way they tax, the way they fine, the way they arrest, it's not equitable. If that's the case, who's going to regulate it? SJPD, Sam Liccardo? Who's going to do it? Mr. Harvard, Sam Liccardo? Is he going to be this person who's going to do all these wonderful things with equity? No, he's not. Neither are you, Chappie.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Equity. Oh, and thanks for having the chart up with the little title. That helps us. And of course, all the other people who have talked, all the other community members, appreciate them for participating in our democracy. So thank you. And so the term equity, is like, as I look at the picture in Canada of the flooding that has just occurred right now because of our climate crisis and our global heating, and the people, 29 people had to be rescued from the flooding on the freeways in Canada, British Columbia, I think they were saying. And, that's where, what are we doing in terms of equity, that we haven't really helped protect ourselves, that capitalism has exploited people and nature for profit. And, my neighborhood, with the pollution in our community, with the high pollution that we have. And of course, this is in our neighborhoods that are the lower income neighborhoods, that the East Side and the issues of the damage to our health. And like Paul Soto has brought us, they brought the highways into the west into Willow Glen, North Willow Glen, the 280. And then we have the diesel train. And these decisions were made. And that, what is happening on the west side is we got the 280 highway. And what's happening with the 280 highway? More animals are killed on the 280 highway. And so, we put that on the beautiful west side, where in the garden, in the forests, and that's where all the animals are being killed. And so, we need equity, to be looking at this, because this is how things have gone, that we have exploited people and nature for profit, and we need to change that. And so this helps us.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. The clerk can now call the question. All those in favor of this aye is a provisional vote to move forward the equity and inclusion in city programming. And I'm sorry, it's equity values, equity standards, equity assessments. Clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman,
Concerned about the level of detail in this for the charter, but I'm going to say yes to move it forward.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Callender,
Aye.
Frank Maitsky,
Yes.
Derek Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Barus,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lynn Dia.
Aye.
That was I, right? Not nay?
Aye.
Thank you. Linda Lizotte,
Yes.
Luis Barosio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Jerry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is the equity and inclusion in city programming and budgeting. It's Commissioner Fuentes. Commissioner Fuentes, has anything changed in your proposal?
Nothing has changed. And I just want to clarify, there was a question the other day about how this being separate from the one that we just approved, the recommendation. The reason that this is separate, and we did look at whether or not we should try to combine it, but I think that this is unique in the sense this actually takes the recommendation we just approved and tries to operationalize it in the charter to give specific responsibilities to the city manager, to the city council, and to the mayor in the area of budgeting. So so really there's no changes at all. And if you want, I can review the recommendation. It's basically language in the existing charter that takes the responsibilities that these positions already hold, and then addresses equity, how they would implement it.
Let's see if there's any questions for you, Commissioner Fuentes. Are there
Okay,
any
fine.
commissioners, are there any questions, comments, discussion? Commissioner Lazat.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether I should have asked this under the equity assessment or under this. So preliminarily, I'd like to have a definition of how the equity lens is going to be used in the budget. And is it with regard to assets in each district? Is it with regard to you know, how many roads are repaired in each district? Is it how many community centers are in each district? How many project crackdowns are being used? What is the level of attention by Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services in each district? And I hearken back to District 1, which is what I represented. And, you know, we had gangs, which nobody believed. We had Project Crackdown in District 1 when they were having Project Crackdown over in Pico Way in District 7. We had redevelopment areas like most of the city. You know, when it came to community engagement, the city's idea of engaging with District 1, they never held a community meeting west of the Alameda unless I pitched a stink. So I want to make sure that, you know, what you're talking about with regard to the budget is looking at it citywide, because, you know, as a former council member, like I said, in District 1, you know, if this is applied the way I think you want it to be, I'm grateful for my former constituents, because we're finally going to get the attention in West San Jose that other communities have gotten. Not that anyone is lacking in attention, but so maybe you could define what equity looks like, or the equity lens when it comes to this type of thing. Is it some of the things that I talked about, or is it just a broad brush?
Well, okay, so first of all, the simple answer to your question, Commissioner Lasad, is that it does apply to all of that, because it does apply to the entire budget. Now, it's as you can see in the language, it's very broad. It's giving the responsibilities in these three areas to this, you know, to the council and the mayor and the city manager to follow what we've just approved. And it's very general, the languages, as all the languages in the charter. And then, of course, once you get into really looking at the entire budget, the areas that you're talking about would naturally be included, because, you know, in other words, everything that's within the budget is included. So it's just very general language intentionally, but clear responsibilities that align with the recommendation we just approved. I don't know if you'd like me to go into reviewing and reading the language, but
no, I read it. I just maybe Commissioner Calendar, with regard to the equity assessment.
Yes.
How would that be used across districts? You know, given what I said about how District 1, along with 5 and 7, you know, were the stepchild when it came to attention. So how would the equity assessment help alleviate some of the issues that I raised?
I think it would apply to all districts equally. I think if you look at what was on the bottom of page 4 of that, we said section 613, an equity assessment, and we list, I believe it's 9 different determinations of evaluation that would occur as you're doing a equity assessment. And so if you have underprivileged neighborhoods in any district, they would benefit from the equity assessment and would point that out.
Okay, well then I'll repeat myself on behalf of Council District 1. I really, really appreciate the equity assessment as well as this recommendation here. So thank you.
Thank you too.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Fuentes, I'm going to you for a motion.
Okay, so I move that we adopt the recommendation that has been presented on equity and inclusion in city programming and budgeting.
Thank you. In a second,
Commissioner Quitran, second.
Commissioner Tran, thank you. Let us now go to the public.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Yeah, I'm with the previous item and this item, I'm sorry that I am lacking a bit of subtlety in how to better talk about these items. But, you know, I hope if I can just give a good overview of my feelings of how to address these issues, hopefully it can be of help. With the budgeting, equity and budgeting issues, I think, you know, the auditing and how that whole process can be one of equity is a really interesting, good concept, amazingly good concept. I was a bit concerned from previous meetings, the languages that was being used for it. I don't know, just a bit of a warning flag went up for myself. I can't remember why though, and but nonetheless, you know, you have good intentions and good luck in your work on this item. Like what I said, you know, to find some of the original ideas of equity that, boy, to me, it can be based on, I'm not going to say this very well, but it's ideas of how can people who do not, how can all people have the same opportunities about things, how can they be given the same choices based on, you know, often it's economic strata, you know, how can people be assured the same good choices? And I think we have to make the efforts to return to the original definitions of equity, and that can help define the future of budgeting issues that I think has some really good potential of how it can work. And thank you again for the previous item, and thanks for your patience in listening.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Hi, yes, thank you. Oh, well, you can restart the timer. You don't have to. Anyway, good. Thanks, sweetheart. Love you. And anyway, basically, I really appreciated what Linda Lazat was bringing up in regards to her District 1 and how, you know, we consider, oh, the District 1, oh, that's white people, they're wealthy, they don't need anything, that type of thing. And then, you know, the same thing in my District 6. Oh, well, yeah, we're the wealthy community, the white community, and we don't need anything over here. And that's not true. So we need to have a different you know, way of evaluating the equity issues, and that it is not just on, you know, the race or the traditional low income status or disadvantaged status. Because in my neighborhood, being on the tracks, you know, being next to the tracks, and the pollution that is here, and the street that is, you know, wide and people driving down crazily, you know, these are impacts that we need to look at. And so, you know, what that has to be put into the equity. The damages that my community is a community at risk for pollution, and that type of you know, data as we make the decisions about where community gets assistance, that has to be put into it. And that, you know, we have to look, we should really have some type of way of measuring our pollution, and we really don't. So we can, you know, use that as an indicator of resources, not only, you know, traditional, you know, color or whatever, income, you know, that these neighborhoods need to be evaluated to support the health of our community, and that needs to be the indicator and or lack thereof. And so those are the type of issues we need to be looking at, our pollution.
Calling user 1.
You know, it needs to be equitable for roads. You know, every road should be paved perfectly, no matter where it is, no matter what district it is. You know what else needs to be equitable? You ever drive over a manhole cover? Oops, I hope I didn't say anything wrong with gender language. Yeah, when you drive over a manhole cover and the ring around the manhole cover is always unfinished, or worse yet, broken. Think how many times you've driven and hit your tire on it. How many people have probably crashed their bicycle because of these things? What needs to be equitable is no matter where you finish a manhole cover after paving, that it has a proper ring around it. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you're in, rich, poor, whatever, district, whatever. If this city has time to do all this garbage, all this litigation, all these changing of words and everything else, this city has time to fix the rings around the manhole covers, whether they're broken or unfinished. Doesn't matter where. If this city has time to do all these worthless activities, at least put that in an equity charter, that when those roads are finished or when it's broken around the manhole cover, that it has to be prepared properly. That should be the first step towards any of this equity nonsense that you spend hours and hours and days.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I was at the racial definition of racial equity meeting that happened last week. And to be quite honest with you, it was funny. It was a joke to sit here and watch this city equivocate and just talk for a half hour and said absolutely nothing. The city of San Jose does not have a working definition of what equity means within the context of city government. But yet the word itself is all over. I'm not talking about a subjective meaning. That's why you have 3 different meanings and they can't apply differently, because what we're trying to equalize is the inequality that has happened. Now, the inequality must be articulated specifically so we know what we're addressing. But we can't have that conversation, can we? We can't talk about sasipuelas. We can't talk about the pesticides. We can't talk about what happened to my mother in the schools. I don't speak Spanish because she was beaten in the schools. That doesn't like register with any of you. But you guys are the champions of equality. You're the champion of racial equity. You don't even know what it means because you've never been sensitized to the history. You've never been told the history. I mean, there are numerous videos by Ernesto Galarza and Dr. Paul Sanchez, who was the first dean of social work specifically for the Chicanos here in San Jose. He was at San Jose State University. Okay, they've done extensive work on this topic. The city doesn't want to admit it because it means the resources. They're going to have to actually allocate the resources that were deprived of us ever since that redlining map. That redlining map has not been used as an authority to talk about equity. The city hasn't even defined.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Just as I put the spoon in my mouth. Thank you to the public. Let's move to the vote. A yes vote is to support the moving forward of equity, inclusion, and city programming and budgeting. Clerk can take the vote.
Barbara Marshman,
Aye.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar,
Aye.
Frank Maitsky,
Yes.
Garrick Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Barus,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lizotte,
Yes.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Sherry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is labeled item number 6, which is department audits. Commissioner Zhao, has anything changed in your proposal?
No, nothing has been changed.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Commissioner Zhao on the recommendations of the department audits? Questions, comments from commissioners? Seeing none, then we can go to the, I'm sorry, seeing none, then I'll ask Commissioner Zhao for a motion.
I made a motion to move these items forward.
The recommendations on department audits that they've outlined. A second to that motion?
I second.
Second.
Thank you. Let's go to the public.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
I don't have my little timer.
Yes.
Do you have it?
I'm working on it.
All right, sweetie, you take your time. All right, thank you so much. All right, good. So basically, okay, thank you, sweetie. You know, auditing is so interesting that, you know, that's in the charter, which is great. And I guess you're working on some changes. I'm not exactly sure what they are. But I think one of the issues that was brought up is like who can ask for an audit and different things like that. So that's critical. So it seems like you know, to leave that power in the council to decide what gets audited only in the council's power to do to request an audit is like, you know, the it's something to do with, you know, it's not oversight. There isn't a good oversight because they're the ones that we're trying to audit, and so we need to expand the ability to create audits. And you know, that's the thing that we really need to add to our, in terms of our climate crisis, is we need to be auditing for our fossil fuel use. So the fact that there's a protocol of auditing is very heartwarming and reassuring that that is something that's going on in our city, and that what we have to start doing is not only looking at money and you know, finances and those type of issues, or you know that's really looked at in a traditional auditing, because you know everything we do from now on needs to look at our you know, our physics of what's going on our planet and our greenhouse gases. And so that's our critical auditing that needs to go forward. And so we have the model of auditing, and now we have to expand it to really to the essential services of looking at bringing our fossil fuels down to zero. And that, so we have the protocols, which is beautiful, of auditing, but now we'll need somebody who specializes to be able to get at a granular level where our fossil fuel is being used, so that when things go bad, we know what we have to figure out. So we need to do that.
Paul Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. When it comes to auditing, how are you going to audit something accurately when you can't even define equity? I mean, these are like, I mean, and I know I'm talking to intelligent people. And you don't have to be an expert to know whether or not you're being deprived of resources that you got coming, because you can feel it, you know it. And the city has not defined that. So how are you going to know whether or not these audits are going to be consistent with the monies that are allocated? How do you know that it's consistent with the goals if you don't have an equity definition to work from, to know whether or not the audit is accurate, that it's just, that it's legal? You know, I mean, because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the deprivation of resources, and that's where it happened. Was the money? Follow the money, and you follow the crime. This is the heart of it. I've been not even asking, I've been demanding. Considering the history that I have in this city, I have been demanding that definition be used. I talked to the head of that department, Joe, and I said, you got this word equity 5 times in this document, 5 times. Can you define it? Can you tell me where you applied this principle to he said, I can't. And I said, you can't. Thank you for that. Thank you. At least you're honest. That means that these city audits are illegitimate because you're using the word equity on them, but yet you can't even define it. And if you can't define it, then how in the hell is it in it? I mean, these are just regular basic questions, man. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. You know, so, I mean, these are issues that I think that we need to challenge ourselves with, instead of just like passing this stuff through because it sounds good and it feels good. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Who audits the auditors? I mean, that's where it gets really strange, right? Like, how about all the things that are confiscated by the police department? Who audits that? Where does it go? Where does all the good stuff go is what I want to know. It doesn't go to general auction. There's a private auction that San Jose PD has for themselves, by the way. They'll never confirm or deny it now, will they? Who audits all the marijuana tax and regulations the police department takes in? Who gets the money? Where is it counted? Where is it stored? Because they for surely can't use any sort of commercial banking. You can't use any banking when it comes to marijuana dollars, because it's against federal law to deal in marijuana, which basically the gang, San Jose PD, I call them San Jose pot dealers. That's what San Jose PD stands for. They're the ones who take in all this money for regulations and taxes and fees and all these things. Where's all that money go? Is it in a secret safe somewhere? Who counts it? Who knows how much is in it? Where does it go? Does it ever go into the commercial banking system? Because that would be a felony. That would be against federal law to do that. So does San Jose get the money, the city get the money and then pay their bills with it? Do they pay off people with it? What do they do with it? I'd like to know. Does it get distributed to the cops themselves in some kind of secret Santa? I don't know. What do they get? They put it in special envelopes, give it to people as a bonus? Where's the money go? That's the audit I'd like to see. That's the audit. Marijuana and all the things they confiscate or they find, or that people find things, whatever.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. The clerk can take the vote, please. A yes vote would be to support the recommendations on the increased department audits.
Barbara Marshman,
Yes.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure we got an opportunity for discussion. I just want to note that I will be opposing this. I think auditing is incredibly important, but I'm concerned that doing regular department-wide audits may spend a lot of resources on auditing areas that are less important, and take resources away from auditing areas that really need them. So I am opposing this motion.
Enrico Calendar,
Aye.
Frank Kaminsky,
Yes.
Derek Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Lee Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Barus,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lynn Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lazat,
No, I think I agree with Commissioner Matsumura.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Carrie Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
Yes.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Item number 8, which is also labeled number 8, which is the Climate Change Action Commission. Commissioner Segal, are there any changes to your recommendation from when you presented?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to make a quick correction. Previously, I had said that in response to Commissioner Matsumura's question about changing the policing recommendations, what was my process? Did I consult with the public? And I said, yes, I consulted with some folks from Reimagining. That's an incorrect statement. I consulted with people who are members of the public who happened to be also on the Reimagining Commission. They were not representing Reimagining, and they are not allowed to do so. They were just representing themselves. So I just want to make that very clear that I misspoke, but they did read a letter which they sent to City Council as a Reimagining Commission, and they read that to us. So I just wanted to be very clear that I misspoke. And in response to Commissioner Matsumura's question previously, I had only talked to members of the public who happen to be on Reimagining. Okay, moving on to climate. And somebody needs to mute themselves. I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Chair, is that perhaps you? I'm not sure. Okay, moving on. I'm going to screen share in terms of, can you see the recommendation memo? Okay, thank you. So I want to say that this Climate Action Commission is something that has changed a lot. I mean, you just have to read it. It's changed significantly. I will try to highlight for you those changes, but I'm making the disclosure that this is not the changes are throughout the whole document. And there's a couple reasons for that. Mostly having to do with Commissioner Matsumura. So first is the name of this thing is now different. It's called Climate Action Commission because she had suggested she did not want the word, that the word crisis in there is too alarming. And so we wanted to respect that and we took that out. Second, she had said that, I mean, she was very kind. She didn't quite say it like this, but essentially it was very hard to see what the exact charter language was going to be because there were so many arguments in there regarding why it's not duplicative of Climate Smart San Jose or of the clean energy. So, you know, we really listened. One of the things with my subcommittee, we really very much listen to you, not that other subcommittees don't. They do also, but we also do. And so we really cleaned this up so that it's very clear on what the charter language would be and what it would do and how it would function. And in cleaning that up, it's almost a different document. So apologies for that, but it is in response to trying to do what you ask us to do. And so you can look and see that, the stated purpose, what problems are we trying to address? And we really highlight here Mayor Sam Liccardo and his signing of the Chicago Climate Charter, which was in response to the US withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accords. He actually went to Chicago along with 40 other major US cities, the mayors from those cities, and signed this. And so the stated job of this commission is completely aligned with what Mayor Sam Liccardo signed in this Chicago Climate Charter. It's reducing greenhouse gas emissions, It's tracking, measuring and reporting the data. It's empowering cities through collective action, which is what this is, right? It's collective action. It's engaging all the communities, non-traditional voices in policy formation, exactly what this is. Integrate climate risks into infrastructure and emergency planning, support policies and actions that incorporate the cost of carbon and other, and support those most affected, and partner broadly for robust solutions and climate resiliency. I think Commissioner Borosio wanted, or I can't remember, it could have been Commissioner Borosio, it could have also been Commissioner Matsumura that wanted climate resiliency in there. And so it's right in there. And so partnering broadly, of course, would be engaging the whole community through this commission. So this part here was already in there, the part about Alviso, but some of these, excuse me, these quotes are a little different, but although I think we did refer to them in our presentation, they were not exactly in the document. So these are the different quotes. These facts, how long has this been a problem? Again, we may have referred to some of these in our presentation, but this is, we've laid it out here in terms of some of the research and some of the references and how it impacts San Jose residents. I mean, I don't know, did you guys see? So these are all the different ways. These are all the different ways, red flag warnings, dry lightning threat, as climate changes make heat waves increasingly common, poor neighborhoods in the Bay Area and across the country are experiencing heat. I guess I'm a little sad that a lot of you didn't come to the the public input day that we had on Saturday, because I really did have a presentation spelling a lot of this out, and it did have a PowerPoint, which I'm not going to play for you today because that's not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to just highlight the differences, but a lot of this was in the PowerPoint, and I did get to spend a lot of time explaining it there. So if you do have a chance to go back and look at that video, you will see a lot of these are explained there. So, what are we recommending? We're still just recommending the Climate Action Commission. And then the composition is now a little different, so I will highlight that for you. It's basically 10 district representatives, one from each district, and one citywide appointed by council and the mayor. Up to 2 individuals nominated by and representing the interests of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. And for them, it's just council residency, because there aren't that many Muwekma Ohlone people in San Jose. I mean, there's a significant amount, but there's even more in the county. And the same thing with the scientists, up to 3 individuals representing the fields of science, ecology, biology, food systems, and from community-based nonprofits. We didn't want to exclude the folks from Stanford University, so we've made this county residence requirement only. And we did run this by Mark Vanny, the city attorney, and so it is possible to just have county residency requirements for special appointments, and then just one attorney at law, just county residency requirement only. This just means a volunteer who happens to be a lawyer who wants to join the commission. It does not mean a lawyer with expertise in climate change or anything like that. So those are the membership requirements. I'm gonna unshare my screen to try to see which commissioner wanted this particular change, because I have notes on it somewhere. My apologies. Let's see.
Commissioner Segal, I think that the presentation was changed a great deal. So I do hope people read through it, because it really was substantively different and I think much more refined, and at least in my reading of it. Do people have questions, comments? This is the time for the discussion, Commissioner Matsumura. So is there any questions And that way we might be able to zone in on the questions, Commissioner Segal. Commissioner Lazat?
Yes, thank you. So I read this with great interest. And, you know, I think the creation of this commission really belies the multiple mayors and city councils and staff who've made San Jose a leader in addressing climate change over the years and its impact on the citizens of San Jose. I mean, it's not just about the climate smart or the clean energy. I mean, it goes back to the early 2000s when the city enacted the Green Building Ordinance, which makes it a requirement for all city buildings to be built energy efficient, water efficient, recycled materials, non-toxic materials, and that's being used by developers throughout the city. There's the riparian corridor policy that looks at, you know, strengthening the edge of creeks that flow through the city so that there's places for people to go and enjoy and reap the benefits of having that kind of an environment. Right now, the city's looking at creating a urban forest plan that has at its core planting more trees to sequester CO2 emissions, particularly in disadvantaged communities where, you know, it's nothing but pavement and asphalt and no trees, and they want to plant more trees. There's the Green Vision under Mayor Reed, the Climate Smart under Mayor Liccardo, Clean Energy under Mayor Liccardo. Just recently, the council approved a goal to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. You know, a member of the National Resources Defense Council said that move alone, San Jose has proven itself to be a national climate leader, and this kind of ambitious climate action will reverberate across the country for other cities to replicate. So, you know, I'm just, not everything needs a committee or a commission. This is serious stuff. The city already has a Transportation and Environment Committee, which is made up of council members and staff. It's a place for the community to come in and talk. It's where most of the things that I just talked about went through. I sat on the Transportation Environment Committee for 8 years, and a lot of these policies were formulated there, both by council members and mayors and city staff. So, you know, and it's about not only climate adaptation, it is about climate resilience. It takes really serious people discussing this. And my concern with creating this kind of a committee or commission, when we have the Transportation and Environment Committee, is that it's going to take away staff time and attention by from implementing all of the policies and the new policies that they could create in order to staff and deal with the commission. I don't know what 10 community members have to say about climate change. I think it would be better if we suggested a policy or recommendation that there be a technical advisory committee that becomes, you know, at the hip of the Transportation and Environment Committee of the council. And this TAC would have technical people, scientists, everybody that can help work on climate issues at a much higher level than a community commission. And like I say, I've sat on many commissions. I've been part of many community involvements, and I just feel that creating a community-based commission like this is going to take away from what San Jose has already done, and it will take away from what San Jose needs to do, because they'll be dealing with another commission. And I don't think it takes a commission. I think, like I said, I'm repeating myself, but we have a T&E committee that's run with council members. I think the better thing would be to have a technical advisory committee for that committee, council committee, with the sole purpose of dealing with climate change. And I think it would be much more efficient, it'd get a lot more done, and a lot more fruitful outcomes from it than a city commission with 17 people on it. I just don't know what they're going to accomplish that what I'm suggesting couldn't accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Lazat.
Any other comments or questions for Commissioner Siegel on the committee?
Well, I'd like to respond to that, if that's okay. So, okay, so this is my response. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Lazat. So I'm not suggesting that we don't have a technical advisory committee. I think if you want to suggest that, go ahead. I just think we can have both tools. We can have this and we can have any other tool. We're facing potentially extinction. At best, very, very tough times ahead for food stability, for how are we going to face days when it's 125 and many people don't have air conditioning? When schools shut down, then does work shut down? It's very, very serious. I agree with you. It's the gravity of it is so serious, and folks in the community want a established route to City Council to give their opinions. Now, also, Commissioner Lazat, you mentioned, first I want to say it was Commissioner Barocio that wanted me to add us to add the language of the City Department of Transportation and Airport Department to periodically attend meetings. So if you look, Commissioner Barocio, at section 3, number 2, we did add that. That language. We did reference the Department of Transportation. Next, the Mercury News article that came up that Commissioner Lazat is referencing, there was a declaration of moving carbon neutrality from 2040 to 2030. But the problem is that doesn't actually mean anything in particular. Being carbon neutral does not mean that a city agrees to stop using fossil fuels. You can keep using fossil fuels at the same level that you're using them now. You can actually effectively make no change and still be carbon neutral by buying carbon credits. So, you know, what is that really saying? So it could mean planting trees, but the thing is there has to be an assessment for somebody to say how many trees you have to plant somewhere. And it's not going to be a few, it could be in the thousands.
That's what the urban forest plan is all about. I mean, you're talking about things that are existing and are going to continue to exist.
I am speaking.
Yeah. Well, you're speaking wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm responding. Thank you. I would appreciate if you turned your microphone off while I'm speaking. Thank you. So basically, a commission like this would serve as a check. You know, we look at checks and balances. So it could serve as a check on that. So for example, they could ask, okay, so is there a fund being established, and when are we going to start filling that fund to buy carbon credits in 2010? Or they could ask the question, well, if all we're going to do is buy carbon credits, why do we have to wait until 2030 to do that? Why don't we do that starting this year if we're not actually talking about reducing fossil fuel consumption? So these are ways in which this kind of commission could actually serve as a check on these statements, these grandiose statements that are made, because you know it's not the same as zero carbon emissions. Being carbon neutral is not the same as zero carbon emissions. So you know, carbon neutrality, it's a term that people use, but it doesn't actually mean you're not using fossil fuels.
Okay, we have lots of hands, Commissioner Siegel, so let's keep going because you're going to have lots of things to answer. Commissioner Huitran.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't oppose the creation of the commission. Sitting on a housing commission, I've actually got to see how city residents can be partners to the department and craft policy in a way that captures the experiences of people who live in the city and brings a perspective to our staff and the department that may not necessarily be present, right? I say that in part because policy can tend towards in the ivory tower, right? We can talk about policy in an abstract, but when staff, when departments, when our city officers and whatnot have to work with public on this, have to work with residents on this, It requires there to be communication and assessment in a way that makes these policy ideas relevant and applicable to your everyday residents. So I think that as a commission whose sole focus is on climate change can actually be very fruitful. One question and more of my concern is actually why we believe this has to be chartered. If we, and this part of this question came up in Commissioner Segal's responses to Commissioner Lazat, right? If we're talking about what the commission could do, it sounds to me then that we aren't 100% certain, or not necessarily 100%, but just aren't fully certain as to the scope of work, the authority, the responsibility of this commission. And if we're still going to try to tweak it, or we still need to adjust it, or we still need to make modifications to the work of the commission, its scope, or anything related to the commission, having it be in the charter means that it's inflexible. Means that it would be the only way for us to make any changes to the commission if we find ways to improve it, strengthen it, if we find more specific definitions of its scope. We would have to go through this process again just to do that. So I like the idea, absolutely. I like support the idea. I don't think anybody denies the reality of climate change here or that we have to do something about it. My only question is, can we do this outside of the charter? Because we may still need that flexibility to really flesh out what we want this commission to do and what relationship it would have to the city.
Okay, excellent points. Commissioner Tran, your points are always at a very high level, often beyond us. I mean, you're essentially quite the policy writer, and so I will attempt to answer this. Let me share my screen. Okay, so this is the stated purpose. We're not unclear about the stated purpose. It is these 7 things. Okay, so that's the stated purpose. That is the scope of this commission. In terms of if it should be a charter change or if it should be not a charter change, that is entirely an ethical, and I'm going to just say, because we're talking about climate change, it's ethical. It's an ethical issue, and it really depends. It's your own individual take on that. And so there are benefits and there are detriments. So the benefit could be the benefit of just having it on you actually gave us, you told us what the benefit is of having it only on a policy level. And that was skipping the process of having to get votes by the entire city in an election process and just asking the city council to pass it through municipal code. And you are right, that is a benefit. But then the detriment, what's the flip side of that? We know the flip side of that is it can just be dissolved, it can be controlled, its purposes can be limited in such a way that folks in the community aren't really able to give their ideas in entire segments of what they think is relevant to the city council. For example, we know some folks who've been calling in are really interested in the carbon data and getting the city to give out granular data, right? So putting that aside, that's just an example. It could be, if it's just sitting on a policy level, then it is subject to the political winds, right? And somebody could easily come in and change its scope. However, if it's sitting in a charter level, it's much harder to do. You would have to get everybody to vote to change its scope or vote to change its composition. We could vote this in, and then somebody, the next city council could say, we actually are going to change the composition. It's no longer going to be folks from the community. It's going to be entirely city employees. So that's the con of not having it in the charter. But I will say I counted, it wasn't just you, it was also Commissioner Marshman and Commissioner Matsky. All 3 of you thought it belonged on a policy level. And so I did take note of that. And I will say that I am completely open to having a vote on this as a policy and also as a charter amendment. And whatever you, my fellow commissioners, want to do, we will have it that way. So I would just ask the vote to be first at a charter level and then at a policy level. And I know that Commissioner Marshman has her hand up and she might have something to say about any of the things I've just said.
Let's go to Commissioner Marshman and then Commissioner Brosio.
Thank you. Yes, a few. I agree with Commissioner Tran. I would rather not see something like this start out in the charter because we can't entirely predict how effective it can be, and it looks expensive. It looks like a lot of the things folks will want, information they'll need to do their work. They're going to need staff to do it, and having it as a this goes to, I guess, something that Commissioner Lazat was saying, that you do have choices in financing, and it's not like the city is doing nothing in this area. So I would like to see it. I would like to see something like this, but I would very much prefer it as a program first, and then when, perhaps it should be elevated to the charter if it proves effective.
Okay, Commissioner Brosio.
Perfect, thank you. Enjoying the discussion. This question, well, I have two. The first one's very technical. Tony, I did recommend a couple of offices and departments like transportation, economic development, airports, anything that could pair well with this commission. I wonder if the pairing that happens right now with some of the commissions, is that by charter? Is that by city manager mandate? Is that optional? How do the pairings happen?
You mean like who's the responsible department? So like I support BFCPP and Parks and Rec supports commission?
Yeah, like library, like services, or the library department and offices go to the library commission and so on and so forth. How does that pairing happen?
I mean, usually happens at the creation of the commission. And part of the discussion of, we're going to create this commission. Well, who's going to staff it? Because before you create a commission, you have to make sure you can support a commission. So that happens at city council during the discussion of creating that commission. I'm trying to think of one we created recently. I cannot think of one that we've created recently, but like
the ad hoc.
Yes. So that it gets created, it gets the creation at the council meeting. So if the council's having that discussion and they're saying, we want to put it in Department of Transportation, but another person says, no, it should be Office of Environmental Services. Another person might say it should be Clean Energy. They can discuss it at council, and then the decision's made in public.
Perfect. Thank you. It's something for the writer of the recommendation to consider, that it may just have to end up being at the council level. But I also do second the sentiment that I think it does need to be in the charter, along with planning, civil services, and salary setting. I think if those are given exclusive article sections, I think due to where we're at in terms of our climate change and what we can do about it, I think it deserves to be on the Mount Rushmore, if you will, of our planning commissions. Well, not planning commissions, of our commissions on the charter. So, but again, I'll entertain the whip around. If that doesn't pass, then I wouldn't want it to go away. I would look for it to be at the planning, at the policy level.
Mr. Quay-Tran.
Oh, can I just respond to Commissioner Borosio, please?
Sure.
So, Commissioner Borosio, thank you for reminding us that there are so many things already in the charter that potentially don't need to be there because they're not actually describing how government works. One of them is Coyote Valley. And that's something that I'm told Commissioner Lazat had a lot to do with getting that in the charter. I don't know if that's true. I was told that that's true. So there are many things that are already in the charter that are not describing, overall city government functioning. And so what does it come down to? It comes down to what's near and dear to your heart that you think it's so important that it needs to be protected in the charter by having everyone vote on it in order for it to be, changed, in order for that recommendation to no longer be there. So thank you for reminding us of that.
Commissioner Quatran.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, just a recommendation in terms of how we proceed, if I may, rather than considering, adopting it right away as a charter amendment, and then if that fails, recommending it as a policy recommendation or a municipal code amendment. I recommend that we first vote on whether or not to endorse the idea of creating a climate change commission or a climate action commission. And then the second step after that would be, assuming that first step or that first motion passes, that the vote be on whether it will be chartered or whether it be in the municipal code.
I think I want to stick to the same process that we have with everything else. I think I'd like to ask for a majority vote. I'd like to ask for a vote on the charter amendment. And then if we don't get that majority, I would ask for the policy. I think we did that with another person's recommendation. So I would just ask for the same courtesy. But thank you, Commissioner Tran.
Commissioner Lazat.
Yes, since my name was brought up, I'd like to know in reference to what I'm responsible for, Coyote Valley. Commissioner Siegel?
Oh, I was told that you helped protect it.
Yes, I helped.
By adding it to the city charter. You helped that protection.
If it helps, I believe the referral is to Article 19 around the urban growth boundary.
I wasn't on the council at the time. So that's incorrect.
Okay. Commissioner Landia.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So if the discussion or the vote that is about to happen is going to come down to whether it should be a charter level or just a non-charter level commission, I think commissioners should consider the pros and cons that Commissioner Tran and Commissioner Siegel mentioned in terms of the flexibility of perhaps amending the scope of work of the commission. But another consideration that we should be aware of is ballot measures are required to change the charter. So it's not just the council votes one day to expand or shrink the scope. It's not a majority vote of the council. It's the council votes whether to send it to voters, and then voters have to give it up or down, every 2 years in an election. And that might be a fine process too, if we're okay with that. But what I'm more concerned about is the fiscal impact, because there are ballot fees and, potentially, a whole campaign for or against, whatever that proposal would be. So it's much more complex than simply, protecting the vision that we have now, whatever that may be. So I would be concerned about the fiscal impact of every time, not that even if it's just one change a decade, that there is a financial cost to that. So I would encourage the commissioners who want to see this happen, not make it a charter level commission. So that's all.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Diep, for that suggestion. I wonder, my thought is that we're just advisory. We're making a recommendation to City Council. If they don't want to put it on the ballot, in 2 seconds, they can say, we're not putting it on a ballot. So this is really just to send the message to City Council that we do think climate is important. We think that they should listen to the public when the public says they want to give input on policies and procedures that maybe could help mitigate the impacts of climate change. And are they necessarily going to listen to us just because we vote and say that we'd like a charter change? They don't have to. Of course they don't have to. So there is that. On the other hand, I understand what you're saying about the fiscal impact, specifically about changing, if they want to change, making it more malleable. And so I wonder if you would be satisfied with a simple line that could be added. Let me see if I can share my screen with you, with all of you. Okay, the simple line may be something after this number 7 that would read additional changes to the scope, additions not taken, additions to the scope may be done by the municipal code. What would you think of that a line like this: additions to the scope can be done by the municipal code. Okay, so I've added that, Commissioner Diep.
I appreciate that. I take your point that we're advisory and the council gets to yay or nay. But also having been on the council, I understand the weight of how our recommendation is worded. It creates a bit of a political, I don't know, political maze or hurdle for them. So on the one hand, the council can certainly upgrade it to charter if the council in its wisdom feels necessary. But on the other hand, when a recommendation comes from a commission and council goes against it, which it has done in the past, there is a bit of I don't know, talk about it. And so my preference is to not turn the heat up on the council and let the council vote its conscience and have a discussion without the accusation of, oh, it doesn't care about the public view, quote unquote, as it comes through the commission. So personally, I would not want it to be in the charter, at least at first.
And I'm going to ask the clerk for clarity here. Is it possible that we could do this is a straw poll, right? We're just giving recommendations to the subcommittee. And I'm wondering, Tony, is it possible for folks to vote 3 ways to say, I'd support it as charter, I'd support it municipal court, or I don't support it either way? Rather than take 3 different motions, can we just do it as a straw poll?
A point of privilege, Chair, or point of order, Chair. I believe that if you conducted the vote that way, if we end up in a scenario where there's no majority decision one way or another, then we technically wouldn't have any kind of decision at all.
Okay, I'm trying to think of how you would word a motion.
I
actually would ask for.
I'll go back, just make a motion, we'll have 3 votes. Commissioner Kriegel, I'm ready for your motion.
Okay, I had a, Commissioner Diep, I did have a response to you, and I've now lost it. My apologies. You made a really good point, and I wanted to respond to that. Oh, this was it. So you mentioned we don't want to turn up the heat on city council, because if they don't vote for it as a charter change, then they're essentially saying we don't care about climate mitigation proposals coming from the public, and that's not fair. So, or accurate. And so I hear that, but how would you respond to the reverse of that? That if we just say we would like a policy, we would like this to sit at a policy level, and they simply were like, oh, we don't want to do that either. That's somehow, I don't know. It seems like if we ask for it as a charter change, they'll at least listen and at least put it as a policy level. That's just one thought I had. What do you think about that, Commissioner Diep?
And with apologies for, I guess, having this discussion, I'm not sure if it's the time, but since the question is asked, I think, starting off, just getting through the meeting, I was fine supporting this. I heard Commissioner Lazard, I heard Commissioner Tran, and I heard you debate the issue. I kind of come down on the side that in terms of government, the council is the path for policy to direct the city. And to the extent that there's a policy that needs further examination, or the council recognizes that staff needs input from the community, we can form commissions to support that and do work that will supplement the work that city staff is doing. Or in the instance of the Salary Setting Commission or the Ethics Commission, there needs to be independent commissions that where the council doesn't have oversight over, because it's something that involves the council members themselves. As for climate change, it is an important issue. Some would say it is the issue, but the council has been going through that with city staff, the Environmental Services Department, and the Transportation and Environment Committee, which I also worked with. And so things go through. They may not go through the pace that some people hope for, but it certainly goes through. And so until the council says, hey, there's this really interesting thing that we need to flesh out, let's gather a commission. I don't feel, I think as some might, that a commission is an additional appendage of government where it's making policy or at least recommendations to the council ahead of the council, where the council is not quite there yet. It should be a commission that is working on something that the council specifically feels that there's a need for. So I kind of feel it's kind of a, cart before the horse type thing that we're doing right now. So that's my, since you asked, that's what I think about this process in terms as it pertains to this commission.
Thank you. And Chair, after I see Commissioner Tran's hands up, but I do, as a point of order, want to get public input before the vote.
I know, but we have to take a motion next, Commissioner Siegel, and that's what I was going to ask for. Will you make your motion then?
Yes, Commissioner Tran, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry, that was, left over.
So motion for adopting the recommendation as a charter change.
Thank you. Is there a second to that?
Yeah, with the adoption, with the additional line to address Commissioner Diep's concern.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Commissioner Fuentes is a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes, you had your hand up now?
No, that was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll go to the public on that motion.
Polling user 1.
I mean, do you really think that buying carbon credits and having to buy and sell carbon credits is going to solve all these problems? No, just more money, more tax, more regulation. These carbon credits were developed by none other than Al Gore, trade with Ken Lay. And you mean to tell me that the city is responsible for the environment? The federal and state government, and county for that matter, do more. I mean, the city needs to focus on other things. The environmental rules are being dictated by Washington, D.C., Sacramento. What does Podunk, San Jose have to do with any of this? I mean, we have recycling plans, bike lanes, public transit, yada, yada. That's good. But when you start getting into this carbon credit thing, that to me is weird. There's no need for it on a city level. The city needs to take care directly of the people. And quite frankly, all these commissions and money and taxes, all waste of time and money. And it's not worth it. It's redundant, if you ask me. I mean, the governments above the city are the ones mandating these things. We have to have carbon credits on all 4 levels of government? Makes no sense at all. Who's going to regulate it? Who's going to regulate this carbon credit thing with the city? The police department? Please. What are they going to do? Can you imagine they're going to get in on this? They're going to start writing people violations for not having a carbon credit. Who's going to regulate it? How is the money going to be distributed if it's taken in with these carbon credit? I mean, the whole thing is cockamamie. Everybody knows it. It's grandstanding. It's totally stupid.
Tessa Woodmansee.
All right, thank you so much, Tessa Woodmansee. Well, the arguments against it being on the in the charter, or that the city is doing everything perfectly and everything is great and grandstanding it and everything like that, of course, by our politician, who's on your commission, Linda Lizotte, saying everything's fine and great. It's not. We know it's not. And it's, we wouldn't be in the world of hurt that we're in if everything was good. And everything was, going along because the city has it under control. It's not. And even the most recent example of that was it grandstanding, saying that they were going to have a carbon neutral, and that has no weight behind it to really reduce our fossil fuels. And it is bookkeeping. And even the planting of trees is not that's part of the carbon cycle. That's not sequestering carbon. And so, what actions are we taking? And that's where Extinction Rebellion is looking at, basically saying that we need a citizens assembly to lead the decision makers, because that's where our politicians have failed us, because they're involved with the economics in their job, and that their job is to maintain the status quo for the people who support their campaigns and their future governmental positions. And this is why we can't have the politicians can't do the work, and that we need a climate action team, a climate crisis community activity to guide our decisions, to bring us to zero, because the politicians are not doing it. They even said in the meeting, oh, well, we've got to do housing. Yeah, but blink, blink. They're not doing housing. They're doing.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the. Well, I want to thank Mr. Woodmansey. When he came to and gave his presentation, and I was listening, right? It was like music. And what I mean by that is that, when someone is speaking, it hits like it's like harmonic. There's a very consistent balance. There's no discordant note. Everything is hitting every single note, and you can feel it when you're listening to something, a good piece of music, because it affects you. You could also that also happens when someone's talking, and I experienced that when Mr. Woodmansey had given his presentation. So I want to thank him for that, for contributing that to the city. What we're faced with is an existential crisis. That's what we're talking about, and I think it's the height of hypocrisy for all of this building, all of this construction to be going on, but yet the city mouth with its rhetoric that it wants climate change, that it's, that it's with it, and that this is very important, but yet they're going to build Google, they're going to build all these high rises using fossil fuels. I mean, call me, this is hypocrisy. Okay, secondly is I agree with Commissioner Lazat. Never thought I'd say that, but I do. Because what she articulated was that she articulated the deficit of trees, but she didn't go far enough. How did that happen? Redlining map 1938. Let's talk about that as the means by which we make our decisions. She also talked about that I was a disadvantaged group. I would rather be a disadvantaged group and be a victim of racism than to be an advantaged group and have profited from racism. I would rather be a part of a disadvantaged group that experienced racism than to be a part of the group that profited from racism in this city. We really need to watch the language and see what we're doing.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. I'm pretty impressed by it. I think it has similarities to the smart city item that will be coming up, and how you're talking maybe about a technical advisory commission instead of a commission of community. For both of these items, I think really suggests, the concepts that we're starting to consider how to invite the community itself to have a more central process, a more of a contributing process to the decision making within our city government. And that's a bit worrisome to ourselves, I think. And I hope we're seeing, though, the work I do with accountability with technology, there are guidelines that can help that process take place and make it a safe transition to a more community-led process, of the everyday public. And we're at a time to consider how to shift the balance of power from a more representational democracy to the democracy of participatory individuals, working together, with good guidelines and good purpose towards a common good community goal. And it just takes a bit of effort to learn how to do that. And this green sustainability, the work I do with technology oversight, they both work towards the same goals. And I just hope we can learn to accept those concepts. That's going to be really important. for ourselves. And, you know, how we decide about it being a charter or, you know, a municipal code process, good luck how we can work on that. Good luck on the importance of what I think I've offered, the importance of this item.
Alina?
Thank you for that discussion. I also appreciated Commissioner Dipp's considerations on flexibility. And to the point, it is a very big issue. And if there is a community call for it, which there has been, then there's a gap, and that gap needs to be filled with better community engagement. Other things that I feel that haven't been currently addressed in San Jose's response to climate is, you know, the drought. How are we dealing with water, and, you know, what are our water conservation practices, fires, and also, you know, engagement with original stewards of these lands in the process of how we address climate adaptability and resilience. And I would say the role of elected officials are to be expert facilitators and implementers of the will of the people. And it should be also to disseminate enough information and data that every person in every accessible format and language and learning ability, so that we can all make better informed decisions and don't have to rely on such insular decision-making bodies that obviously will lack the lived experience of the collective whole to make the best decisions for a population city of 1 million plus people. And so I do support the creation of this commission. And I see both points for having it as a policy recommendation and having it as a charter. I don't mind that it's a policy recommendation just because it is new and there's so many things that they need to address, and having that flexibility hopefully would help support them in creating the work plan that best fits to address climate change. And then, but if it goes the other way, I'll also support it being on the charter. Thank you.
Back to the chair.
Okay, thank you. So this is a motion that is to accept the recommendations from the subcommittee to make it, and their recommendation right now is to make it a charter revision. Clerk could take the roll, please.
Barbara Marshman,
No.
Christina Johnson,
No.
Elizabeth Monley,
No.
Ellie Matsumura,
No.
Enrico Calendar,
Someone needs to vote different. Aye.
Frank Kamitsky,
No.
Garrick Percival,
No.
George Sanchez,
No.
Hui Tran,
No.
Jeremy Barus,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Dia,
Nay.
Linda Lazat,
No.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
No.
Sherry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
No.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yang Zhao.
Yes.
That motion does not pass by 9 yes votes and 13 no votes. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner
So-
Skull, would you like to make your next motion?
Yes, the motion is to have the same recommendation that we spoke about, also including the extra line that Commissioner Diep told us, that I can show you again if you don't remember what it is, and that it be a policy recommendation.
And is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion?
I think, sorry, I think I need to hear the motion again then, for a policy change. What would it say?
It's the same recommendations that have been proposed, but it would not be proposed as a charter change.
But
It
as a
would be
policy,
proposed
okay.
Only as a policy change. Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes, can I see the line that Commissioner Dip added, please?
Mr. Segal, could you please share your screen and show us the green highlighted sentence you added?
Do you see it? Additions to the scope can be done by the municipal code.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Lazat?
Yes, I want to understand, this is a recommendation that the council create this commission, but it not be in the charter.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's not really a policy, it's a recommendation for
this commission to do the things that are outlined in the recommendation, but
Okay.
we're not recommending it as a charter change. We're recommending that the council do this, but not do it, make a charter change, which would go to the vote of the people.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Ready for the vote? Okay, clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman,
Yes.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar,
Yes.
Frank Maitsky,
Yes.
Garrick Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Lee Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lazat,
No,
Luis Ferrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
No.
Jerry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is the Article 20, the promotion of home ownership opportunities for low-income residents of San Jose. This is item 10 on the agenda. This will return to Commissioner Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes,
Thank you.
your proposal.
Okay, so there is no change in the in what I've already presented, but when we had a discussion of this recommendation, it was mentioned that that maybe it should be a policy recommendation versus a charter amendment. And I really want to take some time right now to go over it again, and also to really emphasize why a charter amendment, or a charter article. And first of all, I want to remind us, and we already know, I mean, I would say the air that we breathe tells us about the housing crisis in our community. And we already have an Article 19, that addresses housing, addresses land use, and all of that. The reason that this is not looking at Article 19, but rather a separate article, is because one way to address the housing crisis is to assist individuals who are low income to purchase a home. And I think all of us agree that that is the best we can do in terms of stabilizing our community, and also helping people receive opportunities to really stay here and stabilize themselves by being able to purchase some type of housing. So the article itself, as I wrote it, and And I did not write this alone. As I mentioned before, I reached out to Bob Brownstein to see, based on his experience and, working with the city and, working in this whole big area, what way we could approach this issue of helping low income individuals purchase a home. So this is how we got to this article. And then both Jenny and Veronica, Commissioner Zhao and Commissioner Amador, were part of this group to look at this. So we worked on this together, and so just like in Article 20, Article 19, we have the finding and the purpose of why we want to do this, and clearly it has to do with the housing crisis that we're all very familiar with, and I won't go into that, but I think we all have our own perspective and realize we have a problem. And also, like I already mentioned, we already have a policy, policies that protect the environment as well as the surrounding rural land and preserve commercial property. And these are actually articles that are already in the charter. So we're already doing this. We're not coming in with something new. And I just want to say to all of you, this is a crisis in our community. And to me, the difference between a policy and a charter recommendation is that by making a charter recommendation, we are really doing what is our duty. That's what we were asked to do. And we are also making it a permanent, attempting to making it, recommending it as a permanent structural change in our city. And of all things, the housing crisis is an area that should be in there and it should be addressed. And this is the recommendation that we're making is very, I would say, minimal in the sense that it's like a first step. So the section 2103, which gives the specific recommendations, are basic. One is that every other year, the mayor and the city council should conduct a comprehensive study which identifies opportunities that will assist San Jose residents to purchase a home. And then it has examples of what those could be. They could be city, county, state, or federal legislative acts, efforts by business or philanthropic centers to improve the quality of life in the city, and by supporting the expansion of home ownership by low income. And then we have that the mayor and the city will delegate responsibility to pursue, promote, and participate in these opportunities for home purchase for his residents, starting with low-income residents who have continuously resided. Well, we changed that, but anyway, I'm sorry, this shouldn't be in here. I think what we might have posted is the wrong one, by the way, the wrong version. On a regular basis, the city shall identify land not currently zoned for housing, which is highly suitable to convert to land to be used for affordable housing. So that means that we have land right now in our community that may be for employment, but however, it's not being used. So the whole idea is we look at that area and try and take advantages of opportunities. And then when we have new businesses coming in, we negotiate community benefits to assist low-income residents as defined by the city housing department to achieve home ownership. And then this is the next one is additional policies and programs to promote home ownership by low-income residents, which are subsidy, incentive, and educational based, including those that are voluntary rather than regulatory based, will be explored. And then the next section has to do with how we would look at equity, and so that has these mentioned. I do want to say, Chair Ferrer, that the version we might have posted, I'm not sure it's the latest.
Okay, so
case.
let's I'll have Megan look at that to make sure that we have the correct one, but it's the but the essence of the proposal is the one that you made before.
Yes, it is. It's the, yes, it has not been changed.
Okay, are there questions, discussion for Commissioner Fuentes on this item? City Attorney Vanny first.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, I believe it is the incorrect version because there's a provision in here with respect to low-income residents who have continuously resided in San Jose for a minimum of 10 years. And one of the things under fair housing law is you can't give preference to residents over non-residents or newer residents or things like that. So residents' preference is not permitted, and that was or should have been taken out of the version, and I think it was when this was presented at the public hearing.
Yes, and so again, this is the wrong version that's posted, but yes.
Okay, let's let you hear the discussion questions regardless. Lots of hands. Commissioner Gilman, I think you were first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. And first of all, let me apologize for being on vacation when this item was talked about earlier. I guess it was about 2 weeks ago. But the title uses the term community opportunity to purchase, I believe. And the housing department currently is looking at a program called Community Opportunity to Purchase. And that specifically is for nonprofits. And did I just get that wrong? Was I just?
Yeah, that's not the title of the recommendation. That the title is a promotion of home ownership opportunities for low-income residents of San Jose. So it's not what you said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Percival.
Thanks very much for all your work on this. And I do very much agree that, as I said before, housing is probably the #1 issue in our community, our city, our region. I guess my frustration with this particular policy is it doesn't seem to, similar, I think, to some of the concerns we had on the climate issue, is engage with a lot of the work that is currently being done, both in the city, surrounding cities, with the county. So although I believe that everyone should have shelter and that's a human right, just like healthcare is, in my view. But so much of our housing problems are also tied to lack of development overall. And we need more market rate housing, which arguably would have a bigger effect than any kind of policy where we're targeting a particular group. Not to mention the effects that happen outside city boundaries and at the state level. So I'm not in a position where I feel like I am well-versed enough to support this particular policy and make it a part of the charter. But I would encourage perhaps another approach where we're sending recommendation signals to the council to continue working on this in a particular way. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Marshman.
Did you say Monley?
Marshman first.
Marshman, okay.
On the list. Commissioner Marshman.
Marshman. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can't support this certainly as a charter amendment. There are ideas here that are good. I mean, there are the Housing Trust and some other organizations do first-time home buyer programs. I think even Measure A has one. Yeah, because and I think the Silicon Valley Leadership Group wanted that in there because it's kind of workforce, keeping people here. So they've got a program. Yeah, maybe the city should have a program too, but this seems, it just doesn't seem, it's not a framework for government. it's a series of ideas for providing housing. And some of them, I think, I mean, looking at employment land is something the city has done from time to time over the decades. And right now, Chuck Reed went sort of the extreme and on don't let any employment land go. Sam has lightened up a little bit, and I don't know what's going to happen now that we're getting more high-rise campuses. I suspect it will, some of that land will be considered more available because you can get your tax base elsewhere. But it's not something that's a new idea, and I definitely wouldn't want to put it in the charter without some extraordinary constrictions on it, because we do need jobs. The people who live here need jobs and all kinds of jobs. So I like all these ideas, but I can't support it even as a policy recommendation, because these are all policies that get talked about anyway. I think everything you've mentioned has been discussed in one form or another. Good ideas, but not the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, let me just make a comment. I think that Commissioner Marshman, I don't disagree with your concerns, or I don't disagree that a lot of other things are going on. And again, the difference here is a start of required work, basically, that we do, and we continue doing it because it is in the charter. And this I see, and I also am commenting to Commissioner Percival, this I see as a real start in formalizing some areas. Now, granted, if we had more time, we could work just like we have worked in other recommendations to strengthen it, to refine it, to make it, more like what the commission would support. But I do hope you will support it, only because, even though you've already said something other than that, only because we have a crisis, and I would be happy to add more topics into the recommendation. If we had more time, I'd be happy to work on it and modify it to make it more like what people would like to support. However, this is the recommendation so far.
Commissioner Huetran.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. Actually, my question is for Attorney Marknani. How I see Article 19 is that it sets a restriction on what our government can do, right? Whether it be the Planning Commission or City Council, because it restricts any approved development past the urban growth boundary without, unless specific conditions are met. Is that an accurate interpretation of Article 19?
Yeah, I think you can characterize it as a restriction, putting additional requirements as well on proposed developments, including ones that are proposed by ballot initiative, if it gets into the urban growth boundary, if it's near the urban growth boundary, and if it's on parcels that are a certain size. And just to provide some context as well for the commission, there is a reason why Article 19 is in the charter. I think I mentioned it a couple of meetings ago. It was intended to be an alternate measure to the Evergreen Senior Homes Initiative that was proposed. At the time under the charter, there's still a provision there that it exists. The council is not permitted to place what's referred to as an alternative ordinance to compete against a citizen-sponsored initiative. However, a charter is not an alternative ordinance, and so the council decided to put something into the charter, and the issue was litigated, and the court agreed the city could put an alternative charter measure to counter a citizen initiative.
So is it fair to say that the only reason why Article 19 existed in the charter was because the council had no choice?
Yes, if they wanted to propose something as an alternative to the Senior Homes Initiative or the Evergreen Homes Initiative, it had to be in the charter. Otherwise, it would not have been permitted.
Okay. Now, the proposal, as I'm understanding what Commissioner Fuentes is putting forward, is different in that rather than acting as any kind of restriction or I guess directing any kind of or having any direct connection to a government structure or power, is really just setting out a policy priority. Is that fair?
Yes, it's requiring the council to take certain action every other year with respect to affordable housing, and you know, in order to compel the council to do something, placing it in the charter is an appropriate way to do that.
Okay. I mean, part of the reason why I asked those is because aside from the actual act of, you know, the actual acts that are mandated by Commissioner Fuentes' proposal, with the fact that it is set as a priority, specifically that we find ways to get more home ownership among low-income families, does that create any kind of obligation on the council to take affirmative action?
No, I mean, the council sets its own priorities, it sets its own policies, and then staff proceeds from there. The council can also enact ordinances that can require it to take certain steps. The one thing that the council can't do is bind future councils to take certain action. That's only in the charter. The charter is the only document, or state law can even do that, but that requires the legislature's action. But the charter can bind future councils to take certain action. You'll see in our municipal code, we have certain actions that the council is required to take, but those ordinances can be repealed. And so that would be a way to remove any obligation that the council might have. But yes, if the council establishes its own priorities, its own policies, you know, staff will follow it, and, you know, whether or not they continue to pursue it, or measure any bit of success or failure, that again, that would just be another policy determination.
Well, in the description that you just offered here, now it kind of leads me down to ask this question here. I mean, is it permissible for us to set a policy priority in the charter if that would bind future councils in terms of what they have to focus on? And a corollary to that is, in setting a policy priority in the charter, does it open up the city to litigation from those who would say that the city is either, one, not doing enough to meet that that policy goal that's set out in the charter, or two, taking actions that are contrary to the policy priority that is set out in the charter?
Well, that's a good question. It potentially is how it's phrased. It could. I mean, if the council is not doing something that it's mandated to do under the charter, then somebody could bring an action to compel the council to do that. You know, determining, you know, putting a policy priority into the charter, it would be subjective as to whether or not they've accomplished it, or if it's something that there's an exercise of discretion involved. I would imagine a court would give some deference to the city in its argument that, yes, we performed the act that was required, we considered what the charter required, and you know, we've decided either to take no action or there's not a problem or something like that. I could see a court giving deference to the city in that regard. But yes, it could open up the city to litigation, depending on how it's phrased. If it requires the city to do something, and for whatever reason the city chooses or refuses not to, or fails to do so.
Okay, I'm going to keep us moving. Commissioner Monley.
Sorry, wait, just one last point, though, because it's directed to the proposal itself. I have a concern about the proposal. I don't disagree with the goal at all, but aside from the litigation concerns, you know, housing is a big, broad subject that has a lot of moving parts, and if we focus in on just one aspect of it, you know, just home ownership, I think that we may create complications for us down the line as we try to find holistic solutions to the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Monley, then Commissioner Lazat. Commissioner Monley.
So I'm completely in favor of affordable home ownership. I would love to find much more affordable housing in this city. That said, I have to say this would be duplicative. We have the housing department of the city of San Jose constantly looking at opportunities for housing. And we have the housing commission. There's a housing commission also looking for housing in San Jose. The problem that they're having right now is that what they need to do is get people into some kind of housing, just some kind of housing. And so what they're studying right now is a lot of rental properties, not ownership, because we've got to get people housed. But I look at this plan and I just can't see the city council accepting it as a really solid instructional piece. The city council accepting it as a charter item they could deal with, because there are a series of ideas. Go out and look for opportunities, study things, bring them back. And that's almost a prescription for not doing much more. Go out and do the study. And once you've done the study, that's all that we've done our job. There's also a piece in here that has a faint whiff of eminent domain to it that I think might really scare the council away, from accepting this, which is identify land that isn't for housing, and sounds like it's saying go get it. And I don't know how that is. That just doesn't feel like that would fly to me. We have our 2020-2040 plan now, which designates where housing can be and where business has to be. And a lot of that is so that housing is supported by the businesses that are nearby. So some of these things are just not going to be able to fit into a charter because they're a little bit broad, I think, and just don't really identify. There are also lots of organizations. Commissioner Marshman mentioned the Housing Trust. There's also many other organizations that are really working hard to raise down payment money for people so that they can buy their first home. And, I think this just doesn't quite have a place, I don't think. So I will be opposing it.
Commissioner Lazat.
Yes, thank you. So I agree with everything that's been said with regard to this. And Elizabeth touched on a little bit about what I was going to talk, and that's the general plan 2040. I was on the task force, and I've been on the last two updates. And every time, the biggest concern with the general plan is the jobs, housing imbalance that's in this city. And the fair share that other communities need to do with regard to affordable housing. And, we've tweaked it. 4 years ago, we just tweaked it again. In fact, some of the recommendations from the general plan task force are in front of the city council in the last couple of meetings, and I think a couple of meetings to come. So the task force really looked at it. We had, people from the housing department, we had community groups, affordable housing groups were on the task force. And, the conversion of industrial land or retail land to housing, is a really delicate balance. I'm not going to support this either, but I would suggest, for Commissioner Fuentes and some individuals that may have helped her, is that they attend general plan meeting updates, let their voices be heard, go to the city council next couple of weeks when they're going to be talking about the general plan updates that we're doing that have to do with housing, and make their case there. I mean, this is current. Why wait for something that'll come out of this commission? These are things that are happening right now that you could be having your voice heard. So again, I'm sorry, but I can't support this.
Commissioner Siegel, then Commissioner Lund. Yep. And Commissioner Fuentes, I'm going to I'll come back to you when we get through the rules. I know you want to respond. Commissioner Siegel and then Commissioner Lund. Yep.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Fuentes for picking up the topic of housing. It's so important. It's a basic human right. And, when people come to the city, it's something they see. And even more stark is how people enjoy their lunch and breakfast on the patios right alongside of folks that, you know, may not have a place to live and are clearly homeless. And I think that that is something that doesn't necessarily happen in some other cities. Of course, it does happen, and it's a big problem in the whole country right now. But I just wanted to thank you for having the bravery to pick this up and to you know, have to defend it. 21 other commissioners. It takes a lot of bravery to want to stand up for folks that literally have nothing, zero, and they're suffering, and it's winter. And so I just want to commend you for being brave enough to bring this before us. And I do wonder who is the group that's raising down payments for folks. I've never heard of that. And so if there really is somebody, it'd be good to know their names. Thank you.
Commissioner Lund, yep.
Yes, thanks. I'll echo that real quick. You know, Commissioner Fuentes was on our commission, chaired by Christina Johnson, Vice Chair Johnson, with some of us, and so I know where she's coming from, and we feel her good intentions. I just want to make 3 quick points that to illustrate or explain why I think that as policy prescriptions, the recommendations are difficult to kind of set in stone and direct the council to. The first being that San Jose owns very little land now. I think whatever land we owned, we sold off in the .com bust. So even in a recent year or two ago, trying to find one plot of land to build tiny home villages, one in each district, you know, the housing department could only identify one per district, and or maybe 2 parcels. But you know, the neighbors didn't want it, and the ones that we do have now aren't even on city land; they're on VTA land and other agency land. So we need to either buy land first of all at market rates to go build the public housing or the affordable housing that we know is necessary, and so that's a real obstacle. Secondly, the employment lands issue that you know Commissioner Lazat touched upon. I just want to drive home the point. You know, we do look at employment lands or even protecting public lands like Coyote Valley. I forget the exact number, but there on the general plan at least there was you know some amount of jobs, 30,000 or something jobs that were supposed to go there. It's never happened since it's been there on the map. But when we protect Coyote Valley, you have to move those jobs somewhere else. San Jose has, I think, now 12% employment lands, industrial lands, and a healthy, fiscally strong city needs to have about 20%. So when we talk about, you know, transferring employment lands to housing, which we absolutely need housing and affordable housing, housing of all sorts, we are also whittling away at the lifeline of our city to provide the services that we all complain about in terms of potholes and park conditions and so on and so forth. So that's that. But I think the third point I want to make, and this is hopefully some consolation to Commissioner Fuentes, is that you know even without this recommendation going to council, there are other forces at play that will push the council towards these kind of solutions anyway. The housing element, the state, you know, I serve an ABAG. Those bodies, those kind of super city type governments are demanding that cities step up and build more housing in every city through the housing element. So there is that in the pipeline, and San Jose, like every other city in the state, will have to confront these issues soon enough. So it will not go neglected without this coming from our commission. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner Marshman, you have your hand up. Is it just staying up? Would you want to speak? You're on mute.
Sorry, yes, I did want to say one more quick thing. First, I wanted to echo Commissioner Sagal's compliments to Maria. She absolutely has her heart in the right place, and she's you know, looking for ideas. This is one of the problems of trying to deal with housing issues and land use issues in a hurry. But the main thing I wanted to say was a reason not to put these kinds of ideas in the charter is that the economy can change. The economy can change quickly, and we don't know what working from home is going to do, whether companies will build less. We don't know what will change in the land use picture. We don't know what, at some point, I think we're in a housing bubble. I don't know if the realtors on the group would agree, but I think, I think there's got to be a crash at some point. And at that point, do you want it in the charter that your folks still have to, that your council still has to work for this, or force them to pay for a ballot measure to get rid of the requirement? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you to all the commissioners. Commissioner Fuentes, would you like to have the last word before you make a motion?
Okay, this is not the last word, because let me say this first. Before I respond, I would like to know from my fellow commissioners if there's anything in these recommendations that if it was removed, you would be willing to support it, in case there is any possibility there for support of this recommendation. I understand and a lot of the comments that were made about things that are already going on and all of that. That's, of course, there's a lot of work going on. And I think we're all in the same boat. I think it breaks our hearts to see, the homeless, to see people, really having a difficult time, people moving away, people looking at our city and, they see the things, they don't see the good things that we see, but they see some of our problems, and housing is like, it's such a serious problem that I would not want to just walk away from our responsibilities here and not try to put some kind of language in the charter that gives and requires our city government to do more in this area. And to really, these recommendations are very general and specific at the same time, but they're minimal of what the city could do. And I don't know what more to say, except that I absolutely agree that a lot is going on, and this is not intended to say nothing is going on in our community around the area of housing, but this is intended to put language into our city charter. Just like we have, for however reason, for whatever reason, charter, Article 19 got into the charter, it's in the charter. And so this is not a foreign area for the charter. So, but again, my last point, again, my first and last, is that if there's something anyone would like for me to remove and to consider supporting it, I would definitely consider that before I make the motion. I don't know if Len Diab has his hand up because he wants to say something.
I'm sorry, that was from before.
Yeah.
Okay. With not hearing any suggestions, I would like to make a motion that that we approve. Make sure I get it correctly. Article 20.
Are you making two motions, one for
No,
charter and one for policy if the charter doesn't pass?
If the charter doesn't pass, then I'll make a motion for policy. Yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to, the motion is to approve Article 20, the promotion of home ownership opportunities for low-income residents of San Jose, as a charter amendment. Amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. And is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. And Commissioner Fuentes, staff has gone back and traced emails backwards. And if you had conversations with the attorney, we're wondering if we didn't get a copy, because what was posted is the last copy we had. So if you could do me a favor and make sure that Megan or Tony get the latest version so that we have that as part of the record for tonight, I'd appreciate that. But
I will do that. Thank you.
It's back, and that's the copy that's the last copy they had, which is what they posted. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. We'll go to the public now.
Sorry, my mouse turned off. Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Redlining. The map states that, hold on a second, I'm right here. Don't worry, I'm not going nowhere, but I just got to get into this computer. And I'm going to read to you the redlining map of the barrio that I grew up in. This is D11. Okay, chicken ranchers, laborers, type farmhands, mechanics, Italian, Portuguese, infiltration of Mexicans, rapid. It also states that this section contains the largest concentration of Mexicans in the community. The northern section within the city limits is largely populated by the lower stratum of Italians and Portuguese. From a racial standpoint, this area is extremely undesirable. Almost all the homes in the area have 1 or 2 acre grand tracts, and for that reason have a certain appeal to foreign laborers as sustenance homesteads. This is disgusting. Have any of you read one of these redlining maps? I mean, redlining documents? This is the document of the barrio that I grew up in, the Horseshoe. Now, you guys want to talk, intellectualize, all this shit. I'm tired of that being intellectualized. I'm tired of racism being intellectualized. I'm tired of white people determining the context in which I live and then trying to determine whether or not I should exist or not. This is an existential crisis. The city has 400,000 people that are going to come to this city right now. That's why they're planning it. We are making policy right now for people that aren't even here yet. 400,000. Think about that. That is 40% of the current population that is going to come here, which means the Mexicans gotta leave.
Tessa Woodmansey?
Okay, good. I am so tired of hearing about the job balance. This is it. It's even in our charter. I was shocked, but not surprised actually. It's in the charter that the threatened employment lands. And the thing is, right now, what we'll be facing, that my husband is saying, and you can see the problems that we're facing, and that what's happening around our world. We are going to be a 40x. There will be 40x amount of people here, not 1 million, but 40 million because of climate refugees. And we're seeing it today with what's happening, the unlivability of living in Canada, in British Columbia, where we've had the fires and the heat, and 500 people died of the heat up there. And now they're having flooding. They're not going to be able to live up there. And this is what we're having to face. And so, we're not building housing, we're building jobs, and we're making these buildings in my neighborhood on Stockton Avenue with these large, retail. Who's coming? What are we doing? We're not buying anything. We don't need anything. We don't need restaurants. I mean, that's where all COVID has come. And yet we're just keeping on going with this. And the change is in our, like George Monbiot says, the change is, to increase, we need to create a private sufficiency and public luxury. We need to be creating housing that's what we need to be focusing on. And we need to change our whole lifestyle to become self-sufficient. So we have to be starting to grow food everywhere. And this is what needs to be put into our charter is, yes, we need to be, to create self-sufficiency so we can survive, not jobs. That needs to be, we need a transition away from, we need universal.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I thought that was a really interesting item. Thank you. I'm interested, if it doesn't make it into the charter, how it can be a part, to be a part of future good policy making for the city of San Jose. I think it really speaks to the idea of reparations for decades of people who've lived in San Jose in really difficult conditions and low-income conditions. This sounds like it's trying to help address that. And these are our reparations of the future, basically. These are really interesting, good ideas. So thank you for them. And yeah, if it doesn't make the charter as it can, I really hope it can come through San Jose city government and really be a part of our future policies. I guess the municipal code system and ways of working. Hopefully, that can be a choice, an option. Thank you for this item.
Column user 1.
It all sounds great on paper, just like they say communism sounds great on paper. You're going to give everybody a place to live. There's not enough money. The cost of things in Silicon Valley, of labor, land, real estate, insurance, all these things, the property tax, there's no end in sight unless there's a property crash, a real estate crash. There's not enough space to build all these things for every single person. And then, okay, first is people who are homeless. Okay, great. But what are they going to do to a place, right? How are they going to live in that place for the rest of their lives in a tough shed or whatever they're promoting? Then there's opportunity housing for people who make a great income, but not a great income here. So you're going to be subsidizing people's housing from people who have nothing to people who have a lot of money and everybody in between. I mean, it's just too much. I don't know where all the money's going to come from. I mean, because you have to pay all these police officers $500,000 a year with all their overtime and benefits, so they can live here, right? I mean, you got to pay all these city workers. Where's the money left over that the city's going to have for all these wonderful things? And the property that's left to build on is not very good. If by a freeway or whatever. Who wants to live next to a freeway? I don't. So I don't know. You guys are crazy to think that you're going to put this in the charter. Our founding fathers said life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They tried to say property, but they knew they couldn't do it. There's no way you can give every single person some sort of free or subsidized housing. It won't work. Just look at what happened in the former Soviet Union. Anyway, let's go, Brandon.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. Let's take a vote then. This is a recommendation being put forward. The motion is, a yes vote is to accept the recommendations on, excuse me, on the purchase of, the promotion of home ownership opportunities for low-income residents of San Jose. And this is a recommended charter amendment is the motion. The roll?
Barbara Marshman,
No.
Christina Johnson,
No.
Elizabeth Monley,
No.
Ellie Matsumura,
No.
Enrico Calendar, sorry, I didn't catch your vote. Frank Kametsky,
No.
Derek Percival,
No.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran.
No.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. That was a no?
Yes, that's no.
Thank you. Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
No.
Lund Diep,
Nay.
Linda Lazat,
No.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Jerry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
No.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
That motion does not pass by a vote of 9 yes votes and 12 no votes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fuentes, do you want to
Madam Clerk, can I ask to be added as an I?
Thank you. Commissioner Calendar is an aye vote. That does not change the outcome of this motion. Commissioner Fuentes.
Okay, so first of all, I want to ask a question. When we have on our report a minority recommendation, what exactly does that mean?
The minority report would be an item such as this. If you took no other action, this would become part of the minority report, which is that this was what we looked at. Here's what the public said. Here's what the motion was based on the memo. And this was, and here were some of the concerns that commissioners had about the item. And that would be part of the minority report.
Okay, so my question is, would it be part of the can it be part of the minority report as a charter, since that was our vote, and still be presented and be considered as a policy recommendation?
Yes, you could have it in both sides of the report. Is that what you're asking? Yes.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Put in the yeses if it came through as a policy recommendation, and it would still also be in the minority report of a no based on a charter recommendation.
Okay, great. Okay, so then I would like to make a motion for Article 20, the promotion of home ownership opportunities for low-income residents of San Jose, to be a policy recommendation.
And is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Amador. And the clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman,
I have to still say no.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
No.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar,
Aye.
Frank Kamitsky,
No.
Eric Percival,
No.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lynn Diep,
Nay.
Linda Lizotte,
Sorry, no.
Luis Ferrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Sherry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
No.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao,
Yes.
and that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. It will be both on the yeses and the nos. Awesome. Let's move to our next one, which is Commissioner Amador, the Community to Purchase Act, or COPA. This is a policy recommendation to council, not a charter recommendation. Commissioner Amador, have you changed anything in your recommendation?
Yes, I did add an F&Q on specifically on where it talks about if there's any arguments against it. So I would want to go over that. And I also wanted to see if I can add something else to my recommendation right now. Is that okay?
Sure.
More of a picture. Great. Thank you. And so I do want you all, and I want to share this to see, this is a map of San Jose, the city of San Jose, and this is right now what we still are currently seeing, the segregation that persists. As you can see, by the where white non-Hispanic live and where that red lining is. It is there, it is currently there, has been there, and it continues to be there. So as I think we think about this housing, recommendations or housing policies as we're talking about I want you to keep this in mind as well. I will be including it as well into the policy. This is sad, right? And for commissioners to also say that there is no displacement happening, it's sad. You know why? Because my family's being displaced. And you can't tell me that my family chooses to be displaced. You can. That my neighbors get to choose to be displaced. You can. Displacement is happening. And if you can't see it, I don't know how to support you in that. But I can tell you that firsthand, my community is one payment away from rent, from losing their homes. And there's not this all organizations, there's not the city scooping us, right, to save us. There's not. And that's when displacement happens. And it doesn't happen because we want to. It doesn't happen because we didn't work hard. It happens because there's laws. It happens because there's been this segregation that keeps oppressing and oppressing and oppressing. I was a teen mom, you know, and here I am and serving this commission. I am fully grateful to be in full support right here with all of you. And I feel, you know, I have so much power sitting here, and the feeling to continue to advocate for my community is there. And I applaud to all of you that continue to do that as well. But last time that I brought people from my community to speak about something, an issue that's happening, and for many of you to disregard that is happening, it's sad. Because it's happening, and it's happening in your backyard. It might not be happening in your street, as we can see, the segregation. You might not see your neighbors moving, right? They might be moving because they bought a home, because they're able to leave, because they have some equity, but not because they were displaced. Thank you. Now I'm going to continue with what I did add to my recommendations, and that you should have got it. And those are, as I mentioned, this was not and has not been written by me specifically. It's been a community effort. It's been voices behind this, voices that are currently being impacted, voices that have been impacted, right? And so frequently asked questions from landlords, because that matters as well. Does COPA force me to sell my rental property before I want to sell it? No, COPA does not force an owner to sell before they are ready. When you choose to sell, COPA provides a process for existing tenants to remain in the property by purchasing it themselves or assigning their purchase rights to a qualified organization. If tenants' qualified organizations does not respond or waive their purchase right, the owner can proceed to sell the property on the market. Number two, does COPA control the price owner can sell their property for? No, owners receive the fair market value for the sale of their property under COPA. The owner has the right to accept or reject the initial offer they receive from the tenant or a qualified organization. If an owner rejects the initial offer and subsequently receives an offer from another buyer they want to accept, then tenants' qualified organizations have a certain amount of time to match the offer and purchase a property. Will COPA prevent me from transferring my property to my family? No, COPA exempts transfers, even when money is offered between immediate family members, including spouses, domestic partners, parents, children, sibling, grandparents, and grandchild. Can I market my rental property for sale before complying with COPA? No, COPA requires sellers of rental properties to give existing tenants and qualified organizations the exclusive opportunity to make an offer before marketing it to the other buyers. Who would I have to notify that I intend to sell my rental property, and how long would they have to respond? You can notify existing tenants and a list of qualified organizations vetted by the city. You could also file copies of the notice with the city. Tenants and qualified organizations would have time to submit a statement of interest. If I accept the offer from a tenant or a qualified organization, what happens? You enter into contract. Your contract should include a financial contingency that complies with COPA timelines for securing financing, giving the tenants qualified organizations sufficient time to secure finance and close the trial. If I reject the initial offer from tenants or a qualified organization, what happens? You're then free to solicit offers on the market. If you receive an offer you would like to accept or make offer that another buyer would like to accept, you would need to notify the tenant or qualified organization, whoever submitted the initial offer, and give them an opportunity to exercise the right or first refusal to match the offer. Now, this goes for tenants. If my landlord decides to sell the property, what are my options? You can decide to make the first offer on the property, choose a qualified organization to assign your right to, or waive your right altogether by choosing not to respond. Again, who rents, right? Who gets to rent those properties? It's not a tech work company, most likely, right? It's not a tech person. It's somebody that is working at McDonald's, not just 1, 2 jobs, maybe 3. What does COPA proceed look like? 1 landlord decides to sell their property. 2 landlord notifies tenants and qualified organizations of intent to sell. If tenants are interested in purchasing or assigning their right to a qualified organization, a majority must submit a collective statement of interest to the owner. If a tenant do not submit a statement of interest, qualified organization may submit a statement of interest to the landlord and go through a similar process. If not qualified organizations submit a statement of interest, then the landlord can proceed to sell on the open market. Is it my only option to purchase a property? No. If you wish to stay in your home, but do not wish to purchase or find that if it's financially infeasible for you to purchase, you can choose to assign your COPA rights to a qualified organization who may be ready and willing to purchase. The City of San Jose will maintain a list of qualified organizations, nonprofits, housing developers, community land trusts, and cooperatives that are committed to permanently affordability, partnering with tenants and keeping you in your home. If I choose to remain a renter and a qualified organization purchase at the building, will I have a tenant protection? Yes, tenants would continue to be able to live there, either as owner or as tenants, with tenants protections and the enforcement of tenants' rights under existing local, state, and federal law. The policy is designed to not lead to any internal displacement as a result of COPA sales. As a tenant, COPA ensures tenant protection post-purchase, including just cause evictions, rent control. And now the racial equity, right? There's even a racial equity, something that it's stated here as commissioners that we but we really took a stand on. What are some of the racial equity policy goals of COPA? The most important racial equity goal of COPA is to reduce displacement, which disproportionately impacts the Black and Latinx communities in San Jose by opening up pathways to ownership for tenants. COPA also represents an opportunity to reduce barriers to home ownership. Historic barriers to home ownership, like redlining, have led to racial wealth gap. And this wealth gap is clear in home ownership numbers broken down by ethnicity. COPA represents one part of the strategy to confront this racial wealth gap. Given that many of San Jose Black and Latinx residents, and I know some of our community might not identify as Latinx, they might identify as Chicanos, as Mexicanos, as different marginalized in a marginalized community, this is to them. Residents have already been displaced. How can we ensure that this policy will benefit Black and Latinx people with ties to San Jose? While COPA is initially going to benefit those who are already in a building to help them stay, there will be an opportunity with vacancies in COPA building to rehouse people displaced in the past. COPA is about preventing displacement of current residents, and through the creation of permanent affordable housing, creating a more accessible and less exclusionary San Jose in the long run. What are the impacts of COPA on intergenerational wealth building and communities of color? COPA exempt transfer, even when money is offered between immediate family members, including the spouses, domestic partners, parent and child, sibling, grandparents, and grandchildren. COPA also does not interfere with transfer of property to one heirs upon their death of the owner. This applies to the properties bought by tenants as a result of the COPA program as well. How will this impact property owners for whom their rental property is one of their only assets? Property owners selling under COPA will still get their fair market value when selling their property. Why should property owners of color who have had to come up against systemic discrimination have to comply with a process for how they sell their property. The impacts on property owners from COPA policy are minimal. Property owners can still sell to family, and COPA does not interfere with states. For those property owners who do participate, the COPA process adds time but does not control the sale price. At the same time, the potential positive impacts for marginalized renters and for making San Jose a less exclusive place into the future are large. People of color benefit disproportionately when displaced is reduced and tenants have an opportunity to become homeowners. Again, I don't use fancy words like many of you. I applaud you for that. I don't. Okay, my background is early childhood development. I love early childhood development. I love education, but I don't have all these fancy words. And, you know, and I'm not going to argue that displacement is not happening. That's one thing I'm not going to argue. So if your comment is about displacement not happening, I ask you to please don't mention it. I do ask you as a human being, as a commissioner here that we've worked together for the past 11 months, that if you're going to mention displacement, it's not happening in San Jose, send me a message instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Amador. Questions, comments, discussion for Commissioner Amador before we take her motion. Commissioner Monley.
Yeah. COPA is, we're just not ready yet to make a recommendation or a motion to include COPA pretty much anywhere yet. There are a lot of very unanswered big questions about COPA. For instance, a landlord or a person who owns an investment property, we'll say, has to offer this to a nonprofit, and we don't know who the nonprofits will be yet, but must offer it off market first to a nonprofit. And the nonprofit will have an unknown number of days in which to respond. If the landlord doesn't accept that offer from the nonprofit, they can go on the market, but they have to allow the nonprofit to match a regular market offer. But what we don't know is how many days they will have to make that offer. All of this is time off the market when a person could actually be trading their property in a regular market. And the other thing that really that is a really big unknown is the nonprofits may buy the property, but I think we all really need to know what the obligations will be of the nonprofits to make use of that property. We need to know those answers. These are virtually nowhere yet, not in any of the cities that are utilizing it. Washington, D.C. is considered to be the model for COPA. Washington, D.C. is amending their program. It's just not working. Berkeley, the city of Berkeley here across the bay, is tabling the idea. It's just, they're just not bringing it because it is too questionable and too fraught with issues. And in San Francisco, COPA is there, but only 5 properties over 2 years have actually sold through COPA, and 38 have sold of similar properties on the open market over the 2 years. So this is just not, I don't think it's ready for us to make any kind of a motion on it. It's too out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers.
I do want to respond. I do disagree. I think there is. I know that the city is going to be putting out in the next week or so, and I'm pretty sure Commissioner Monley, that you've been following along with COPA, and I think you're also part of that strategy. They're going to be putting a research, right, that has been done for the past 2 years, talking about it. And not only that, but I think then when are we going to be ready, right? When is San Jose going to be ready to stop the displacement? When is San Jose going to be ready to stop, to actually implement something that can support? And like you mentioned before, San Francisco only has acquired a few properties, right? So if people are concerned about nonprofits going off and running with, buying the whole city, it's not happening, right? So it's still also very much on the things that everything has not been set on stone. So things can be regulated, things can be also put on the table towards what is it that we want. And so why shouldn't we as the commissioners take a step and say, yes, let's support this, because there is nothing out there. Or, can you tell me if something that is out there, because Commissioner Fuentes just brought something else to the table and we were not ready for that either. Thank you.
Thank you for the recommendation and for sharing your own experiences with this placement. I definitely agree that denying that displacement occurs is just not realistic. That said, though, I know that you mentioned that we're expecting a policy proposal to come out in the next week or so. Do you know exactly how that policy is going to look? My only question about this really is, do we actually have something to support yet? And I want to preface this by saying that conceptually, I actually think COPA is a solid policy idea and proposal. It's just that at least where we stand right now, we don't actually have a policy to support, right? And I'm bringing this up also because, oddly enough, I've been getting a lot of reports about a campaign to attack the COPA proposal when one just doesn't exist yet, at least not to my knowledge. So it's kind of odd to kind of see this action and activity happening all around the COPA proposal when, at least to my knowledge, as a member of the Housing Commission, that one just hasn't been released yet. So so that's my only question. I mean, do we know enough yet about what is going to be proposed for us to actually say that we should support it?
Yeah, and I think you posed a really great question. And no, I don't know when that is going to be released. And, it's very much on, again, it's not a policy, and it's just the research and information and the need to take the community engagement. They are very, very early on it as well. However, I think still, again, community, I've read a few reports that the housing has put out to the council talking about how much community wants to, has been around that issue and supporting it as well. And I agree with you. There is no policy yet. There's already, unfortunately, there was already something to stop it. And talking about, having some, I would call it misinformation because like you said, there is no policy, right? So what are we so afraid putting things out there? However, I still believe that it is essential that we put a stand on it. And I know that it's going to be debated what it seems like on the latest November 4th, I believe, in the memorandum that was given to council. It seems like it's going to be looked at around February, March. That's when the council will take a look at. But our commission will not be standing then.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Amador. Commissioner Marshman, then Commissioner Zhao. Commissioner Marshman.
Thank you. First of all, I can't imagine who has said there's no such thing as displacement. That's one of the reasons our homeless community has grown so much. And I'm really sorry that you've come up against that kind of resistance. I have reservations about this because I have not seen, I've done a little reading about it. I have not seen that it's working great in other cities. And it just seems too early to me, since the council is working on it. I just have a hard time coming in before there's something firm on the table. But it's not because there isn't a need to do something about displacement. I hope something good can come out of the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshman. Commissioner Zhao. Commissioner Zhao, you're on mute. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to make it clear, displacement do exist. What I refer to, and also the goal of COPA, is to address massive displacement, which specifically referring to pull out the entire building out of market. Because San Jose has tenant protection ordinance and Alice Act. Therefore, when building transfer the ownership, the owner has to follow both of these laws, cannot do massive displacement. That's what I mean. These are different things. And thankfully, San Jose has a rent registry record. So in the past 2 years, there's about 2 buildings, a handful of units that's undergoing Alice Act. So that is the data. That's the fact. I am on the COPA task force. I'm one of the task force member. I've gone through all the meetings. So I know there are no set policy yet. Everything is on the table as for how long it takes for the notification period. And then after it goes to the market, how long does that take for the nonprofit to match, and whether the nonprofit are exempt from the property tax and all other taxes, and whether what if the building that has a tenant that doesn't meet the certain income criteria, what happens to that tenant? And how does the city enforce it? How much, how many staff time, and what are the costs to policing it? All these are open questions. There's no answer yet. And there's not enough community outreach processes undergo yet. All are ongoing process. So I'm not sure where Commissioner Amador's Q&A were coming from, because it seems like this looks like a housing stuff for a housing department put together Q&A, but it doesn't seem to me like that, because a lot of questions that we don't have an answer yet. So I'm not sure if it's mature to recommend for something that we really don't know. That's all.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Zhao. And I do want to, I was shared this earlier today. I was shared with this map, and this one's from KQED, and it was on Facing Eviction Sold Out, and it was a podcast event that happened over the weekend from Tim Thomas, Dr. Tim Thomas from Urban Displacement Project. And this highlights that the city of San Jose from March 19, 2020 to July 31, 2021 ranks as #1 in the Bay Area for evictions, right? So we're right here. And it's happening, right? And again, and if it's not happening at a higher rate, then I'm not sure how we became the #1. But this was just share. And I will add this to my memo as well for commissioners to be able to see it. And I'll also highlight the podcast and the interview.
And Commissioner Amador, if you could quote the source from your FAQs, that would be helpful as well in the document as you submit. Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Commissioner Amador for taking on such a huge issue, especially being so close to it. I know that must not have been easy, but thank you so much for that presentation and for the facts and the FAQ you went through. It was very informative. I just want to be clear to clarify that the Ellis Act applies to buildings that are built before 1979 and not after 1979. So if a building is built after 1979, tenants don't need to have a warning if the owner decides to pull it off market, or they are, but their rent is not stabilized. So, you know, I just wanted to clarify that, just so that people know that there are little limits in the Ellis Act. And I think that, you know, because it says a lot that there's already a campaign against this, even though it hasn't gone to council yet and no policy has been released. And, you know, to look at who's putting out the campaign against this, I think it shows there's a little conflict of interest here. And that's a concern for me. And I just want to say that I'm in support of Commissioner Amador's memo, and thank you so much for authoring this.
Thank you very much, Chair Johnson. Commissioner Sigal.
Thank you so much. I would like to screen share. Can you see the screen share of Commissioner Amador's presentation? Are you able to see it, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. So there are 10 recommendations here. COPA is just one. There are 10. And and recommendation 3 is simply saying explore a community opportunity to purchase program. And so that's all. It's a recommendation to explore it, which it sounds like the city council is doing anyways. They're exploring that and potentially coming up with a vote for it. So I really don't see what the huge controversy is in terms of COPA, because they're already exploring it and we're just recommending that they explore it. And there are these other recommendations. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Clarity. Commissioner Callender.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and this isn't just because Commissioner Amador is on the committee, but I want to say, you know, I've listened to folks and I've heard that people have concerns and it's not completely ripe yet. I have concerns too. But let me tell you this. We've got to do something for us not to speak up for justice, for us not to speak up for exploring. For this is not, we're not asking for a charter amendment. What we're asking for is for to do the right thing and to explore it, to basically educate and to analyze it. This is the right decision. I'm going to be supporting this recommendation, and I'd invite you to do the right thing and support this recommendation with me. We're not making a change to the charter here. What we're doing is we're recommending to the city council that they look at this. We're saying that we know these things are happening. You know, admittedly, Commissioner Amador says, no, they haven't studied enough. She's done a very strong job at trying to bring this information together, trying to move this forward. And I would ask that we do the right thing as a commission and not act like these things are not happening in our community. Just because we don't have the right amount of information doesn't mean that we shouldn't recommend that we continue to explore this, that we continue to analyze this, and we continue to try to find a solution for this community. I will be supporting the motion when Ms. Amador makes it.
Thank you, Commissioner Matsky, and then Commissioner Fuentes, Commissioner Quatran. Commissioner Matsky.
Yeah, thank you. I just have more of a question than anything. The city, I understand that there's the 10 things that are there, and I appreciate Commissioner Siegel pointing that out because it is more than just COPA. But I got a question for Commissioner Amador is, since there is a housing commission, what was your thinking in why it should be addressed by this particular commission rather than that one?
I think the support that wherever it can get, right? Wherever we all are making the efforts and having our voices heard, because I can go to the housing commission, right? And I can speak there. I can go to council and I can speak there. But bringing it here, I have this power, I have this privilege to be here in front of you all, and to be able to collaborate with community on this, and to be able to bring it to you all, to bring it to the table. And, you know, again, as a community power here, this is why I decided to bring it in here. I know that there's housing looking at it, the Housing Commission, which both Commissioner Tran and other commissioners from here sit on it. I can go to council and make my voice heard. But again, I have, you know, not many, I mentioned it before, right? Not many in my district, specifically District 5, sit on commissions. And so I think it is my role as a representative for my commission, for my district and for my community, to really bring it here and to ask for your support on something that my community is really taking into a support as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to support this and this recommendation, and I really want to advocate for everyone here to support this. And you know, all of these points that have been made about, you know, all the points that have been made are fine, you know, I mean, but then we have to get to the point, and I really want to acknowledge Veronica, Commissioner Amador, and Commissioner Callender about this. I mean, we need to do the right thing. I mean, we are in a position to have a lot of influence in our city and in the future, a huge influence. And this is, as we know, one of the most serious problems that our city is facing. And it affects the poor, it affects low income, but it also affects others who cannot afford and cannot, we have a lot of crowded conditions because people can't afford to live here, and it impacts a lot of people. But, you know, I think the map that Veronica showed in the beginning, that really shows a redlining, really shows the isolation in our city, is something that all of us have to care about. You have to care about your babysitter, you have to care about your cleaning lady, you have to care about your cook, you have to care about your carpenter. I mean, people have to care about the other people in our city. I have a home, you know, all of us probably have a home, but, you know, there's many people that don't. And the one thing that hits me over and over again is greed. Not only, and I'm not trying to say that any of us are greedy, but I'm thinking of, how did we ever get where we are today in our city? I mean, how did we get here? And I think maybe there's a little bit too much greed going on, because we have so many people in need, and we're not taking enough action. And here we have an opportunity to act. And it's just a recommendation, as Commissioner Siegel pointed out. And I mean, I'm confident that if this moves forward, if COPA really starts beginning to take hold in our city, that there's going to be a lot of work done. It's going to be a lot of work done on both sides. It's going to be a lot of effort to make sure no one is negatively impacted, that homeowners are able to, you know, are not going to be forced to do anything that they don't want to do with their assets. And there'll be a lot of negotiations, but please, you know, we've got to step in, and we've got to let people in. You know, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is we need to open the door for those in our city with the highest need to be able to have an opportunity to try and have an avenue for housing and for a better life in our city.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. Commissioner Tran.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, appreciate pointing out that the memo is a bit broader than COPA. I think I can support that. I would only...
Commissioner Tran, excuse me. Commissioner Siegel, I'm confused, and I want to make sure the record's clear. Commissioner Siegel, those are the 10 points of the city's plan. but the recommendation coming from Commissioner Amador is to support COPA. Am I
If I
not?
may, Chair, I was actually going to address the same point.
Okay, I just want to make sure the record's clear, and so I'm confused. So Commissioner Tran, if that's your question, thank you for asking, and I apologize for my interruption.
No, no worries. I appreciate it. I think we were kind of going the same direction, but yeah, the introduction to the recommendation does list out the 10 policy areas that are intended for support, which it's always good to have that clarity. In Section 3, it does state specifically that there's no changes to the charter, but we would support policies that prioritize establishing and continuing to support the COPA. And create new sources of funding for affordable housing community ownership models and displacement and the continuation of tenant protection. I mean, I think we can simplify this by changing the word support to explore. And then I think that might address, I think that would address the vast majority of the concerns here, and we can move, and then I would move forward and would support that.
Can you can you say those words? Do you mind to share your screen and just make that change so we can all see it visually?
Give me a second.
Or Commissioner Amador, do you have it up?
Yeah, I do. I can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, if you could share your screen, and Commissioner Tran, if you could tell us that language again, that's so helpful.
Sure. It's box 3. I think if we just replace the word support with explore, then I think that would address all of the concerns that were brought up in terms of ripeness, I guess, and we can walk out from there. I mean, I would say this too, that at least from the Housing Commission's perspective, all of the work here, all of the priority areas that Commissioner Amador identified as things that we need to work on, 100% agree, and we would love to at least have a statement of support from the Charter Review Commission to continue that work.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman, and then Commissioner Matsumura.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Amador, for raising this idea. I don't think anybody here denies that displacement is happening. It's happening. It's a huge problem. And it's a very complex problem. There are many causes of it and many potential solutions to it. We are a charter commission. That's what we were formed for. And this recommendation, like several others this evening, is straying from that mission, and we're getting into policy. And we're getting into a policy issue, a very specific policy issue that may or may not help the displacement issue. We've not seen any data that would convince me that COPA is a viable and relevant and impactful solution to this. And I think as a commission, we have spent very little time. You did an excellent job articulating your point of view, but there's more than one side to this issue, and we've not heard all of the different sides. And some people have talked about a campaign against COPA. That's probably true. And I will also tell you, there's been a much longer and more well-orchestrated campaign for the issue. So there's special interests on all sides of this issue. So, and then finally, like several other things here, the city is on this issue. They're studying COPA. They're moving on COPA, researching it, as well as many other things. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner Matsumura, and then Commissioner Baruch, you had your hand up and then you took it down. I want to make sure I don't skip you. So Commissioner Matsumura.
Thank you. Just a moment while I get all of my windows in the place where I need them. I can see that others can sympathize with that. So thank you to Commissioner Amador for bringing forward this important issue to the commission, and to all the commissioners for the discussion. I did want to continue to follow up on the clarification that Commissioner Tran started us out with, because there are a couple of places in that section that said support. And so I just wanted to make sure, I'm trying to get back to it, that folks are comfortable with the language. Oh, thank you for pulling that up. Right, exactly. So explore policies that will prioritize establishing and continuing to support COPA, or should it be support policies that will prioritize establishing and continuing to explore? Okay, I just needed a moment to look at that together, but I think that this is where it makes sense to replace support with explore. Thank you for taking that moment with me. Additionally, I wanted to just reflect on some of the discussion tonight. Hearing this question raised around the obligations of nonprofits to make use of the property, I do find a little surprising considering the extensive research and coverage in the media of the large number of vacant privately owned properties in the Bay Area. Lots of coverage of the fact that we have enough vacant properties in the Bay Area to house our unhoused population, in some cases multiple times over. And so I think it is odd to hear that argument against nonprofit organizations who would have a mission specifically to house people versus a mission that is about making profit off of housing people. I myself actually did receive a text message funded by the Association of Realtors opposing COPA. So there is quite an active campaign by some of the same organizations that have opposed rent control, that have opposed just cause eviction right, that have opposed further protections against displacement. And I don't think that the campaign for COPA has been by special interests. I think special interests are those who are serving their own interests in earning profit. I think those who are standing up for people's rights to be safely housed, given the impact of safe and stable housing on health, on life, on mental health, on one's children and family and ability to raise children and ability to get to work. I don't think that's a special interest. I think that's a community interest. I think that's something that as a commission, we should all be interested in. And I think that people make a choice to go into the business of making money off of housing. There are many ways that we all earn our living. And if you choose to earn your living by providing something essential like housing, just as if you choose to earn your living by providing healthcare, by feeding people, you have a major impact on the lives of those whom you're housing, and it comes with serious responsibilities. And I know many people do take those seriously. And so we are saying that there is an impact on people who live here when their housing is sold, and that we need to define what responsibilities those who go into business housing people have towards those whom they house. And that part of that responsibility is to take reasonable measures to combat displacement. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Matsumura. I see only hands up. Is it from people who have spoken? Are you keeping your hands up, or you thank you for taking them down? And anybody who's got them still up, I'm going to call on you. So Commissioner Calendar.
All right.
4 speakers to 1. So
well, I didn't want to speak again. I have been trying to pull back from this, but clearly we've had a lot of conversation on this topic. Clearly, everyone has recognized that it's something that's still important. Commissioner Matsumura, I want to thank you for recognizing and talking about what special interests there are. There are no special interests standing up for the poor and the impoverished. There are no special interests that are getting paid off of forcing people out of their homes. The one thing that I want us to recognize where we are right now, we had a discussion about, was this important enough to put in the charter? And it was a robust discussion. I think that everyone understands that, no, this is probably not something that belongs in the charter. And I have to tell you, I agree with that. but I'm appreciative of the fact that we had the discussion. I'm appreciative of the fact that Commissioner Amador brought this to the committee, that she championed this, that she tried to figure out a way to make it work, and then came to the realization that no, it may not belong in the charter, but it's important enough that we should opine from the Charter Review Committee that yes, this should be something that should be considered. I stand strongly behind this. I stand strongly behind the fact that we should opine. No, I don't believe it should be in the charter. But I think that for us to even opine to say that we looked at this, that we considered this, that we thought maybe it should be in the charter is enough to maybe move this along. Yes, others are considering it. Yes, others are doing it. But again, I'm always going to stand on the right side of justice, even if our opinion is just that we want you to consider this as a policy position. That is where I'm going to stand. And so for that, I thank Commissioner Amador. I will be strongly supporting this motion. I try to only speak at times for things that are really passionate. And I'm really passionate about someone that brought the passion to the table, someone that personally experienced this. And I think we could do the right thing. We're not putting this in the charter. We're just saying, yes, this is important.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellner. Commissioner Amador, I would like you to make a motion.
Great. A motion to, I know that there was one, something that we made a change, and that was to number 3, changes that are made, and it went from support to explore. So I motion to, again, I motion
the exploration of
yes, the exploration of the Community to Purchase Act, known as COPA, to be as a memo, as a policy, support to City Council.
Thank you. And a second to that motion.
Second.
Second, thank you. We will now go to the public.
Paul Soto.
I'd like to speak, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm talking specifically to Commissioner Tran. In 1974, the Vietnamese begged for a place to go. Where did they find it? They didn't find it on the west side. They didn't find it in the Rose Garden. They found it on the east side of San Ho. That's where you found safe refuge. Your people, okay? The Chicano moratorium was conducted August 29th of 1970 because 5% of the population we represented, yet we were 20% of the casualties in Vietnam, so that you could have a place to stay. You're welcome. But my Chicano people, the Chicanos, were dead in the fields of Vietnam fighting for democracy over there, a very democracy that they couldn't experience in the fields of Sasipuedes. They were fighting for a democracy for your people that over here, we didn't even experience. And we did it with valor, we did it with dignity, and we did it with grace. I think your memory is short. Your whole community's memory is short. You guys dressed in military uniform at History Park and spoke down to the Mexicans. You spoke down to the United States government. We abandoned you. Tell that to the Chicanos. Tell that to the Chicanos. There is a short memory of history. Lazat, Monley, Marshall, and Gilman. All 4 of you, thank you. Because what you did is you affirmed the importance, the absolute importance of racial equity work. This is disgusting, this conversation that I've heard here. I mean, absolutely disgusting.
Tessa Woodmansey.
Thank you. Okay, Tessa Woodmansey. Well, I have experienced in my neighborhood, I was told that on Lenzen Avenue, there's an apartment building that Google is going to buy. And one of my friends, a friend lived in this apartment, and they're supposedly going to get like $35,000 to move or whatever it is. You know, this is like really bringing it home, exactly what Google is doing, and that we talked about the displacement and the, you know, marginalization of the low income people. And even my husband says only the property owners will be able to survive in San Jose, and that most probably is true. And as we go forward, it's very heartwarming to hear about COPA, and that the ability for people to work together, to unify, to create the strength to provide a potential ownership. I think it's very exciting, and that, you know, it's very a good thing. And so I really hope we support this going forward, so that people can work together for home ownership. And you know, I think, you know, community buying power of, you know, our being able to have more agency in our communities to decide what happens to our land, and that these ideas to create housing, the ownership for people to be able to, you know, be able to buy the property and then have that be their you know, place, their home, is so valuable. And somebody's talking, so I need to shut off their mics. So anyway, that's what I think, and you know, it's definitely happening.
Sandra?
Yes, first, commissioners, I would like to thank you for your time and dedication. I mean, it's almost midnight and you still have the energy to listen to us and to each other. So I commend you for that. Having been an employee of a nonprofit for 10 years, nonprofits are special interest groups in that they will advocate for what they believe in or what is to their advantage. So I want to make that clear, having worked in the nonprofit and the profit world. Second, COPA was initially brought up during the Google vote and was withdrawn by the housing department because they had not gotten enough community input from property owners, et cetera. So it was withdrawn and they were asked to get more work. And so I think there really needs to be a lot of understanding. And in a recent meeting where there was a report out from the housing department on COPA, when they were asked by Councilman Mahan for the data that supported that this system was working, they pointed to San Francisco, had very little data for a program that had been in place for less than 2 years. And the last 2 years have been most unusual. So they really do need to study it much more. There is a lot to look at this. This is not, and there are special interests pushing on both sides. I don't know how to advise you or what to advise you, but please realize that this isn't necessarily a save all. There isn't the data to demonstrate that, certainly in the state of California. Again, thank you for your dedication.
Alina?
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Amador, for championing this proposal. And so today I learned a little bit about some of the loopholes and policies that don't protect tenants who make a living wage in one of the most expensive cities. Today, you know, what Commissioner Johnson mentioned earlier about apartments before 1979, in that same ordinance, owners can do renovations on their units, and they can raise the rents to support that beyond the 5%. A $200 increase is not really feasible for people who are facing housing insecurity. I also learned about displacement underwriting, where property owners, and we're talking about 2 to 4 units, and it will be often listed as, here are the current rents, but here are your achievable rents, which is followed by speculation and higher pricing, which calls for higher loans, which calls for higher rents to sustain the loan. And there's so many policies and completely legal things just like this that is all designed to drive up the cost of living. And so COPA is, you know, a preservation tactic, and it's not for everyone, and it's not going to save everybody from displacement. It is a very small mitigation effort. And to have a organization that is not focused on just driving up rents and more about preserving the house and preserving a way of life for people who work and live here, that is, something that we must explore. And there may be not a lot of data on COPA and, other ordinances like this, because there are people always trying to shut this down and never letting it happen, and also making the data collection very difficult. And so we have to start somewhere, because there is plenty of data that shows the displacement and our unhoused population, and enough is enough. And I 100% support this moving forward. Thank you.
Tim Espinoza.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I just wanted to, first of all, thank all the commissioners who didn't leave this policy recommendation to die. I'm sure a lot of people here are already tired of talking about, addressing displacement, homelessness, housing shortages. Trust me, we are too. The people that are renting, who go to bed at night with the fear that they may be served a notice the next morning and not have the possibility to live in the home that they've lived in for the last several years. I myself have moved around San Jose countless times because my mother and my family were living with a housing voucher. And it's very hard to find housing with a voucher. So I've lived all over the place. And it's time, like many of the commissioners have said, that we explore what other options are out there. Everyone's really scared because there's no data. But when we don't act with the boldness, how are we ever going to get the change that we want to see? The cities that are actually taking the bold steps and trying to make something work and making changes to it, they're the ones that are actually making progress. And I think San Jose really prides itself on being a progress-driven city, but here we are discussing these topics that really don't make sense for the time that we live in. Like all policy, it can be changed. Like all policy, there can be recommendations, it can be rescinded, we can change it. But we can't just not act on something and be afraid about what the outcome might be. Thank you.
Back to the chair.
Thank you. At this time, we'll call for the vote. This is a provisional vote to support the continued exploration of COPA. And the yes vote is to continue that forward for final vote later. But tonight, just making sure everyone's here still. Okay. Clerk can take the roll.
Barbara Marshman,
Yes, I'd like to move it forward.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
No.
Ellie Matsumuro,
Yes.
Enrico Callender,
Yes.
Frank Maitsky,
Yes.
Eric Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Lee Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lizotte,
Yes.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Sherry Segura,
Yes.
T. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
No.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
No.
That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again to Commissioner Amador for your efforts on this item. Our last item for tonight is to alter the appointments to the San Jose Smart City Advisory Board and the Innovation and Technology Advisory Board Commissioner, Commissioner Percival. And this is again a policy recommendation, not a charter recommendation to council.
Right, and since Chair Ferrari did such a nice job giving the title, I won't give it again, and I'll just I'll just say I've made no changes, so I'm open to discussion.
Right. There's no changes to the proposal that is made that went to public hearing. Is there any questions or discussion? Commissioner Marshman.
Hi, maybe I missed your presentation before. I remember wanting to ask, it seems like having a lot of members of the public, people like me who are not scientists, sitting at a table with some experts you've asked to come together to do kind of scientific work and bounce ideas around and stuff. It seems to me the obligation to explain everything all along the way would make it hard to recruit people to that kind of commission when you're trying to get a level of expertise. Do they don't meet in public? Do they meet?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I'm not 100%. During the pandemic, they have not met at all. So
right,
and that is one of the concerns that I included in the memo. Is this area of policy can be quite technical, right? So
yeah, that's.
But I think that's one of the concerns is that I think we certainly want those as existing boards or advisory boards that are complete with people from the tech sector.
Mm-hmm.
But because in our discussion a few weeks ago now, when this first came up, it has a lot of implications for members of the community that stretch way beyond those, right? And so in terms of providing advice to the city manager, the goal here would be to try to better understand how technology issues intersect with these already existing problems and challenges in the community. So I don't think we would expect that everyone that comes to these advisory boards would have an equal level of understanding of, but I think they would bring a much needed perspective on things we aren't currently thinking about on those very issues, right? And so I think in a lot of sense the scope of debate has been really narrow. And so this would be a recommendation to encourage the council to consider these other perspectives. That's what it's saying.
But it pretty specifically said, as I recall, adding a fair number of people to the commissions, right?
Well, it's advising the council to, those are some suggestions. It's essentially leaving it to the council to decide who would eventually serve on these advisory boards in the future, assuming that they continue. But it does not require that there are people representing each one of those groups. Those are suggestions based upon existing research, based upon expert discussion we had on this commission, trying to understand the role of community in dealing with technology issues that we don't fully understand, right? So,
right.
And so this is really designed to try to get us thinking more broadly about these issues today, given that we don't fully know what the implications of technological change is going to be for the city. And so in all its various forms.
Mr. Siegel.
Thank you. So part of this is actually because we are here in Silicon Valley, in the heart of Silicon Valley, and many of our neighbors are computer scientists, they're engineers. They are the folks that are developing the data that that we are all that have so many implications for the rest of us. And that really is the motivation, I think, for having the community be able to give input to city council, because we have the people that are actually designing the code, developing the software, part of the research and development teams for all of these things that are happening. And so there really is, has been for decades, public outcry for some kind of input to city council and city council education on a lot of the cutting edge issues that are moving so very quickly, that they just feel that city council doesn't move as quickly in understanding them. And so this really came from, you know, the public really wants this to happen. And why wouldn't it happen in San Jose? I mean, this is the heart of Silicon Valley. And so that is the reasoning behind involving the community. And so, yes, it's technical. I would not be on such a commission. I am not a computer scientist. So it's true that a lot of us, when Commissioner Marshman, you were saying it would be hard for me, you were referring to yourself. Sure, but it is the passion and the business of so many of our neighbors. In fact, most of our neighbors. So for them, this is an important now kind of subject that they want to be involved with. For you and I, it may not be. It may seem like it requires expertise, and it does, but we live somewhere that is the height of that expertise. So I think that's the reasoning behind it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes, I just want to thank you for this recommendation. I think this is a really important issue that a lot of people have overlooked, especially as cities become smarter. You need to make them more accessible. A prime example is my mother can't trigger Google or Alexa because she speaks with an accent. So that is a problem, especially if cities are going to start employing services like that to provide services and resources to residents. You want to make sure it's accessible. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hui Tran.
Thank you. Just sharing some personal experience. When I first was appointed to the Housing Commission, I admittedly actually had really no experience in housing. My experience to the extent of that was I used to be unhoused. I volunteered to help the homeless and unhoused, and I got appointed. I like to say I got to know a lot more. I learned a lot on the commission, and I actually work alongside great colleagues who helped me along the way, and the staff provided an immense amount of support. I think there's value in bringing in folks who are not quote unquote experts, but have the willingness to learn. And as I mentioned before too, having a perspective of folks from within the community can be helpful as well, because it can help tailor the work and the policies towards those who will live under them.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Commissioner Percival, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to move this proposal forward.
And can we get a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Let's go to the public.
Paul Soto, Paul Soto, okay, I'm going to move on to Alina.
Thank you, Commissioners, for bringing this forward. I do believe that this is also a very important topic. And as Commissioner Johnson had mentioned, community input for this growing smart city that everybody wants to be a part of and we're all racing towards will create more accessibility. And without having those lived experience who are not equitably represented or not able to equitably access these technologies in a fair way, you're always going to have solutions that kind of miss the mark and leave them behind. Another issue with our rapidly innovating world is that as we switch cell phone towers and new technologies, we're always creating new things. And just recently, I read that people with older cell phones after 2022 won't be able to access, some of their services anymore. The same with people who are operating on old computers can't, really access all the functions of Zoom. And, all of these technical advances and upgrades that always require you to get new equipment is a very inaccessible way of designing. And that in part, I do believe, is because there's not a lot of community engagement and input, because private corporations don't have a community engagement. And this is where the city can step in to provide that guidance, especially if the city plans to be more technology advanced and use these services. They have to be able to service all residents and not just the few that are most familiar with it. And so I fully support this, and I thank you for bringing it up. I yield my time.
Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansee. Yeah, so this is a good, important issue. I was thinking about issues that would be related to smart cities, and that we definitely need an ability to evaluate our pollution. That would be something that we need monitors all over our city. And we need to not only monitor things, but be able to respond to the problems. And that's what we're not getting, because our city, as well as the county of Santa Clara, has an F in air quality, and nobody cares. That's the real problem, is that, that's what the American Lung Association has given our city, is an F for our air quality. And yet, we don't care. And this has been, why we're in the world of hurt in terms of our climate crisis, because this has been going on a long time. And so anyway, that's one issue, is really having more data about our community. That's very critical, that hopefully we could respond to. And then the other issue was, of course, our traffic and the uncontrolled speed on our roads, and really needing the ability to ticket people with cameras, that we could use that technology to do that. I know that's an issue that we've been working on, and there's a lot of resistance to that, but we really need to become smart in that regard as well. And so there's a lot of benefits of a smart city. So we appreciate you bringing this up. And I guess the other thing was in regards to noise. That would be a great thing too, is that we don't have even the ability in our current city to even monitor our noise, the decibel readers. That's what, city of San Jose doesn't have a comprehensive noise ordinance. They said we don't have those kind of meters. So we need that type.
Back to the chair.
Thank you.
Oh, Paul Soto put his hand back up and we had lost him before.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Soto.
Back.
Thank you for that, Tony. I appreciate that. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, man, don't give me that, man. I've been in your meetings. I've been in every single one of those smart city meetings. You think that you were speaking a language it's impossible for someone like me to understand? That's condescending. That is very, very condescending of you to think because you're white and I spent 40 years of my life in institutions that somehow or another I can't understand you. Let me tell you something. Were there scientists in Chichen Itza? Were there scientists that we knew that there was a relationship between us and the process of photosynthesis and a tree leaf? We knew, Native Americans, that we were dependent on a tree leaf, but the tree leaf was not dependent on us. And that gave us a degree of humility to create a harmonious balance between us and the universe. And you are going to condescendingly sit there and try to lecture me on what is going on around us? Man, that is, first of all, you need all these computer data, all these systems. You know what they're trying to duplicate? The ability of the human body. Each one of our bodies is a hotspot. And what does that mean? Is that it receives a signal from outside and then it transmits it into the universe. That's it. It's real simple. It's very, very simple. And that's why it's so critical to have Nativos, the Native Americans, in on all of these discussions. Why? Because we know far more about this area because you came here by force. We were here by divine appointment. You came here by force. We were here by divine appointment. That is a critical difference that I think needs to be articulated and specifically stated so that men like Percival don't get so blown up by their own freaking hubris.
Back to the chair.
Awesome. We can now go to a vote. The vote is to favor of the recommendation to alter the appointments to the two boards. The clerk can take the roll.
Irvin Marshman,
Yes.
Christina Johnson,
Yes.
Elizabeth Monley,
Yes.
Ellie Matsumura,
Yes.
Enrico Calendar, Frank Kamitsky,
Yes.
Derek Percival,
Yes.
George Sanchez,
Yes.
Hui Tran,
Yes.
Jeremy Bruce,
Yes.
Jose Posadas,
Yes.
Lund Diep,
Aye.
Linda Lazat,
Yes.
Luis Barrocio,
Yes.
Magnolia Siegel,
Yes.
Maria Fuentes,
Yes.
Sammy Robledo,
Yes.
Sherry Segura,
Yes.
E. Tran,
Yes.
Tobin Gilman,
Yes.
Veronica Amador,
Yes.
Yong Zhao.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think of the famous story of the GE male engineers who designed the kitchen of the future. And they told the women mothers coming into this test kitchen that we designed a kitchen to talk to you, that can talk to you. And the moms said to the engineers, we want a kitchen that will listen to us. I think it's the kind of thing that we always have a different perspective from the experts in the common. Tonight we will adjourn, and because we just can't get enough of each other, we will adjourn you to November 18 at 5:30.
Chair, Commissioner Calendar has his hand up.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I got kicked off before I voted or after I voted. So I did want to register. The last vote was aye.
Yeah, so your vote for
The technology.
The technology was aye. I'm not sure when I got kicked.
Thank you.
off.
So Megan, make sure that we record Commissioner Calendar's vote as aye on our last motion.
Yes, it's recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, so we will adjourn until Thursday, the 18th at 5:30. Thank you all so much for your incredible work tonight. Appreciate everyone. Good night.